Was this, Polly? If you're still here. All right, anyway.
Delete your stream after it's over so people can't see what I said.
No, I'm not doing that, Polly. I'm not gonna do that.
Вопрос.
Like, literally, you say stuff and then you don't want to own up to it. I own up to all the stuff I've said, okay? I've owned up to the stuff I've said. I'm not gonna delete your stream. Like, what? Why? Listen, like, you don't own me. You don't. You're not my boss. Polly, literally, I've defended trans people against chuds. Okay, I've defended being trans against chuds. I've defended, like, nothing more I can do. Nothing more I can do.
You are a tanky.
No, I'm not. A tanky is somebody who wants to sort of, with military force, impose sort of Bolshevik Bolshevik communism. I don't support any of that. Neither the sort of communist aspect, neither the force aspect. No, I'm not a tanky. I want to motivate people to create a universal society with a global basic income, but within still a market economy and an income cap and a wealth cap. That is my thing. I've been saying it over and over again. This is what I'm calling L-ism. Like that. You're just like saying words. I'm not calling you a tanky. I'm not calling you anything. Okay. Like, let's see. What is tanky?
Танкистка. Бак.
Buck.
Городок.
You may
Деревня.
as well have been storming the capital, chud.
Again, you're just saying stuff. Like, that's just. I could say this. I could say shit like that. Like.
Каштан.
Let's see.
Фрукты.
Why have
Корень.
people been saying you have been saying F slur?
I don't even know what F slur is. I know the F like F-U-C-K. I don't think that's a slur. What's F slur? Oh, for homosexuals? No, I never said that. Again, don't listen to it. People apparently lots of people like to demonize me. And again, the end
Yeah,
thing.
you did.
No, I didn't. Nope, I didn't. Unless maybe I was like reading a comment. Maybe somebody else. No, somebody else maybe said it in stream because I don't ban it in my stream. So somebody else in the chat might have said it. I might have read it as like that. And then because it was said, I might have responded like to that. I don't say it spontaneously, but I don't
And the
necessarily.
burn down churches thing was fucked up.
Except I never said that. Again, you just probably is like Robomax that just kept on saying stupid shit about me. First got me banned, then said stupid shit to you about me, which is why I banned Robomax. Although I still unban him, but I think at this point I'm not sure there's much point because Robomax can still come. I mean, but it could have been somebody else. I don't know. I don't care. I don't care. Okay.
Черепаха.
Черепаха. What I said is that I don't support religion, and I said my position was that to be consistent, if you're going to ban drugs, you also should ban religion because religion it's basically makes people, it brings pleasure to people, but it's actually unhealthy for them and by
You
extension
said
to.
burn M.
No, I didn't. I didn't. Okay, like, look, I didn't say it. And so my point is that if we're going to be consistent, then we could ban religious activity and then like repurpose churches as like social centers. Again, I think that's actually too authoritarian. I don't think it's a good idea because it would generate reaction. It would generate hostility. What? Oh wow. Um. Wow. So you're actually. Wait. Are you? Are you actually really poly? Oh, you're not poly people. Oh, you're not poly people. Okay. 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 Um. Unless.
LOL trolled.
Fuck. Now I said. Well, I thought it could have been. It was actually pretty. No, don't follow me. Wait, or is it you? Wait, who is it? Tell me, who is this? Damn, I really thought it could have been. I thought it could have been Polly, but it's true that it's sort of surprising that Polly would spend so much time.
I'm Usa0le sent me.
Wait, that doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean your USA whole sent me. That doesn't make. That actually doesn't.
Usa0le sent me.
Okay, but wait, but who are you? Who are you? Wait, so basically the idea is that.
Coid.
Oh, you're Coid. Okay.
Hee.
Are you really Coid? So did you? So what do? You have a capital I. You have a capital I instead of the L's, so it looks the same. Is that where you? Oh yeah. I can see it. I can see it. It's like it's smaller. It's shorter because it's a capital I. Ah yeah. It's Paul E. Like yeah, you've got an I before. You've got like POLIY and then POPIE. That's what you did.
Hold on.
Interesting. Why don't you just come as Coid? No. Jesus. But are you even Coid? I'm not sure, because I'm not sure Coid would say something like that, honestly. You could be anyone, in fact. If you come as Coid, I'll believe you. If you actually come as Coid, I'll believe you.
Oh.
Okay, who's this? Ooh, this is actually an old account. Ancient account. Hi, how am I supposed to say? What is oh? Is this mean like sort of looking at something? It sort of looks like an owl looking at you. That O comma O. Looks like an owl looking at you. I'm not sure what you're doing here.
TFUMONKA.
I don't know what I don't know what these things even mean. Oh damn. I probably should at that point I'll get rid of the title. It's true now I've got to get rid of the stream title because it actually wasn't Polly. Fuck. Okay, I'm gonna delete that stream title. Fuck. What do you want to do? What do you want to look at? What do you want to talk about? Just tell me.
Politics TFUCRACK.
You want to talk politics?
Tada.
All right. Bravo. Okay. Cool. I got rid of that video since it wasn't actually Polly. Yeah. Definitely I'm not gonna leave that.
At Coidal's back, I saw you earlier.
So what do you want to talk about my things? My universal basic income and income cap and
yeah,
wealth,
I mod
my
in
wealth cap.
Usa0le stream.
You want to talk about the wealth cap? You want to talk about the You want to talk? I've removed everyone's mod powers. I think I don't like it because they would just do silly things basically. They wouldn't use their basically they'd keep banning people and timing out people I don't want them to do so. So I instead.
Yuza0 LE is a brain-dead, brainwashed lunatic NGL.
Oh wait, oh no, but you're not Koid. You're not Koid either. Fuck, I've got nothing but weirdos. Fuck. So you're not Koid. So because
I
you've
am
read.
Koid.
No, you're not, because the account created 2 minutes ago. Like, literally, account created 2 minutes ago.
No, it is years, not minutes.
Except it says minutes.
2 years ago.
It says minutes.
They are Koid.
It says 2 minutes. And if you really record, you could have come right away. You wouldn't have had to even spend like. But Kevin is Koid. Koid. Nope. Whoever
Listen,
this is.
Nathaniel, I like you, but you got to believe me.
It's not Nathaniel. It's Reed. Nathan L. Nathan L. Okay. Reed. Got it written in big, big letters there. Okay, but why aren't you coming with your actual Koid account in that case?
What's the L stand for?
It's not Stanford. It's just a fake last name. L is Elliot.
This is my Koid account.
It's Elliot. It's my middle name is Elliot. Okay, if you must know. I just thought L was more unique because I figured there were probably tons of Nathan Elliots, but L is not really a name so much. So like
Oh,
probably
cute.
so. So I got called it L instead.
I'm
so.
a girl BTW.
Did I not say? Did I say you as a boy? Yeah, I probably misgendered you. Look, I don't mean to. You know, if I do it, I don't mean to. I apologize. This is not. I don't intentionally misgender people.
Is Nathan L a liberal TFUKKONA? Wanna send dick pics with me?
Not really. Not really. Is Nathan L a liberal? Yeah, kind of. I'm more liberal than anything else, but I also don't like the economic inequality that comes from liberalism, what we call capitalism. So basically, like I say, I advocate for an
Are
income
you
cap.
open to a sexual relationship with a man?
Not all that much, maybe not entirely not, but like not sort of. It's not sort of my first choice, let's say. Let's see. Like
Why
I told
not?
you, because it's just not my sort of like thing. Let's see. Do you want me to talk about policies? Apparently kids still are able to get beaten in schools in some places, even in like in the United States, beating of children in schools is allowed. So, do you support that? I do not support that. Torture is allowed,
Liberals are the worst. They bad PPLS, not like this.
Torture is a bad thing. Guantanamo like does torture. Do you support torture? I don't support torture. There's also a death penalty in many places in the U.S. I do not support that. I think that is really terrible.
You don't get rock hard when you see a hairy butt crack and a vein a pulsating wiener.
Well, I mean, you know, I guess, I mean, I might. But yeah, but even then, like, it's not. I don't know. But
Homophobe. Koi tfubindi too far.
Anyway, how about marriage? I'm against marriage at all. I just instead of like having gay marriage, we just get rid of marriage. Get rid of marriage. That way we don't have to
Tfu
worry
is
about that.
legit racist.
We just have to get rid of that way it's no longer a question. Get rid of
He
state
said
sanctioned marriage.
N-word.
Okay. So we get rid of marriage. That's my position on that. We have a law against any sort of discrimination
He's a gamer.
Whether in employment or like service or like anything, you can only discriminate against people who are being like threatening or harassing or something, but not for any other reasons. Um, so that includes
It's
all this.
part of the toxic environment.
Mhm.
Look, listen, nee burr.
Yeah. Then I don't know. Is there other stuff? Drugs. I've been saying like to be consistent. To be consistent. Like if you're banning drugs, you ban like junk food and
You nag a lot. You are a nagger.
I'm allowing it since it is kind of nagging is a word, so I'm like allowing this term. I don't mind people. I mean, if people can use these slurs in chat according to me, but the problem is that could get me in trouble for it with Twitch. So as a result, I comply with this stuff. I don't like particularly the use of racial slurs. I don't actually use them myself, except in that one time to make a point that I did it.
Reported TFUBORED.
Uh, so so
Who
anyway,
may?
so anyway, anyway, um, I don't think this is actually Coid, but I don't know. It could be Coid. I think this is someone else, but I don't know who.
Reported for what, you stupid FG?
See, Quoid wouldn't say that kind of shit. This doesn't sound like Quoid to me. In any case, we know it's not Quoid. I mean, we know it's not Quoid's account, so I just don't see why Quoid would come with a fake account.
That slash.
So then I don't know. Do you want to? I mean, Kevin, do you want to discuss this stuff? I mean, I don't know. I've been saying, but so if we make drugs illegal, it would make sense to make like junk food illegal as well. But I think you get more traction by making drugs legal. So I think we should legalize drugs. I think we should legalize drugs, even though I don't like drugs. I'm anti-drugs, but I think it's still probably better to make them legal. Then what else? Universal quote society, no separate countries, democracy, separation of powers, fundamental, the sort of more important role of there'd be a constitution, then also a legislative, which would be a single universal legislative with a single parliament, a single chambered unicameral parliament, and direct democracy for the legislative. So like with referendums and initiatives. And then, so you wouldn't have any local legislatives. Meanwhile, you could have local executives and local judiciaries. Judiciary would not be appointed, executive would not be appointed. People would be like elected, or chosen by sortition, by drawn by lots. That's sort of politically the political system of governance that I prefer. Then, um, then it's really a tax policy. It's basically a market economy, but with sort of limitations of inequalities through basic income and wealth cap. I think I used to say income cap, but now I've been thinking it actually complicates things to have an income cap. And why does it complicate things? Because sometimes people can have a one-time income. Sometimes you can have a windfall. You're lucky, and suddenly you just get an income for a certain reason. It's because for me, like an income cap was all incomes, including like capital gains, including inheritance and stuff. But the problem is that sometimes you have a windfall, and so you can't. It's not fair to have a cap on income, for incomes that you might have just once in your lifetime. Um, like, see what I mean? Like, if the income cap is like
Nathan, careful, TFUFEELSBAD. Sometimes going too deep into ideas isn't good.
What do you mean? Because people get bored? I mean, see what I mean? An income cap. Like, imagine you've got an income cap at $100,000, okay? And on average, you're earning just $20,000, so you're not earning close to the cap. And then suddenly you have a windfall and you earn $1 million, right? So then would it be fair that you'd get capped at 100,000, so 900,000 would be taxed? It's not really fair, right? Because you just have this once in your life. It would be more fair if you could keep that $1 million and not be taxed for all that much money. See what I mean? So that's why I think it seems kind of unfair. So then what I said is you could distribute it over the time that if it was like a return on investment, you distribute it over the years that you held the investment, or if it's an inheritance, then you distribute it over like your life.
Your ideas are good and politically it makes sense.
Yes, thank you. Um, so so instead, what I've been saying is just have a wealth cap. Don't have an income cap, but just a wealth cap. So basically, you can earn as much as you want over your lifetime until you reach a certain amount, and then you're just stuck at that level. You see, and that way you don't have to worry about this redistributing thing. Because see, what I was saying is like maybe if you held something for 10 years, okay, so like if you
Make
like,
near Garrus's pick cotton again. Make
oh,
near
you're this person.
Garrus's pick cotton again. Make near Garrus's pick cotton again. Make near Garrus's pick cotton again. Make near Garrus.
All right. So it's this person. I've already had this. I don't even remember the other like names, but yeah, I've already had this. Yeah, but the poly trolling was pretty good. It was pretty realistic, poly trolling there. I kind of wonder. I think that person actually might be the same as the golden something that goes to Boston Strong stream. I think that's possible. Yeah, that actually is a possibility. That'd be funny. There might just be one troll. It might just be all like the same troll. Um. Okay, so wait, this is a fake account, so I can ban this too. Okay. Okay. All right. So for instance, what I was saying is that like if you had an investment, right? If you had like some investment and you made a profit, imagine that you paid like I don't know, $200,000. Let's say you like invested $200,000 in something, you made a huge profit, you made $1,200,000. So you made a profit, you got back 200,000. So you made a profit of $1 million. So then what I was thinking is, okay, so you've got like a profit of $1 million that would be taxed like income. So as a result, you would be as a result. What I've said is actually you can just create a corporation because corporations have 0% income tax for small corporations. So you just create a small corporation. So for investment, you just do that. I think that's the easiest solution for investment. But it's true that you could potentially have this issue of having like suddenly, maybe not like an investment, but what if you just have like somehow you earn a lot of money, maybe because you're a CEO and suddenly like you earn a lot of money in 1 year or something, or or for whatever reason you might suddenly be earning lots of money and you'd want to not have a limitation on how much you can earn. So I was thinking the simplest way so again, at one point I was thinking, if like again, I'll still use the investment model. So you've earned 10 million, $1 million over 10 years, right? After doing an investment, so you'll get back. So my point there is if you had an income cap and you just looked at your income in a year and you've made $1 million, well, most of that is going to take away if your income cap is 100,000. Meanwhile, if you consider the fact that it was over 10 years, right? If you look at the fact that it was over 10 years that you did this investment, then you divide it by each year. So you actually just made 100,000 a year. And so then you're not subjected to this cap, see? Unless you had extra income on top of it, in which case then you would be. And presumably you would have had extra income already in the previous years. But so that is kind of my point there. But the problem is that's kind of complicated because then you have to basically add you have to add all your incomes to each like year. What you need is just a computer program. You could, if you get income cap, people would tax loophole and dodge it. Um, I don't think they would because you create a sort of loophole free system. You create a loophole free system that doesn't have that doesn't have them. Like, I think that's a stupid idea. Overall, this idea of loopholes, like you're always going to get some sort. Like, why have laws? People are always going to find a loophole and dodge it. Like any that basically can be said for any tax. Okay, so don't use that. That's not an excuse. That's not an excuse. Some people will dodge it a bit, but overall, you can't really loophole it too much because there's also an income cap to privately. So you can create a corporation, like I said, but then there's a cap to the size of a private corporation. That's impossible to create in America in a lifetime. I disagree. I think that's pretty easy to create. I mean, you just got to do it. It's actually like literally it would simplify the system. Even you could just have a flat tax rate up to the cap. And so what I'm saying is instead, not even have an income cap, just one thing, a wealth cap. What? Not even an income cap, just a wealth cap. Um, that way, you can like, you can earn as much as you like for a certain amount of time until you just hit the cap, and then you're just stuck at that amount. And And then that's still not really a problem, right? Because if you're stuck at the cap, then you can just pay yourself a salary or something to if you know, because then you've got a wealth cap. So like presumably then any extra income that you make you can't add to your wealth. So instead you're just going to have to spend it. If you make more income, you'll have to spend it immediately. So that is, yeah, I think that's, again, you're saying it's impossible. You're saying loophole. No, that's just pessimism. Okay, that's just pessimism. Why should we aim for this? I mean, you understand that the people you're following, people like USA Hole and stuff, they want to have socialism. Okay, they want to have actual socialism, which is a lot more bigger of a change than what I'm advocating for, right? So I mean, there are tons of people everywhere that are advocating for socialism, and yet I'm somehow the like on Twitch. On Twitch, people are advocating for socialism, and I'm somehow being unrealistic for advocating for keeping the system that we have, but just putting an income, a wealth cap. Like, come on, it's not really. I don't feel like it's really. It makes uh, it makes sense. I mean, it's a lot easier to get a wealth cap than to get than to get socialism. And I don't even like socialism anyway. So, and I think lots of people don't, but I think lots of more people could be made to realize. You say, I think we should just focus on free healthcare, basic income, and free rent and internet. Then the rest, who cares? Because then you've got the issue precisely that people are complaining about is that you're ruled by the oligarchy. I agree that this is more important. Free healthcare, basic income, free rent and internet. It doesn't have to be free. The basic income just needs to cover rent and internet. Um, if a proper basic income would cover proper rent, some cities are more expensive than some places are more expensive than others. If you got a basic income, you can just move to a place that's less expensive. I think that actually makes more sense to me. So free healthcare, yes. Free healthcare, yes. Free rent, actually, I used to support that, and now I've realized it's probably best not. So I'm actually just in favor of basic income, and then just like move to a place where for rent is cheap, if you just want to be on the basic income. Um, that is what that is more important. I agree, but it's also important to have a wealth cap because we the whole idea is that we don't want to have rich people, right? And especially because, in fact, this is, the right wingers. They actually, at the same time, they always pretend to be populists. And like, if you announce some sort of leftist policy, bizarrely, they now paint leftism as oligarchism, right? As benefiting the elite, even though at the same time, there's like a complete inconsistency, right? At the same time, you say you should tax the rich more, and they say, "How dare you?" And then at the same time, they say that the leftists support corporate oligarchy. It just makes no sense because literally, being a right wing person means that your brain is completely dysfunctional. Okay, but the point is that it is a true point that is brought up by sort of on all sides, right? That there is this inequality. There are these oligarchs. We should rein in this oligarchy by putting a wealth cap. That way, you won't have these issues of these big shady forces that will, it's unfair, and B, they can sort of manipulate people, and so it really needs to be done. So you just need a wealth cap, really, and not even an income cap. It actually even simplifies things tremendously to just have a wealth cap rather than an income cap. Since in any case, I wanted to have a wealth cap. So if you think about it, again, I mean, a person who has lots of income but not yet much wealth is not really much of a threat, right? It's not really much of an oligarch. You only become an oligarch when you've got lots of wealth. If you just have a lot of income this year, but then overall you don't have much money, it doesn't really matter much because you're not going to be able to like influence, politics all that much. So a wealth cap is actually all that we need, and we could just have a flat tax rate up until there. So it'd really simplify the system. Just a basic income and a wealth cap. That is really all that's needed. It's so simple. It's so simple. It's awesome, really, isn't it? Um, yeah, basic income and a wealth cap. That is all that we need. Um, I think LCT is easy to have a poor location mixed in with controlled rent and market prices. Um, well, my point is you can just move to somewhere. People won't need to move. You could have that, but you'd still need to move to like a rent controlled place. Like it's not necessarily, it's not necessarily all that beneficial to have like rent control and stuff because it can lead to like what it can do is lead to like basically to scarcity, to shortages. Um, I think it's better. You get rid of zoning, excessive zoning laws, build higher if you want to have more people in the city, allow for higher building, allow for skyscraper, more like tall buildings, and in certain places, allow for certain neighborhoods to grow really tall buildings, if you want to have more density. And just eliminate the zoning, but then still have private stuff and have a land value tax, so you don't have landlords that just rent seek. See, if they collect rent, it's for actual. Oh no, poly people is not following the fake poly people. If they seek, rent seeking is like this idea of just getting money for not doing anything. So that is a problem with landlords, is that they have sort of rent seeking, but they're not entirely useless. Um, they're not entirely useless. You say if you make people move to other places, they'll get pushed out to make place for rich people buying locations near them. Again, no rich people. No rich people if you've got a wealth cap. That's not going to be a thing. Not going to be a thing. Um, you see what I mean? You see what I mean? So, yeah, just have a wealth cap, and you won't have rich people buying locations near them. And in any case, like I said, you get what? What the fuck is this? This is Trevor from chatbotsfortwitch.com. We kindly request that if you're going to pay the extra to have our employees interact with your chat, you don't have to. You don't make fun of them. But we know you have difficulty getting real viewers and frustrates you. Please don't take out my employees. Thank you. What the fuck is this? Yeah, I know it's crap. It's the same person again that's just doing crap. So anyway, I think yeah, no, again, much of the reason housing is so expensive in cities is just scarcity, right? It's supply and demand. The reason it's expensive in cities is because lots of people want to be in cities, but there are limitations on how much housing can be built. And this is why, this is literally why rent is so high. So what you need is not to have rent control, because then there's going to be a scarcity. There's not going to be enough housing. People will be on like waiting lists and stuff. So don't do that. Don't do that. Build more housing. How much do you know about China? Not much. You know the basics. Um, you see what I mean? The reason prices are expensive is because there's not enough supply. So it's not going to solve anything. It's not going to solve the root cause if you just have a rent control. Much better to increase the supply by allowing for building of like tall buildings, for instance. Get rid of rent control. Get rid of not sorry rent control, zoning, like zoning limitations on building and stuff. Um, does that make sense? Does that make sense? So yeah, that's all you need really. That's all you need, and a land value tax. I was, it's hard to evaluate exactly how much that should be. Um, I think it's pretty hard to properly evaluate the value of land value tax actually. But yeah, property prices are low in America. You don't know. Kind of depends where. Um, could be lower. House is very expensive in Singapore and Hong Kong. Yeah, yeah. But again, my point is, if you get rid of zoning limitations, if you just allow for more construction, then housing gets a lot cheaper. If you allow for more construction, housing should become a lot cheaper. So this is what I'm saying. Um, what you need, the reason housing is expensive in cities is because there isn't enough housing for the demand. There's lots of people that want to move to cities, and there's not much housing available. So the solution is to make more housing available. Um, that is my answer to this. So again, it simplifies things if you don't need to, like, because it's true that some places are better than others, so it's normal that you should pay more, right? Some places are nicer, some houses are nicer than others, some apartments are nicer than others, some are bigger than others, some have not nicer materials than others, some are have a better location than others. You see what I mean? So it's kind of fair that you should pay in function of the desirability of the place. So which is why I would keep the market system for housing, but you provide a basic income that ensures that you are able to find some sort of acceptable housing on your basic income. Um, so that's my solution for housing. Healthcare is different. Healthcare, the problem is that you might sometimes need very, very expensive treatments, and so you need at least you need some kind of insurance. But the point is, we consider that everybody needs insurance, right? And everybody needs decent care. So at that point, why have insurance? At that point, you might as well just pay for it through taxes instead, since everybody just requires it. Since if everybody requires something, might as well just pay for it through taxes. And see, the difference with housing is that precisely with housing, well, the basic income covers like less good housing. So like my point is that they're different. Okay, I guess the reason you keep it a market for housing is that there are different types of housing, right? Housing is not all the same. Whereas healthcare, everybody should get the same decent treatment of basic healthcare, which means that at that point there's no point in having a market because everybody gets the exact same thing. So you don't need to have like differential pricing based on because literally the product is always the same. So because of this, it makes sense to have it paid by taxes instead. Stretch my skin. Wait, do you think that the first job of the new Space Force should be cleaning up debris floating in low orbit? Yeah, that would be a pretty damn good thing if you're, yeah, yeah. I think that's probably if there's something to do in space, that would be the first thing to do. Definitely. Agreed. I hadn't even really given that question much thought, but yes, yes, absolutely. Um, technology will dramatically reduce healthcare. Reduce healthcare? What do you mean by that? In what way? Cost. Yeah, well, it should. Yes and no, because you'll have new technologies that will treat stuff better, but will be also more expensive. So I don't think that's actually necessarily true. You'll have the cost for a certain amount of treatment will be reduced, but the problem is that you also have better treatment, which is going to be more and more expensive. Except that will then for each particular treatment will go down in price, but you'll find new, more expensive treatments. Singapore is not a city; it's a Chinese majority country. Yeah, but it's also a city. It's a city state. I like it's both. And yes, it is a Chinese majority country, and it is a city. It's all of those things. Um, what else? What else? Um, I'm thinking. Yeah, so land value tax is a good idea, but it's hard to evaluate exactly how much that should be. You say instead of giving someone a pill, there will be an operation that can fix the problem once and for all. Too many people on meds. Again, not necessarily. Like lots of the meds you take is not stuff that you can fix for an operation with an operation. It's going to take a long time to have like proper good healthcare, But it can, normally it should come at some point if things go well. But it's just not about to happen. But yes, absolutely, absolutely. At some point, healthcare should be just like you'd be able to do anything you want. Basically, you could just fix everything, and yeah, sure. Sure, genetic manipulation. Yeah, you can have like CRISPR, like viruses that like literally you inject a person with viruses and the virus change your genes and stuff. You can in the future will be able to do anything like nano robots or something that just go in your bloodstream, regrow teeth. Yeah, sure, anything. Sure, sure. Um, at some point, normally if technology progresses, certainly it should be possible. It should be possible. I agree. I agree, and I advocate for this, and this is something I didn't actually talk about yet here today, is about I support this. I support like all that kind of stuff. I support also genetic engineering of embryos, so that then people are like already optimal, so that they don't have like congenital diseases, so that they don't even have aging. Get rid of aging. Get rid of like physical deformities, ugliness. Get rid of character flaws like aggressiveness or like low intelligence, irrationality, that kind of thing. So yeah, you do all of that, and I've said also get rid of separate sexes. So have just one sex, like like I believe in actually like hermaphroditic organisms. So you can just do that. Um, yeah. You say, have you heard about 3D printing organs in zero gravity in orbit around Earth, and then they can send the fully full organs back to Earth that your body won't reject? Oh, really? But why do you need to do it in zero gravity though? Uh, like, why can't you just do it on Earth? I actually haven't heard of that. That sounds really cool if you can actually do that. I just don't see why you couldn't do it. Like it sounds like it would be much more expensive to do that than just do it on Earth. Um, yeah. Um, So that's my position on that. Then in tax policy, I support basically taxes that the best taxes are taxes that don't hurt like economic productivity. So those are taxes on rent seeking and taxes on negative externality. So tax on rent seeking include the land value tax, like I've said, and also the tax on corporations because big corporations basically they engage in rent seeking. Basically this ability to undercut smaller companies is a result of their natural ability by virtue of being big. They're able to simply undercut other companies through the economies of scale that allow them to make things cheaper. And so it means that they don't necessarily have to be better than the smaller companies, but just because they've become big, now suddenly they're able to be cheaper. And that is actually not helpful for the economy overall. It's not helpful for competitiveness. So the way to do that is to put everyone on the same playing field, to put small corporations, small businesses on the same level as the big businesses. So what you do is you tax big businesses so the prices of the big businesses rise until they're at the same level, the same price as the small business price. Okay, that is the way to do that. And so you do that by taxing the revenue of corporations. You say, hey, I saw you in my stream earlier, USQ hole. Stretch by scale, because building the lattice work on Earth to suspend the cells in place is nearly impossible. Whereas in space, there's no gravity to pull the cells down. People come at problems thinking too small. Yeah, I don't know enough about the issue. Is that really the? I mean, yeah, obviously, I know that, but I still find it surprising that it's hard to that it's still hard to. I don't know. I don't know. I just find it like how is it possible to have our organs in our body? You know, it's because it's just it's like in a liquid, right? Like why couldn't you just have it in a liquid? Um, look it up, bro. I like why can't you? Um, I I'm not convinced. I think that probably the technology very quickly we'll have the technology. Maybe for now it's a bit easier to do in space, but very quickly we'll figure out how to do it on Earth too. You say Eyes for the Blind will be one of the first organs. That would be great. Of course, that would be great. But you have to also figure it's not just the eye. You know, you have to like connect it properly and stuff. It's pretty actually hard because you gotta get like the optic nerve into the eye. Like pretty difficult to do that actually. Um, but yeah. So yeah, that's a tax on rent seeking. So saying that a corporate tax for big corporations based on the revenue, right, and not the profits, because big corporations actually they can have actually pretty low like profit margins. They can have pretty low profits and still be big and still undercut smaller corporations, right? That I mean, what they do is that because they have economies of scale, they make prices go lower. But if the prices are low, it means they might not also make a very big profit, right? They might have lower costs, but if they also have lower, they have lower prices, then they're not going to get as much revenue, and so like then the profit margin is going to be pretty small. You see what I mean? And this and at the same time, so if you just tax corporations on a profit, then you're not going to actually address the fact that big corporations are going to be more competitive than smaller ones. Big corporations can skill even if you tax 100% of the profit of corporations. The big corporations can still undercut the smaller ones. So the way to do it is you tax on revenue, not the you say, sorry, I'm coming out of left field on you. Okay, let's talk taxes for a minute. Again, I just don't know enough about this. It's fine. I was already talking about this with I was just talking about this already, sort of, with before, kind of prompted by Kevin, but like, yeah. So I no, but it's fine to talk about that. I just don't know enough about it. I just don't know enough about it. And basically, the point is that I trust that it will happen. Because that's basically how the market works. Like if there's a need for it, then it'll get developed, and it just happens. So there's not really any need to do anything in particular to make it happen. You just got to let technology progress. Um, Whereas for these things, there is a need. Like for the specific tax policy that you choose, there is a need to actually make it happen. You can't just expect it to happen naturally. Um, so yeah, there needs to be there needs to be a corporate tax in the fashion that I've been saying, a tax on revenue, because revenue is literally is how if a company is big is because it has big revenue, right? That's literally how the size of a company gets determined. So you have a progressive tax on corporate revenue. So small corporations have 0% tax, and then bigger ones progressively have more and more tax in percent, right? So they pay a bigger percentage in tax. So that's a tax on rent seeking, land value tax, and corporate tax. Then there's a tax on negative externalities. And so that's a tax on the stuff that has a bad effect on the economy, but that isn't sort of automatically taken into account in the price of a thing. So a typical example of that is a carbon tax, right? Is that we know that carbon has, it harms the economy down the road, so you tax it to take that into account. So you could have any tax on pollution. You could do the same thing. So I support a carbon tax, of course. I support any tax on pollution that would sort of properly cover the cost. Tax on like waste. If you like throw stuff away, a tax on that. A subsidy, so like a negative tax on recycling waste, and again also on like recovering carbon and putting it like back into the ground. Um, that we should definitely do. then a tax on like unhealthy stuff like drugs and junk food, and then finally a tax on financial transactions, because if you have too many financial transactions going on rapidly, that is speculation. It's actually not really helpful. So for the economy, so there, that kind of covers my. Those are the taxes that don't have a harmful effect on the economy, and then you add you the problem with that is that wouldn't actually give you sufficient revenue, so you still need some other form of tax. So I'm anti-sales tax because it tends to disproportionately affect poor people, because sales taxes, poor people buy proportionally more stuff that gets a sales tax slapped onto it than richer people. So I'm anti-sales tax, and so what you have to do is have an income tax. So I just advocate for flat income tax rate on top to fill whatever extra need you have for your government revenue. There. So that covers my tax policy. Are you cool with watching a 10-minute YouTube video called The Star Spangled Banner, like never heard before? After watching it, really motivated me to make America a better place. If you want to, can you give me the link, maybe? Can you give me the link? Like, I think there might be a lot of those videos that are called like that. So, like, yeah, sure. And while we're at it, let's have a look at the stuff in space. Growing organs in space. Okay. Stretch. Oh, thanks for following. First time you're trying to manufacture organs in space. Gravity can be a real downer when you're trying to grow organs. That's why experiments in space are so valuable. They have revealed a new perspective into biological sciences, including insights into making human tissues. Gravity influences cellular behavior by impacting how protein and genes interact inside the cells, creating tissue that is polarized, a fundamental step for natural organ development. Unfortunately, gravity is against us when we try to reproduce complex three-dimensional tissues in the lab for medical transplantation. Let's see. This is difficult because of the intrinsic limitations of bioreactors used on Earth. I am a stem cell biologist and interested in brain health and evolution. My lab studies how the human brain is formed inside the womb and how alterations in this process might have lifelong consequences to human behavior, such as in autism or schizophrenia. Part of that work includes growing brain cells in space. Okay. Growing tissue and organs in the lab. To build organized tissues in the lab, scientists use scaffolds to provide a surface for cells to attach based on predetermined rigid shape. For example, an artificial kidney needs a structure or scaffold of a certain shape for kidney cells to grow on. Indeed, this strategy helps the tissue to organize in the early stages, but creates problems in the long run, such as eventual immune reactions to these synthetic scaffolds or inaccurate structures. Okay, yeah, interesting. Okay, so yeah, you're right. I didn't know about this stuff. So yeah, cool. By contrast, in weightless conditions, cells can freely self-organize in their correct three-dimensional structure without the need for a scaffold substrate. By removing gravity from the equation, we researchers might learn new ways of building human tissues, such as cartilage and blood vessels that are scaffold-free, mimicking their natural cellular arrangements in an artificial setting. While this is not exactly what happens in the womb, after all, the womb is also subject to gravity, weightless conditions does give us an advantage. And this is precisely what is happening at the International Space Station. These experiments help researchers optimize tissue growth for use in basic science, personalized medicine, and organ transplantation. But there are other reasons why we should manufacture organs in space. Long-term space missions create a series of physiological alterations in the body of astronauts. While some of these alterations are reversible with time, others are not, compromising future human spaceflights. Studying astronauts' body before and after their mission can reveal what goes wrong on their organs, but provides little insights on the mechanisms responsible for the observed alterations. Thus, growing human tissues in space can complement this type of investigation and reveal ways to counteract it. Finally, all forms of life that we know about have evolved in the presence of microgravity. Without gravity, our brains might have evolved in a different trajectory, or our lives might not filter liquids as it does on Earth. By recreating embryonic organ formation in space, we can anticipate how the human body in the womb will develop. There are several research initiatives going on in my lab with human brain organoids at ISS designed to learn the impact of zero gravity on the developing human brain. These projects will have profound implications for future human colonization. Can humans successfully reproduce in space? These studies will also improve the generation of artificial organs that are used for testing drugs and treatments on Earth. Will better treatments for neurodevelopmental and neurodegenerative conditions that affect millions of people come from research in space? Okay, are you still here? I'll watch your Star Spangled Banner video if you're still here. Okay, I'll unmute the chat. I'll unmute the speech chat. Okay, cool. And yeah, thanks for watching.
Thanks again for looking that up.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks for mentioning it. This is cool. I didn't know about that. I should know about that. I mean, I'm literally. I mean, I've got a medical degree and everything. I should know about this. So yeah. Okay. Okay. Tell me which one. Okay. There's several of them. Tell. I don't know if there's. Oh wait, you said 10 minutes, so it's gonna be a 10-minute one. Is it this one? Star Spangled Banner. Have you never heard it? Is it that one? Chris Conley. See, I was right. There's a bunch of them. Is it this? Is it this?
The black and white one with the guy on the boat dock.
Is it that?
That's it?
All right, was that?
Different thumbnail, same video, haha.
Alright.
There was a lawyer once. His name was Francis Scott Key. He penned a song that I'm sure you're aware of. You've seen it. It's in most hymnals throughout our churches. It's called the national anthem. It is our song as an American. We go, however, to a ball game. We stand in our church services and we
grab
sing the
some
words of that
Kleenex,
song, and they float over our minds and our lips, and we don't even realize what we're singing. Most of us have memorized it as a child, but we've never really thought about what it means. Let me tell you a story. Francis Scott Key was a lawyer in Baltimore. The colonies were engaged in vicious conflict with the mother country, Britain. Because of this conflict and the protractedness of it, they had accumulated prisoners on both sides. The American colonies had prisoners and the British had prisoners. And the American government initiated a move. They went to the British and they said, let us negotiate for the release of these prisoners. They said, we want to send a man out to discuss this with you. They were holding the American prisoners in boats about 1,000 yards offshore. And they said, we want to send a man by the name of Francis Scott Key. He will come out and negotiate to see if we can make a mutual exchange. On the appointed day, in a rowboat, he went out to this boat and he negotiated with the British officials. And they reached a conclusion that men could be exchanged on a one-for-one basis. Francis Scott Key, jubilant with the fact that he'd been successful, went down below in the boats, and what he found was a cargo hold full of humanity, men. And he said, men, I've got news for you tonight. You're free. He said, tonight I have negotiated successfully your return to the colonies. He said, you'll be taken out of this boat, out of this filth, out of your chains.
Kind of ignoring the fact that, like, literally the United States was founded by a bunch of slavers who, like, were happy about slavery and didn't want to abolish slavery. And
went back up on board to arrange for their passage to the shore. The admiral came and he said, we have a slight problem. He said, we will still honor our commitment to release these men, but it'll be merely academic after tonight. It won't matter. And Francis Scott Key said, what do you mean? He said, well, Mr. Key, he said, tonight we have laid an ultimatum upon the colonies. Your people will either capitulate and lay down the colors of that flag that you think so much of, or you see that fort right over there, Fort Henry? He said, we're going to remove it from the face of the earth. He said, how are you going to do that? He said, if you will, scan the horizon of the sea. And as he looked, he could see hundreds of little dots. And he said, that's the entire British war fleet. He said, all of the gunpowder, all of the armament is being called upon to demolish that fort. It will be here within striking distance in a matter of about 2.5 hours. He said, the war is over. These men would be free anyway. He said, you can't shell that fort. He said, that's a large fort. He said, it's full of women and children. He says, it's predominantly not a military fort. He said, don't worry about it. They said, we've left them a way out. And he said, what's that? He said, do you see that flag way up on the rampart? He said, we have told them that if they will lower that flag, the shelling will stop immediately. And we'll know that they've surrendered, and you'll now be under British rule. Francis Scott Key went down below and told the men what was about to happen. And they said, how many ships? He said, hundreds. The ships got closer. Francis Scott Key went back up on top, and he said, men, I'll shout down to you what's going on as we watch.
Should I go a bit faster?
As twilight began to fall, and as the haze hung over the ocean as it does at sunset, suddenly the British war fleet unleashed. He says the sound was deafening. There were so many guns that there were no reliefs. He said it was absolutely impossible to talk or hear. He said suddenly the sky, although dark, was suddenly lit. And he says from down below, all he could hear the men, the prisoners, saying was, tell us where the flag is.
It's almost over.
What have they done with the flag? Is the flag still flying over the rampart? Tell us. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours into the shelling. Every time the bomb would explode and it would be close to the flag, they could see the flag in the illuminated red glare of that bomb, and Francis Scott Key would report down to the men below, it's still up. It's not down. The admiral came and he said, your people are insane. He said, what's the matter with them? He said, don't they understand this is an impossible situation? Francis Scott Key said he remembered what George Washington had said. He said the thing that sets the American Christian apart from all other people in the world is he will die on his feet before he'll live on his knees. The admiral said, we have now instructed all of the guns to focus on the rampart to take that flag down. He said, we don't understand something. Our reconnaissance tells us that that flag has been hit directly again and again and again, and yet it's still flying. We don't understand that. But he said, now we're about to bring every gun for the next 3 hours to bear on that point. Francis Scott Key said the barrage was unmerciful. All that he could hear was the men down below praying. The prayer, God, keep that flag flying where we last saw it. Sunrise came. He said there was a heavy mist hanging over the land, but the rampart was tall enough. There stood the flag, completely nondescript, in shreds. The flagpole itself was at a crazy angle, but the flag was still at the top. Francis Scott Key went aboard and immediately went into Fort Henry to see what had happened. And what he found had happened was that that flagpole and that flag had suffered repetitious direct hits. And when hit had fallen. But men, fathers, who knew what it meant for that flag to be on the ground, although knowing that all of the British guns were trained on it, walked over and held it up humanly until they died. Their bodies were removed and others took their place. Francis Scott Key said,
Honestly, it's kind of absurd, actually. Like, when you think about it, especially considering that the United States wasn't that great a thing, since it was actually just a slaver country anyway. Like, Jesus, it was like literally just mostly about like being pissed off about having to pay extra taxes and stuff, you know? Like, come on. The United States was not that incredible a thing. Like, I liked, you know, it would be nice if it was that sort of incredible thing that we like to think it is. But, like, literally it wasn't. It was a bunch of rich dudes who don't want to pay their taxes.
that what held that flagpole in place at that unusual angle were patriots' bodies. He penned the song, "Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming. Or the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that the flag was still there."
Okay, the video is over.
Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet
I get to learn the actual.
or the land of the free and the home of the brave.
I have never learned the words. It's too hard.
Price it was paid.
Oh, say, can you see
I've got to try.
by the dawn's early light
I kind of forget.
so proudly we hailed at the twilight's
See, I already forgot.
last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly
Who's this?
streaming.
Yes, but this is. Why do they even bother follow me?
It's pretty clear the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
That's like the only thing I.
Say,
That's like the only thing
star-spangled
that I remember.
banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
I gotta sing it more. I gotta remember it. All right.
Do
Right.
you think those people that held up that pole were rich? No one ever said that America was a perfect country. It says in the Constitution that we strive to make a more perfect union.
Yeah, because the point is that yeah, but because people get bamboozled. It's like in all wars. The people who fight the wars aren't the rich people. They get bamboozled by the rich people, but the people who actually decide they're rich and like the motivation was still more economic motivations and not so much idealism. Unfortunately, I wish it was. I wish it was idealism, but I just don't. I don't really think it was. Um, Again, slavers, like slavers, literally. Okay, like, ugh. Come on, come on. Um, so yeah, I think it would be better to recreate a new thing. Actually, I mean, I like I said, I advocate for the quote universal society, a different kind of U.S. universal society that just is one global universal state. Um, Instead, I think that would be much better. Still got to find an anthem though. I still don't have that. I think yeah, that's I'm not good at that stuff. I'm not good at like composing stuff, so I don't think I don't think I'd be able to do that. But yeah, yeah. I'd have the flag would be the thing that I, if the little logo, little you see with the little stars of my channel. You know what I mean. Do you see what I mean? Where's this thing? This logo with the little, you can't really see it too well, but like yeah,
The slave trade was inherited by the first Europeans that created the colonizers. It's
Oh,
not
sure.
like America was founded and then they decided to get slaves.
Yeah, but the point is that if America had been so great in its founding, it would literally have like as its founding principle, it would have gotten rid of the slaves. You see, so I think it'd be much better. In any case, what you need is to have like a universal society because anything else is not going to be fundamentally fair. It's not going to be ethical. It's not going to be freedom. You know, it's not the actual principles that make America good are literally not actually being respected by virtue like, by the very fact that it's a country that literally doesn't allow everybody to come. So um it's much better to have a universal society that like literally lets everybody do what they live where they want and have the same opportunities, the same rights. That is actually much better. So yeah, this is what I want. This is my flag for the universal society, but it would be white stars on a black background. So just be like white on black, a white circle, white on black, like the European Union, but with unequal sized stars and white on black. Um, I think that would be
More people immigrate to America than any other country on earth.
Is that true? Well, in any case, it's still my point is that we shouldn't have separate countries. My point, I'm not saying I'm not like no country is good. I'm not saying America is like the worst or the best or anything. I'm saying that like I'm saying that all countries are problematic by virtue of excluding people and by virtue of precisely not subjecting people to the same laws, not giving people the same rights depending on which country they live, right? People are treated differently according to the country that they live. And that is fundamentally unfair, and that's unethical. Since fairness to me is like a fundamental ethical principle. Um, so yeah, Yeah, that's the Whisper. Unban me. When was this? Oh, today. Oh yeah. I gotta unban. Okay. Oh, I already unbanned Brock Lesnar, I guess. Okay. Message. Man, I
I
really.
agree, but this is why I'm so excited about colonizing space and getting off this rock.
I wouldn't actually say it shouldn't be about getting off this rock. I mean, you should be. This rock is great. Okay, it's much better than any other rock. Okay, this is like the best rock. You should be actually really excited about being on this place and not somewhere else. Um, However, what you should be more excited about is like it's not colonizing space; it's colonizing other planets. But the planets you should colonize are planets like Earth. Okay, and basically until you have like superluminal travel, and if that's possible, because we don't know if it's possible, but basically unless you have something like warp drive to be able to travel at faster than the speed of light, it's not going to be really feasible to have a proper colonization of elsewhere, because it'd take just like forever, and like what would be the point, you know? um and like living on Mars would be it's not a good idea. Living on the moon, living on Mars, living on these other like potentially things that you could live on. It's not a good idea. And the reason it's not is because like literally you can never go outside. Like who wants to be in a place where you can't, like, okay, Mars
I think this
potentially
guy will
you
talk
could
to you.
terraform.
Just obey TOS https://discord.me/echoplex.
I'm pretty sure I've been banned from Ecoplex. But you see what I mean? Like, don't you think it's honestly much better to be able, and like the Earth is so much more varied. Like, imagine living on Mars. It just like for now, in any case, you can't even walk without like putting on a suit. Even if you terraform it, it's still not going to be as good as Earth. It's going to be smaller, not as varied. It's
Yeah,
like
from
Earth.
Twitch, but not the Discord. I ran
Oh,
it by him.
oh, okay, cool, cool. Thank you. Uh, Thank you. Hi, Sencal. All right. Uh, all right. Oh wait, I've got Discord open here. Let's just. Ah, ah. But yeah, but we shouldn't have like separate countries colonizing space, right? First we should unify the planet, and then we should colonize. We should start colonizing space, and we shouldn't have humans colonizing like so much. I don't think it's good for humans to colonize other non-Earth like planets. But you just have to go to other star systems and have basically colonize other planets that are kind of like Earth, rather than terraforming stuff like Mars, which I don't think is really that great an idea. Because Mars doesn't even have like a magnetic thing. Wait, Discord me? Why Discord.me? What is this? Not safe for work? Why? Okay. Wait, is this? Okay, so you're not a completely new account. How do I do this? How do I do this? Join server? Like Mars, even if you terraform, like it doesn't have a magnetic field. That kind of protects you from like solar flares and stuff. Um, so yeah, that is the idea here. That's why I think first we gotta create the universal society, and then we can sort of start colonizing. But I think it only makes sense really if you're gonna be like, I don't really believe in colonizing. I believe in like exploring. You'd have explorers to like space, to other like planets and stuff, but not explorers so much to like not colonizing. I just don't think it would be healthy to live on like non-Earth like planets. Unless you can just go there really just back and forth really easily. Like if it's easy to go back and forth, then that's fine. But if you're kind of stuck on the planet, I don't think I think it's not really great. Uh, so so this is not safe. Why is it not safe for work? Like literally, if I'm streaming this, um, the peanut gallery, is this really? Is this really like the right thing? Okay. So what do
It is in our matrix code to be predisposed to be awful human beings. It is a way to cripple humanity's attempts to all work together to build the Tower of Babel again.
Oh, yeah, exactly. It's partly genetically because of, tribes. People lived in tribes, and it was beneficial for a particular tribe to kind of beat the other tribe, and so that led to this tribalism. And so it's kind of done genetically. And then, of course, I've got my own very particular belief, which is of the Gorth, which is this evil artificial intelligence that was created in what like New Age people call the astral plane, what I'm calling the Zeld. And it poisons people's minds, and that is also why people do this act shitty like that. And in fact, for me, the explanation of the flood was actually like a big war that was created as a result of the Gorth precisely doing the Tower of Babel thing. People started to, it's so discord between people, and that led to the outbreak of a very big war. And for me, that's actually the basis for the myth of the flood. Again, we can't know. It's speculation. Speculation. Um, where do I go? Where do I go now? How do I talk? Where do I go? General? Usually it's like general. No, general music, live show stuff, the peanut
I'm not
gallery.
listening. Just post "Hi, I'm here to talk" or something in the peanut gallery and I'll tell him to DM you with instructions.
Okay. Okay. I'll say it's from you, sitting cow. Would that interest? Okay, for now I'll just do that. Maybe open voice channel? Probably. Is it this? Maybe. Yeah, but how long? Okay, well for now we can just do other stuff. But yeah, I think what we need is, yeah, like I said, a universal society. Um so
Humans were stuck in the Stone Age for at least 100,000 years. That's why they got so good at manipulating stones, like Edmund Picchu in Peru. The creators of the simulation got bored with these humans and wiped them off the face of the earth and started over again with humans that won't be so obsessed with playing with rocks.
What? All right, so you've got your own funny theory. You've got your own sort of idiosyncratic theory, I see. It looks like. It's looking like the creator of the simulation.
Ha ha.
So yeah. So I don't believe in that one, but like, yeah. Um anyway, what do I do here? Unmute? Should I? Okay, what the heck? I'll go open a voice channel.
To this one, and it has a lot to do with the fact that we've introduced a lot of noise naively into these places and have no idea what the consequences are. So really, who is anybody to shut down anybody who's at least doing the work honestly?
Yeah.
But what if they're doing the work dishonestly?
Okay, so it looks like I'm connected, but I don't even understand what's going on actually. So that was weird. That was weird. Okay, first I've gotta see what's going on their thing. Okay, so Echoplex. Okay, permanently banned from talking in Echoplex Media.
as well. And many people do. And I'm at the moment not, find the right piece by one of us. I'm thinking your recent Unheard piece just is clearly from the left. The piece that I
How can you talk about it? It's Unheard, Heather.
Wrong. Our book. But if
God, we're not reading that book.
Names are at this point somehow sullied, which is absurd, but I know it's true in some circles. Try finding something from Matt Taibbi or Glenn Greenwald.
Dude, try. Wait. Have you been on Twitter, Heather? You've blocked me, so I don't know if you've been on Twitter. Brett hasn't blocked me yet. I almost have the full set of the IDW. Brett hasn't blocked me yet. Eric blocked me. Sam blocked me. Claire blocked me. Andy No blocked me. I got blocked. Like Steven Pinker blocks everyone. I just can't get Brett to block me. But
my theory would, however, explain why these people and the people who built the pyramids just seem to have vanished from Earth with no record of how they built these crazy things.
Oh, if y'all start to misbehave, we're watching a Steven Pinker video next.
No, there is a record. See, that's
pop
not
up most obviously
in high school,
people with
I was dared to play Gay Chicken, which is where two straight guys pretend to be gay, and the first one to chicken out loses.
Just saying,
the other guy and I are both really stubborn,
clean my own house
and neither one of us wanted to lose.
The critique
We've been married 14 years and we run a bed and breakfast in Vermont without adopted daughter.
After you fucking
If
spread
that dude doesn't
misinformation
chicken
for like
out
a year and a
soon,
half about
I'm
COVID.
going to start to suspect that he's actually gay.
It's funny, but that is funny. But since your account was just created 6 minutes ago, I think I'm going to ban just because that's like suspicious.
Because we see the failures of what was supposed to be our people most acutely.
Yeah, I think, last thing on this topic, maybe. I've tried to come
Dude, I'll talk the most shit about people who are on the left. Jimmy Dore, have me on your show to dunk on Jimmy Dore. I'll do it for 3 hours as long as you keep fucking throwing
And then he follows haha.
Do you think I could go on the open chat?
It's not my job actually to clean up.
I think I could go on the open chat. Yeah, then he follows. What do you think? Should I do that?
Have to engage them consciously here, and I think the idea, these are just me surfacing things that
should I dare?
Also, it's really
I probably
should
should
say that because the IDW been.
I guess I should do this. I mean, it would be fun, but maybe I should wait. I mean, more polite.
Distance himself from these people.
Underlying here, before you ever get around to naming it, reluctant radical, right?
Wait,
to
what?
Be unashamed to be.
I mean, I feel like a reluctant radical.
That being a radical is not a good idea. It's something one only.
No, it depends on what. No, being radical might be a good idea. It might be a bad idea. What are you fighting for? Who are you fighting with? Who are your allies? What are they fighting for? These things are all actually more complicated than this.
I think
this is interesting.
It doesn't take very much looking around the world to realize things are off. And it's not a big extrapolation.
Things are off, you say, as you fucking broadcast from a bizarre wooden room with skulls and a parking meter and a faucet that people are convinced doesn't work.
And we have to change is not a happy message because change is dangerous.
Okay, so there's Echoplex Media.
Can you say to somebody, look, this person is, unashamed of being on the left, and not only on the left, but deeply enough progressive to accept the term radical, which is not a nice term at the moment. Nobody's.
I'm fine. If somebody's like, hey, I watched your channel and I think you're a radical, I would be like, what do you mean? What are you talking about? And they'd be like, oh,
I've stopped debating politics since Trump lost.
And that was their definition of a radical. I'd be fine.
I'm done wasting my time trying to explain very simple ideas to very complicated people. The Democrats don't solve problems, they manage problems. That's all I have to say.
And you think Trump solves problems?
Being a radical at the moment, and the point is, reluctant radical is the answer.
I'll agree that nobody's properly solving problems. Yeah,
again, arrived at cautiously and not.
Trump is not solving problems. He's creating problems more than he's solving them.
Like, what's going on? Is somebody churning butter in the background here? Hold on, watch this.
Says, that this is a position arrived at cautiously and not.
Somebody's churning butter in the background. The truck pulling up. Amazon delivering some more wooden panels.
Yeah, I'm not going to interrupt you,
frankly. So,
Yeah.
or unless I'm allowed to.
Yeah.
I wonder. I mean, that would be so
Sorry, I
cool.
think we
That'd be
have
so cool
elephants
to
in
be
the
able
front
to go
yard
on
at
the
the moment.
Discord.
Oh, that they cut it out because it was a funny. There will be no more Brett Weinstein and Heather this evening, but
Let's see if you see stuff.
yeah, the idea of a radical is stupid. I mean, I don't know, you're outside of the mainstream, but like a lot of people, like fucking, like just an out gay person in the 60s would have been a radical just by being like telling their friends, hey, I'm gay, right? So this, like, it all, like,
yeah,
what
I
are
don't.
you doing?
I don't like this term. I don't like this necessarily.
It's
This
like
term of
way
radical.
more important than.
But this is kind of. I don't know. I actually kind of find it
radical.
Okay, I'm gonna. I don't know if you want to send me a video. If you got a video like you want to send me, just send it. Just send it. I'll be glad. I'll gladly look at any sort of video that I get sent. Sorry. Oh, sending cow. Oh, at Plex Dave. Oh yeah. Interesting. Okay, do you want to watch for now? Do you want to watch like a video? What was when live TV goes wrong? I don't know. Do you want to watch more about the organs in space? Do you want to watch a video about organs in space, for instance? I don't know. But would you like that? Would you maybe? What is this? Oh yeah, this was a doctor thing. This was.
It just showed me how corrupt our government
Yeah.
is. I was never a believer that the FBI let 9/11 happen, but after seeing what the FBI did to Trump, I am a full believer that the FBI allowed 9/11 to happen to derail Bush's presidency.
I know, so you're believing in this. No, it's not. Look, the FBI didn't do that to Trump, okay? Like, Trump lost. The FBI didn't do anything to Trump. The FBI didn't make Trump lose the election. In any case, you shouldn't want Trump to win the election, but of course, if he did win, like, obviously you should want him to then actually officially, if he should have won according to the votes that he got, then of course he should have been inaugurated. But the point is that it doesn't appear to be the case. Likewise, it didn't derail the Bush presidency. And other people think that it's not to derail the Bush presidency, but precisely done by Bush to start the Iraq War. You see? Like, literally.
All the investigations on Trump during his presidency.
Yeah, of course, but because there was like suspicious stuff. It's true that there might have been some partisanship, but like, come on, like the FBI investigated Trump. That was the right of the FBI to do that. Then the people still were allowed. People are allowed to do, people are allowed to vote for whatever they want to vote. Like I don't know. Like if people really love Trump so much, they can still just vote for him anyway, regardless of whether the FBI is investigating him or not. So I don't think that's valid. It's like the Russia thing for Clinton, like if people really like Clinton, too bad if Russia is like doing like advertising on Facebook. They're just doing like campaigning for Trump or something. It's really not. It's really like to me that was silly. That's that Russia thing, because like it doesn't matter. Like she lost. She lost. Who cares if Russia was part of it? Like people, it's just a kind of form of like speech, really. So yeah, likewise for the FBI thing. I think that the elections were fair. Clinton lost and Trump won in 2016. Now Trump lost and Biden
It all
won.
has left a sour taste in my mouth.
But it shouldn't. It shouldn't. Like, literally, what should leave a sour taste in your mouth is Trump denying that he lost. That's the problem. Not the the problem is that Trump denied that he lost, which is unprecedented, really. So yeah. I no, don't. I mean, look, Trump was harmful. Okay, Trump was a harmful person.
Biden got the most votes in American history. Really? That guy.
he got the most votes because the population is growing. So of course, every time any person wins, basically that person gets the most votes. Often, especially also when there's large turnout. If there's large turnout plus like population growth, means he got the most votes. Yeah, he got the most votes. It's true. It's true. But come on, Biden's not great, but he wants too much of like job programs and stuff. I'm not a fan of like having too much like government takeover stuff. But I mean, in some ways, he's too much in favor of like government control. Other ways, I think he's not enough in favor of like leftism, like free healthcare and UBI. So like, I don't know, I'm just not, I'm not a fan. And of course, then there's the Hunter Biden thing. There's the hair sniffing, the racist comments. The the fact that he used to like vote pretty sort of I mean, not just like he apparently he was against like, you know, certain policies to help integration of black people and stuff. So, um, yeah, Biden isn't like incredible a person. And of course now he's like getting a bit old and like stuff. But look, um, Trump was still worse, but he in a way he was more honest. Like Obama on the surface he seemed like a kind of cool guy. In the end, he's actually a war criminal. He's a Wall Street shill. That's not great. He also was actually responsible for those ICE detention centers that then led Trump also to having, the
I
famous
honestly
separation of the
haven't
kids
been
and stuff.
watching the news since the election. I've crawled under a rock and I'm going to stay there for a while.
But again, yeah, you can. I mean, I don't watch the news that much. But again, don't think that Trump is some incredible hero. Trump is not. Trump is an idiot, okay? Trump is mostly an idiot. I mean, he's not completely stupid either, but like most of the stuff that he's done is not like helpful, and it's like yeah, yeah. But don't think Trump, yeah, just don't think Trump is incredible. Like, and be glad that Trump is gone. I'm certainly glad that Trump is gone. So,
It's cool, brother. When do you stream?
a lot of it's not a constant schedule, so it can be kind of anytime, really. Just sort of check out. I stream every day. I stream every day. I stream on politics section. Just check out. I stream a lot. So just I could really be at any time. Like literally I started streaming almost like 12 hours ago. Although I've stopped, but like yeah, often I'll stream like just really anytime, literally. So that is that. What is this?
Okay, haha, well, I have to go. It's getting late.
Oh sure. Yeah, I can imagine. I'm probably must be late for you in the States. I'm not in the US right now, so as a result, it's not late for me.
I would like to keep in touch with you.
Oh sure. Do you want I don't know, how would you like to keep in touch? Just tell me, you can do like yeah, just tell me what sort of method you'd like, I guess. I mean you can keep in touch just by
Just
coming.
through Twitch will be fine.
Yeah, okay. No, but I was thinking maybe like if you wanted through Discord or something, since we're already like going on Discord there. Um, if you want to go on Discord, you can like send me a Discord or whatever. I've got a bunch of people who come to see me on Twitch. Ooh. Oh no, but that wasn't to me. Okay, so this is just yeah. All right. Well, just come back here whenever you want. Just come back here. Oh, it looks like you have other people though, because it says I've got 4 viewers. So I've got some lurkers, huh? I've got some
If
lurkers.
something newsworthy happens, I'd like to hear your thoughts. I have a lot to say. Maybe here I'll share one last thing.
Sure, go ahead. Go ahead. Tell me. I mean, tell me. I mean, I've sort of explained this stuff I support, right? I explained kind of my policies basically. I guess I'm a sort of the closest thing would be a liberal, just a liberal that limits inequality. and liberal in the sense that a liberal is like Republicans. Republicans are liberals. This is what people often don't understand. Like Republican supporters are basically liberals, at least in theory. In practice, often they aren't. They like to claim they're liberals when in fact they aren't.
Your YouTube is interesting. Can I ask some questions?
No, because your account was just created. Sorry. Sorry if that was a genuine thing. I banned you because like newly created accounts, usually it's trolls. So I'm sorry. Yeah. Yeah, I'm like basically a liberal, but a liberal that doesn't like the inequality that arises from liberalism, from capitalism. And so to limit that, I want like I said, a basic income and a wealth cap. And of course, yeah, like and healthcare, government paid healthcare. Yes. That is what I want. But then I am in favor of market economies, private enterprise, all of that, deregulation, and yeah, like no borders and just freedom of movement, equality of everyone under the law. That's kind of more or less what I'm about. So yeah, yeah. Hopefully that is clear. We could have a look at some other videos for my lurkers. Okay, so this was a weird video of showing how some sort of video to explain that trans people are all pedophiles because of this one video of this drag kid doing a performance of a thing. So like
try jumping in the live voice channel under #LibShowStuff. Not sure it'll work, but I can't get his attention right now.
That's gonna get lots of people pissed off probably, but yeah, I did already. I got right into the channel, but I'm not sure I want to like disrupt him. But okay, you want me to do it?
People that are okay with unchecked immigration and illegal immigration need to read their history books and notice that the American Indians had no immigration policy, and we all seen how that worked out for the Indians.
Actually, they did have an immigration policy, but it was fought with violence. They fought against it with violence. So, yeah. Yeah. But anyway, the point is that everybody should adopt just modern liberal values, the values of democracy, equality, fairness, freedom. That these are values that everybody should adopt. And once you do that, then it doesn't matter because everybody will just be, a person that is okay to have.
Just saying that there is a lesson there to be learned.
Yeah. I guess I'm not in favor of unchecked immigration. My point is that you first equalize economic levels between countries until there's no need to immigrate, right? Because they'll be pretty rich in their own home countries. You see what I mean? That's more or less what I advocate for, right? With a basic income. That way, if people want to live off of welfare, they can just stay in their own country. A global basic income. That way, if they want proper basic income, so if they want to live off of welfare, they just stay in their own country. There's no need for immigration that way. You still open borders. So if people want to come, it's not because they want welfare. It's because they actually like want to work, or just because like they like the culture or something, or the scenery, climate, whatever. Alrighty. Kind of scary. Let's get on there.
Modernism, the deconstruction, and all those attendant pseudo philosophies.
A jump cut.
America has been exporting jobs
his daughters,
for many.
Not this miracle that we call Paradise Lost or Samson Agonistes. You read Homer to find out, if he's a blood worshipper.
Wait, what?
This whole game of taking the great documents of Western civilization as a hunting ground for
I don't think he hears
moral woke offense.
It's been working for other people.
Well, first of all, it's catastrophically stupid.
The point is that you should
if
be
you have the 40th Symphony of
people.
Mozart or the Beethoven's Fifth, and the only reason you're playing it is to find out if either Mozart or Beethoven had a sexist attitude, you're out of your mind.
But they probably did.
Stop this. And the idea that one of the great propulsions of the Western society is simple envy and resentment of its success, even as those who are envious and resentful are basically being fed and kept by it.
I'm getting weed from it.
With some sort of childish, immature animosity towards what, if you think of it, the rise of thought is the greatest thing we have. And in the richest part of the world, the most prosperous, the highest institution. Have you been reading some of these whiteness things, the new rules?
And like the ones the federal government are using to train their civil servants? You mean those?
And the epidemic of anti-racism, which is a kind of racism.
Oh my God.
Which is monosyllabic. If you don't have our ideas,
racism is not monosyllabic.
Or you're this or you're that. I don't know how a free people.
Okay, this one. Under live show stuff. Okay, I didn't see that. I probably didn't look. Oh yeah, under live show stuff, live voice. Okay, never mind. I tried. Wait, no, I'll try. I didn't do it. Let's try. Okay. Alrighty. Thank you. Yeah, because I was right into it, but I was right there though. But it's weird. So you can actually just go right there, but you're not supposed to. I was like, this is weird. This is really weird.
Looking at the country, and
it's the right way of looking at any country these people would call the West, actually, because like for them the West is like a surrogate. It's a surrogate for white culture. And they brought up like people from Ireland before. It's not like it is like, oh well, white people have been messed up too. It's that Irish people weren't considered white. And when they talk about the Western world, they're always just, it's like the Western world is their shopping cart. But what they're throwing in their shopping cart is fucking white people. Some of them have a little bit of olive skin now, like Italians or whatever. They're just talking about what they believe to be white people. Come on. Oh, Judeo-Christian culture is really interesting too, because for a very long time, the Jews didn't really feel like they were part of Christian culture in the West either, because they got discriminated against and they were treated like they weren't white. To the extent that they were or weren't white, like it all depended on what society decided white meant at the fucking time. I wish I was at the party that my neighbors are having now, actually. If I just jump out the window and leave for a party, you just look at my DJ equipment in Madison Starman, would you be mad? So my neighbors are having a party. I don't even have shoes on. If I showed up, if I just climbed in their window, like a few windows down, without any shoes on and with a drink, I think they'd accept me.
Is there, so, and to me, that means now, is that the case now that at a university, if I stand up and say that I don't believe that the lens of systemic racism is the proper way to analyze Canada, especially compared to other countries, that now I'm so reprehensible that I deserve to be suspended if a couple of people object? Is that the situation that we're looking at? Or am I being...
No, it's like, what are you saying? Like, if you're like, that's not the best lens to look, but then you look at it through a class lens, and then you're like, oh, systemic racism is real, but it also is impacted by class. You could fucking do that, and people be like, oh, that seems reasonable. But if you're like, no, systemic racism isn't anything, and then like, no, there's just no racism, then no.
Too hard on the university.
I have to admit, I may be wrong, but there may have been a flavor for that during that month. So like it was, like my story was sort of a scapegoat for something that is much bigger.
What did she say?
Deer, a simple deer, a silly deer. Sometimes we're not allowed to write serious things or silly things or be wrong or change our mind.
In your situation...
Wait, no, you're allowed to do all. You can write serious. We talk about things that are serious here. We talk about things that are silly here. And I'm wrong sometimes. Like, these things are all fine. You can be serious, you can be silly, and you can be wrong. When you're serious... If you get something wrong, it's more important than when you're being silly and you get something wrong. But none of this is all fine. This is bullshit. This is fucking bullshit. There's a few things I could do around here that would chase all of you off, but it would be about my character, right? It wouldn't be about getting some fucking fact wrong. You wouldn't be like, well, fuck gay Steve, you got the fact wrong. It'd be like if my character was demonstrated to the people here, if I demonstrated poor character repeatedly to the people here, then y'all would be gone. But it wouldn't be about some fucking fact. Get some fucking fact wrong. People in the chat are like, no, it's like this. And I'm like, oh, I guess it's like this. And then we just move on and we keep doing what we're doing here in the now space. Like, this is all bullshit. The thing they're saying is happening to them isn't true. People aren't like really picking on this or that little fact they got wrong. People are making character assessments of Jordan Peterson and the people he associates with. And the character assessment is negative because most of these people don't have good character and they display it through their behavior and what they're saying. And I hate to tell this to like the rational people, like, oh, you're ad hominem, you're attacking their character. And it's like, well, yeah, I think their character is shit. And that's all that's happening here is people are deciding that they suck. Sorry, Jordy Pete.
Peculiar, I might say, because you don't seem to be the right sort of target for this sort of targeting, you know, because you're using the terminology that I don't appreciate in the least. I mean, you're female, you're an immigrant, you're at least in principle part of the communities that the people who push this sort of
no, women who move to this country. I know he said female, but we'll just say women. Women who move to America can and then get their citizenship can actually be a piece of shit too. Being a piece of shit isn't like a naturally born American phenomena. You can move here and be a piece of shit. That's fine though. If you're a citizen here, you're just one of us. It's fucking whatever. You're a piece of shit, but you're one of us, I guess.
Nonsense are hypothetically trying to protect. So why is it because you are in one of these victimized categories? Absolutely. And you dared to say something that wasn't in accordance with the necessary moral ideology that you've been targeted?
So maybe they wanted, if you read the about of the Bambi's blog, you see that deer does not want to fit in any group and put in a box. So I'm supposed to be racialized, be a poor me. I don't have poor. I don't like to be victimized personally in my life.
But then you're on Jordan Peterson's show talking about how people are being mean to you on the internet.
I'm a dignified person.
I want more people to be mean to me on the internet. These people suck at this.
And I like the term invisible minority, visible minority, you know, the terms that you...
Oh, you know what? What's her name? Let's check the video description. Let's see. Lisa, maybe you can find out what she did, right? Yaomi Park's account of her... Yaomi Park, I think. That's the only... is it at Columbia University.
Can I read it?
Nope, that was North Korea. I don't know who this lady is. If you look here, he's not really shouting out his guests. He's got products though. Yeah, the only guest he shouted out was the one from North Korea. I don't know who this lady is. But I bet she did something stupid and people told her to go fuck herself.
Back my time when
Again, the difference is what if it wasn't me? What if it was the media wench? What if it was HK Perrin? What if it was Matt? What if I had PJ on the show or Stark Raving and one of y'all said something dumb? And people started coming after us for it. We would all just be like, yeah, that was dumb. And that was one of us. And then you're done because that's all you have to do. If you do it over and over and over again, then people might start making judgments about your character. But in that moment, that was dumb. Yeah. I don't know. Fucking HK Perrin said something inappropriate on the show. Yeah. No, he's still going to be on the show. Most of his contributions are good. And he knows that what he said was stupid. And then you're just done. But these people, they just don't do it. They can't. They won't. They just won't be like, no, I was wrong. These people are all fucking delusional. Can you imagine? Somebody's like, oh, you were wrong about this. And my response is, I'm never wrong. You've taken me out of context. Like immediately on the defensive. I mean, I might go on the defensive and go, what was it you thought I said that was wrong? Come on, man.
And then put us divided into you're this group, that group, and sectarianism.
Where of the hypotenuse, there is like a right-wing Hinduism is a big thing in India their president, Modi, is a right-wing Hindu. Former presidential candidate Tulsi Gabbard seems to be a Hindu nationalist, a right-wing Hindu. There are people of all kinds of religions who are right-wing, and it sucks that you got kicked off of someplace just for like referring to like right-wing religious nationalism. Like that sucks. But also it's Reddit's fucking server farm, and they can do what they want with it, right? Like if Twitch just cut me off right now, they can do what they want. I mean, I don't know why they do that. It's the best damn political channel on Twitch, you know? But
right. So you're supposed to be, first of all, you're female, so hypothetically you're oppressed because you're female, even though the evidence for suppression of females in academia is very, very, it's actually, females dominate over males in terms of numerical proportion in most disciplines. It's not the case in the STEM fields, but everywhere else it's the case, not only, especially in terms of graduates produced. It might not be the case at the highest levels of distinction.
that's the point, is that if women dominate a field, but then men are at the top of the hierarchy in that field, maybe you start to think about that a little bit. Why are there so many women in healthcare, but the upper echelon, the board of directors of these companies are mostly men? Yeah, you start to think about that, actually. I don't know, maybe I'm just...
All right. What do I do? What do I do? It says I have 2 viewers, but honestly, I'm not convinced. Not convinced I have anyone. So if there's a lurker, just say so. Otherwise, I'll go back to learning Russian. I'll unmute the speech chat.
Механизм. Двигатель. Поршень. Топливо. Карданный вал. Коленчатый вал. Ось. Цилиндр. Охлаждающая жидкость. Охлаждающая жидкость.
Hey, you're unbanned.
Wait, I'm unbanned? What do you mean I'm unbanned? I wasn't banned. What are you talking about? Sitting cow. I haven't been banned for a long time. Or you mean to... Wait, who? What'd you talk about? I haven't been banned. Have I been banned? No. What are you talking about?
Жидкость. Аккумулятор.
Again, tell me if you want me to do something like more or something. I noticed that you already have 2 bands setting cow too. So, I wonder why that might be.
Get to the Echoplex.
If you have 2 bands, it's somewhat suspicious.
be good.
I already was at the Echoplex. He just didn't pick up. Do you want me to go back? I can go back to the Echoplex, but I mean, I can do this if you like, but oops. I can do this if you like. But it didn't work last time. And I banned you 2 times, which is makes me somewhat suspicious of your character. Well, I can absolutely not remember why. But presumably, I had my reasons. I had my reasons. What?
Руль.
Руль. Oops.
Лобовое стекло.
Стекло, лобовое стекло.
Кабель.
I'm sorry, it's why is it not coming up? Okay, well, okay. Oh crap. Weird.
Twitch.
I'll get to the Echoplex. Oh, on Twitch I'm a man. Oh, okay. Yeah, thanks for you gotta write more. Oh yeah. Thanks. Bravo. Thank you, Setting Cow. Thank you. Although I'm surprised that you did that, but like thank you. Ooh, cool. Okay, so what do you want me to do now?
Act like you know.
And it had a schema. It was a schema arranged in the form of a pyramid with genocide at the top of the pyramid. And then...
Oop, network error. Okay, I'm not the only one though.
No. The as you get further further down the pyramid, the things become more contextually dependent. Remaining or 2 sides to every story. You got 2 friends that are arguing. Maybe you fucking want to hear them both out. So, like, at the very top, genocide, not much context required, right? If you're wiping people out because of their religion, perceived religion, or race, or like sexual preference or gender identity, you've done a genocide. Violence, sure. These are also things
Lakota,
that calls for violence. Yeah, this is all good. But then discrimination. Most of the stuff. Okay, veiled racism. Here we go. Racist. No. Bootstrap theory. No. Minimization. We all belong to the human race. There we go. The right at minimization is where it becomes very context dependent on this fucking weird pyramid they put up. Right there at minimization. That's where it seems to become context dependent for some of the things or most of the things below that line. Above that line, claiming reverse racism, cultural appropriation, bootstrap theory. Yeah, all this stuff, racist jokes is just veiled racism. No, that's not veiled racism. They've got racist jokes in the wrong place. Should probably be like under discrimination. Yo, I thought this video was going to suck. I mean, it does suck, but it's like a good thing to talk about, right? Because we have a line here where things become context dependent, and it's right around where minimization is. Above it, we don't really need a lot of context, right? Below it, sometimes we do. Sometimes we don't. Just depends on what they've chosen to put there.
POC, but also thinking, well, my black friend said ... So the idea that these two things were next to each other seemed interesting to me. Also things that were just, political party platforms.
Okay, well,
minimization. We all belong to the human race.
Right. That was a
post-racial society.
Yeah, if your response to racism is either of these two things, then you're probably up in the veiled racism category and not in the indifference category. If you were like outside of the context of race or whatever, you're like, oh, we all belong to the human race and we should save the planet. We should stop global warming. It would be great if we could eliminate COVID for now because we're all part of the human race. See, there's no racism there. But if somebody says, hey, people are pretty racist to my black neighbor, and you're like, you know what, we're actually all part of the human race, then yeah, what you're doing is probably racist. This is all like, that's what minimization. Post-racial society, I could say to you, wouldn't it be fantastic if we lived in some version of a post-racial society where people just didn't even consider each other's races? Be fantastic. So like, yeah, minimization is the line at which it like all becomes really context dependent. And they could have a really interesting conversation here, except that Jordan Peterson fried his brain and he's leading the discussion. And so, well, Jordan Peterson before he fried his brain probably couldn't properly lead this discussion either. But I just think that like someone like me leading this discussion from here on out would be better.
Why can't we all just get along?
Like literally,
intentions.
Why can't we all just get along is what the dude who got the fuck beat out of him by the police said while the riots were happening. Stop, Jordy Pete. Come on.
Over impact. That's a nice one.
Yeah.
Yes, we could talk about that for about 3 weeks.
Yeah.
Jordy Pete, who is like, when someone says, oh, you said this, and he's like, that's not what I meant. He's like really mad about Come on, Jordy Pete, you and Sam Harris particularly spend a lot of time prioritizing your intentions over the impact of your behavior. I go the other way. Interpersonal relationships, it's fine. If your friend did something and it came off weird, but they're like, oh, I meant this, and that's your friend and that's been your friend for a long time, just believe them. It's fine. Your friend probably did mean well. Now, if it's the 17th time your friend has done this in the last 4 months, you might start thinking about your friendship. But in the context of what they're talking about, yeah, the result of what you're doing matters way more.
I've heard shoving things up your ass is quite painful, so you might want to start with something small like
not believing experiences of people of color.
Ego.
Two sides to every story. Right. Yeah, well, it's very interesting when you look very carefully at the words.
We've played videos of non-white people on this channel where we don't believe what they claim their experience was. It's just that I don't have a track record of doing and saying racist shit. So if I don't believe a person of color when they're saying something, like saying, oh, there's the chemtrails or whatever, I mean, we're hitting the low-hanging fruit a lot of times here. But if I don't believe somebody who's not white, the first thing that occurs to you isn't, oh,
damn,
Dave
bro,
just
you're
doesn't like
reacting
people
to a
who aren't
React
white.
streamer live.
Then if I go on to like
That's
impugn them because of the color of their skin, you're like, oh, I was wrong about Dave. But I don't do that. And I know what the dog whistles are, and I don't use those. And if I do, and chat's like, oh, that was a dog whistle, I'm like, oops, that was a dog whistle. Shouldn't have said that.
Step, yeah.
Then we move on and continue to make fun of the dumb shit they're saying about the shape of the earth or the vaccine.
Gotta do what you
can impugn what people claim their experiences are. It's just like, what were you doing before that? And what did you do after that? And like, who are you and what's your brand and what are you putting out there? I know this is, again, it's about character and like, it's wrong to talk about people's character.
That are lumped in with the other words, let's say.
Right.
Guilt by association. Okay.
Yo, guilt by association is real. Again, I fucking hate this. I fucking get so mad at this. I feel like to the extent that I am credible, my credibility comes from the associations that I keep and the people that I bring on. The Media Wench was on with me earlier tonight. I have historian Matt, a very honest person. H.K. Perrin, very honest person. Johnny Corn's been on Local Love lately. Very honest person. Juan Maserati, very honest person. From the community, I bring on PJ. I bring on Stark Raving. Those are very honest people. If the flip side of that is if I'm associated with a bunch of shitty people who lie all the time and people make that assumption about me, then, I mean, that's fair enough, actually.
You had this pyramid of white supremacy.
Yeah, and I was asked, how do you respond to this? What do you think about this? And I said, I think this is extremely destructive and horrible schema to put in front of a child, and I will never do it. And
they're not putting that in front, like a child. Like, what does he mean when he says a child? It is a different, that pyramid was complicated, right? Not like complicated for us, but for like a 7-year-old, probably shouldn't be putting that in front of a 7-year-old. What about a 15-year-old? Maybe a 15-year-old can understand that pyramid, and to the extent they can't, hopefully the other 15-year-olds and the teacher or whoever's around can help them understand the things and what's going on. And again, like, how far down the pyramid do you go before it becomes context dependent?
The kids stick with the list. Why is that bothering you?
Well, it's
War Machine.
Because
even if I don't have a great vibe, you can be like, you're creeping me out, and I'd be like, sorry.
Multiplicity of possible reasons for things that change, that are different depending on the actual incident, get reduced to this script of explanations, and only those explanations.
No, he's saying the same thing I said about the pyramid, except that I understand that you have to go down towards the base of the pyramid to find things that are context dependent. The one was like, oh, we're all the human race. You can just use that. You can be like, we're all the human race and we need to worry about climate change. Or we're all the human race and I think racism and discrimination are happening to a lot of people in a lot of countries and it's fucked up.
Explanations, fit the paradigm, and only those explanations will be considered. And that means that you're not making sense of the world for yourself. You're following a script.
Rouse Bells, thank you for the follow. Hope you're still here and I hope you enjoyed the kitty.
She escaped from North Korea.
Yes.
And she wrote a book called In Order to Live, which is an...
And she had to bounce.
And the book ends in 2015.
Now it's just the 3 of you left.
After 2015...
4 of you, I think. 3 of you, 4 of you.
Enrolled in Columbia University, which was a dream of hers and a dream of her father that she be an educated
I'd even
person.
suggest to you that high school
she studied humanities
are not
at Columbia.
Children. They're not capable of making all the adult decisions, but they're certainly capable of handling things
waste
that
of time
children
and money.
are not.
And that she felt that she was completely unable to utter an opinion that was genuine the whole time she was there. And it shocked me, And so I asked her very specifically, I said, come on, you're not going to tell me that the entire time you spent in Columbia, you didn't have at least one professor or two professors who stood out, who really taught you. Now, she had told me during the interview that she had encountered George Orwell's work when she was in South Korea, particularly Animal Farm, and that was what
Animal Farm is a good book.
What influenced her to start.
Animal Farm is a good book for kids, not kids, but like 5th, 6th graders, 10, 11, 12. Animal Farm is a great book. Super good book.
And she had read a lot when she was educating herself in South Korea prior to going to South Korean University and then to Columbia. So it's not like she was unfamiliar with the potential impact of, let's say, the classics on her life, on her philosophy. But when I pressed her
about that book,
Nancy, that's a good point.
If
we were to control for privilege or whatever, and just assume everybody has like a medium or higher amount of privilege in our society, then I think maybe you generally get into school what you put out of it. But a lot of people who are in communities where there's not a lot of money, and because school is funded by property tax, at least here in America, maybe the conditions of your school impact your performance and what you can bring forward to you.
Man, I just don't know what to do. I don't know what to comment.
It's a little more complicated than that. But if we control for privilege,
I could talk about how
people who are somewhat privileged, assuming that they're, generally neurotypical and like able to like socialize without being bullied too much, yeah, then you get in what you put out. But again, school is like a very social thing, and it's like very dependent on who you are, where you are. You know what? If your peers don't like you at school, you're at a significant disadvantage. School is how you learn to socialize as a child and young adult, right? So if your peers don't like you at school, you're at a significant disadvantage in every other endeavor in school. Maybe I'll stop now.
A single biology class which dealt with evolution, which was a complete mystery to her, given her background, because history sort of started when her dynastic totalitarians were born. But she said even that took a wicked turn to the politically correct direction by the time she was done.
Universities now, at the humanities level, from everything I read.
You know what this guy has? This guy is an original Studebaker. That's what this guy has.
Are a disgrace. The treason of the clerks. It is, they are so suffocated by these arch and empty philosophies that have no logic and are punitive. I'm a person that was so taken by the university that I almost worshipped it. And now I tell people that have younger children, 20, 21, 22, don't go to the damn university unless you're taking science. Go to a trades college or just go out on your own. It's the saddest thing that has happened.
Yo, if you could imagine
my mom,
a university full of young people isn't going to have a culture that agrees with a dude who's 117 years old.
In the Western world, that we've allowed second-rate minds, political agents, propagandization as instruction. We have decimated the soul of the university.
I mean, look at what Animal Farm did for you. That's what reading great books does for people. You know, it illuminates.
Animal Farm is a book you give to a 12-year-old.
It's not optional.
He actually did.
And I'm so appalled that that was your experience at Columbia. It's so awful that you went through all that and managed to get to this great.
Dude, this is like a person who got out of North Korea and went to Columbia University.
University, and you know, and that you had to shut yourself down, and that your basic conclusion was that it was a waste of time. Now, did you have courses where that wasn't the case? Did you have courses that were worth it?
I mean, so one class I remember in my senior year, it was called the Western Civilization, the music art.
Based on where she's at in the skyline behind her, I'm assuming she's in like downtown New York, Chicago, or San Francisco. It was worth it.
But then I was excited to learn about, but I thought at the end of the day, this is still the West. America is in the West, right? It would be funny if you want to study Eastern music at the end of in the core. And the professor's like, who has a problem with calling the Western civilization like art?
Maybe
and
it's good.
Every single one of them all lifting their hands because they were saying there are so many artists.
Oh, that's really where this lady's in like a pretty high up. If you can kind of look and see what's going on here, she's like on a high floor.
Damn, she's
like
a sexy refugee, Craigasm.
In a city. Yeah. Where she's at ain't cheap. Her education has done her.
And that's why we have to now end up studying these like bigots, you know, who are racist. And,
she might be in Seoul, South Korea. You're right.
And then they were like looking at me, why are you not putting your hands up? Somebody who doesn't have the problem with talking about Western civilization. So that's just like, I was like, do I even have to do this to graduate? And that was, of course, necessary to do that course to graduate. So every class had an element of
asterisk.
Being politically correct and shaping how you think.
Okay, he's really loud.
And
actually,
I learned how to censor myself so well after Columbia, and then I was freaked out one day. It's like, what am I doing? This is not what.
And I wish this volume thing was.
You know, it just. And
I'm so ashamed.
So like, okay, so like a little bit weird here. She's like, I escaped a place with cultural norms and an oppressive government that I didn't like. I've gone to another place. They have cultural norms that I don't like. You know, things are better now.
JP fucks your
That's
mom
so
and
awful.
probably then mine too.
Is he gonna cry? Jordy Pete's about to cry. Look, I'm gonna get a screenshot of this. I know Media Wench doesn't like
What?
when I take
Meat
Jordy
spin?
Pete screenshots.
I don't know what meat
He's about
spin
to
is
cry.
either.
And I feel like this is what we love about Jordy Pete around here.
You know, it's no.
Oh my God, he is.
Picnic
Jordy Pete,
to
stop
watch
it.
These great institutions hang themselves.
Yeah. I literally felt like it's a suicide of civilization. Like we are killing ourselves here, and that's why, like, what I mean, that's what scares me is that when I was so grateful to going to South Korea was outside of North Korea, there was at least a place that was left to be free. And all these people,
I know how to stand up to a man.
you know, climate change, animals' rights, gender equality.
Oh, cupcakes. People can cry.
whatever,
But
all
Jordy
these
Pete,
things
like he
people
just
fight
does it
for.
in weird. I don't know.
Wonderful. But then imagine when no
All right.
who's gonna fight
You're
for
right.
us? And that's like what terror for me is like. Imagine all of us became insecure,
No,
North
he's not
Koreans,
doing that.
all
There's
of us
nothing to-
in that system. There's no one can stand up for any of us. And I guess because I always knew that it wasn't guaranteed.
I don't know
like
what
when
to. I don't know
go
what to
camping
do.
with
There's
my
no.
friends,
I'm not able
my
to have any
friends
proper
somehow
interaction.
always a confidence that they're gonna find food.
What should I
even though
say?
when they're
What should I
going to the
do?
remote area.
Should I look at other
Now
stuff
When you go
maybe?
camping with your friends who just bring food.
Like energy bars, blah blah, always with me because
There are
I
too many
know,
people here. I'm not
like you
able to
can
have a
end up
proper
not having
conversation.
all food. So
Your friends
maybe
are
this is the
stupid and don't know how to go
mentality, like,
camping.
rest, freedom was always there. Somehow people think it's gonna be miraculous. They're gonna be always
Just
there.
drop
Daniel,
something
thanks for the
super
follow.
fucked
Sorry,
up in his
notice it
chat.
right away. I hope you like
No,
the
because
kid
then I'll get
So
banned
that's
again.
why
I got
we were supposed
unbanned,
to be
remember?
educating young
I got
people. We were supposed to be
unbanned.
teaching them that no, it's not always there. It's fragile, and you better take care of it because the default condition is authoritarian starvation.
What is the leftist version of chuds?
And if that isn't happening, it's a
Tankies.
bloody miracle.
What?
Well,
And
I've
that's-
seen this over and over in the universities too. You know, it was often the case
Stop,
that
Jordan.
it was
Stop.
my psychology classes where the students learned about what happened in Stalinist Soviet Union and Maoist China. They hadn't been taught at all. They hadn't been taught that tens of millions of people died in China. They hadn't been taught about what happened in
Tens
North
of
Korea.
millions
They
of
hadn't
people
been
died
taught
in
about
every
what happened
country.
in Russia. It was like
People
that
live and
never
die every
existed.
day.
Even though the Cold War was all about that, and it was it's appalling. It's and I think you see exactly the same thing. Well, you're pointing out exactly the same thing. I've been thinking about
Wait, what?
the question of the meaning of life, and the first.
I wish I'd
I've
seen
been
it.
thinking about the same thing. Well, you're pointing out
what?
exactly the same thing.
Wardrobe.
I've been thinking about
I'm
the
not sure what
question
that
of the meaning of
quick
life.
is too.
And the first objection, I suppose, that arose in my mind was an objection to the question itself.
He's watching
Because there
you.
might not be a meaning in life. There are
He's watching
places
me.
where people derive meaning, and you can list them, and it's useful practically if people are
for
thinking about
fuck's
how to
sake.
organize their life, if they're unhappy. And
What's going
they want to
on?
know how things might be better. I mean,
Is he
my
going back to the-
observation, and obviously not only mine, is that
Where's the left versions of
people
chuds,
generally need
tankies?
to have
Oh,
a
I just
career
call
or
them
a
chuds.
job to keep
I
the
just
wolf
call
from
them
the door,
chuds.
but
I've just
also
called them
to
leftist
engage
chuds.
them productive.
What a bizarre experience on
To
a
me, it's the
panel
same
would I
thing,
just,
really.
like, hook up a
It's like the
camera
same
and edit
ideology, really. It's
myself in talking about
authoritarianism and
some
oppression
fuck-
and
maybe.
and even like racism, being pro-religion, being pro-forced labor. It's the same thing. It's like literally those
I feel like
people.
maybe Beef Daughter
Those
isn't
people
really
are just
even
another
his,
kind
public
of
persona
like
anymore.
regressive person,
Busy
anti-progressive.
on her own public persona right now. And I feel like he's struggling as a result. I feel like when the VH1 Behind the Music about Jordy Pete comes out, we're going to learn some things about Beef Daughter.
Actively with others, which is a primary source of meaning for conscientious people and for creative people alike. You need to be a.
So should I go like change my shirt and wear a different hat and come back and like monologue for 15 minutes? Or do you think maybe we could just like keep doing the show?
You need to pursue your education to flesh out your intellectual capacity. You have to take care of your health, physical and mental. You need an intimate relationship. You need a family, you need friends, you need intelligent use of your leisure time. You have to regulate your...
No, we don't all need all of those things, actually. People are different. Like, I have a good relationship with my family, but I don't have a partner and kids. I have my sister, her husband, my parents.
Ochud, meaning a generally regressive person, makes sense why people throw the word around like candy.
And then I have friends, of course. You see some of them on the show. You don't see others of them on the show. But we don't need all of these things. This is not true. We don't need intelligent use of our leisure time. Like, look what I do with my leisure time. Is this intelligent? I mean, I'm not dumb and I know what bullshit looks like, but we're not making intelligent use of our leisure time here in the now space. I mean, come on. Like, you don't need these things. Like, what most people need is to be free of anxiety and free of fear. I think that's what people need. If you could remove the fear in everyone's life, people would be so much happier. You're not like making people happy, but you're removing their fear.
Your susceptibility to the temptations that might lead you astray, drugs and alcohol, and perhaps pornography.
Okay.
So drugs and alcohol, you say, Jordy Pete. Perhaps, oh, hold on.
Use of your leisure time. You have to regulate your susceptibility to the temptations that might lead you astray, drugs and alcohol. And
all right, everybody, take a bong hit. If you're smoking weed out there, take a hit off your joint. Do whatever you need to do, because, like, if your temptations in life are a little bit of drugs and alcohol, look how this guy turned out. So smoke them if you got them.
Perhaps pornography and those sorts of things. And
but people,
there is
by the way, there was like this whole porn discourse that was happening on left Twitter. Here's the solution: only look at amateur porn. Everybody's there because they want to be. It's amateur. If you get caught sometimes and you think something's amateur porn,
well, I'm making good contributions. I'm making the best contribution.
Watch cam shows or something. I don't know.
I'm making the best contributions.
That around which these more practical endeavors arrange themselves, and that's something like attention to the spiritual or the philosophical domain or the religious domain. I think you can, in some sense, put all those together, and that might be, well, it might be the attempt.
Oh no, I just thought of something. Hold on, I'm going to bring myself back up. So I live in a small Silicon Valley suburb. I live in the city called Campbell. I want to set up a TEDx Campbell and have Jordan Peterson come speak at TEDx Campbell. Oh, are there no mods here? There's got to be some mods here. But yeah, I got to get Jordan. And also, like, if the chat's going ham. Let me fix this real quick. The new sheriff in town, Move On Jenkins, is here. Move On Jenkins, thanks for always hanging out in the channel. I've given you mod because you would have helped make this. Move On Jenkins.
Well, I've got the best.
What is the story here? Why are you trying to contribute so much?
Or at least to address the
because I'm trying to have a
conversation. Yourself after you were wrongly banned.
Practical life in service of, and you said, for example, that when you were
I'm not trying to redeem myself. I'm just trying to. I never had the opportunity to like contribute and to like spend time here. So I'm trying to just get myself known.
They were meant for the higher things and vice versa.
I'm
trying to make a name for myself.
A TEDx conference and had Jordan Peterson give a talk. And then we did an episode of fucking The Plex right afterwards where we played back his talk and we charged for tickets and everybody left after Jordan Peterson's talk, but we got to keep the money. That would be praxis, right? Oh, Irate Lump, thanks for gifting a sub to Redacted. But like, yeah, if we could make a bunch of money off of Jordan Peterson.
Are you French?
I'm why I sort
Someone
of.
might ask, well, what's
French-ish, I guess.
why bother with that when you can just bother with the skills? And
I was born
it
in
seems
Geneva,
to me that the
Switzerland,
answer is something
French
like,
speaking.
This is so weird. You know how in 1984 there's a book inside the book? That's what Jordan Peterson is doing on his own weird panel video. It'd be like if I had like an open panel and we had a few people on and we were talking about, I don't know, fucking YQAnon.
Why is it important to make a name for yourself in such a venue?
Shit.
Well, I need to make my name for myself just for everyone. I want just because there is a venue and there isn't another venue.
And how we're going to
if you
act
can find me a better
ethically,
venue,
and
I'm
if
all
you
ears.
help
Send me a
people
link.
understand
I'll
their
go for a better venue.
relationship
If
to
you can
what's
find a better
ultimately
venue.
noble, then you can help them fortify their resolution to do good in the world instead of to do harm. It seems to me to be, I mean, I think we're always deciding with every decision that we make whether we're going to do good or do harm by action or by inaction, and whether we should do good or harm or nothing at all. I think depends to some degree on who we think.
We're not considering
https://www.twitch.tv/Isidori.
Okay, we'll have a look at that. For now, I'll just stay here for a little while longer, but yeah, if you want. Okay, I'm copying the link.
I think we are, and
I'll open it
what
up.
we're capable of, and it seems to me that the humanities, when they're properly taught, are the study of who we could be. Each of us.
Oh, you know who's making the most thoughtful contribution to this whole thing? It's Jordy P. Actually, Nathan. I just want to be really clear. Do you think that you're more thoughtful than Jordan Peterson? I think you're not. Jordy P. be like, no, you're welcome here. Just don't break the rules. I don't know what's going on with chat. I was just like, somebody's like, there's no mods here. And I was like, well, now you're a mod. No, don't tread lightly in the now space. Say what you mean, and then we'll make our decisions accordingly. Maybe you're cool and you don't agree with us.
Than we are, and that's not a trivial problem. It's a cataclysmic problem. I did a talk at Harvard 4 years ago.
Jordan Peterson was in our chat.
I pointed out two things to the students in the audience. One was that a tremendous amount of civilization and effort had gone into producing the institution that they were now part of, and that everyone who was part of that institution was hoping that they would come there and learn everything they possibly could that was relevant and important, and that they would be the best possible people they could be, and they would go out in the world and do as much good as they possibly could.
Like, what I gotta ask is, like, this is in the middle of a panel show, and he like is obviously like edited this in. Like, what is the point of this?
And also that learning to write in particular was going to make them more powerful than they could imagine. And number of students came up to me afterwards. I'm defenseless against that kind of female insanity. When we first came here, if you were going to recommend,
like, why did you just put this like right in the middle of another video? Yeah, like, Lisa, what is he talking about? We were watching other people and they were talking to him and we were like, what are you talking about? Now it's just him in a different jacket than he was wearing when he was talking to other people. And we're like, well, what are you talking about now? Maybe he's like leaning in. Maybe he's leaning into the reality that is Jordan Peterson. Maybe he knows that the whole thing doesn't make sense. And he's just leaning in now. He's like, fuck it. Let's party. Let's party.
To a young person what they should study to prepare to be a psychological researcher, a clinical psychologist.
Hey, Nathaniel, you know what? If you're gonna call people an idiot around here, I would really prefer if you called me an idiot in the voice chat. Look, I've had a few drinks. I'm obviously not on top of my game. I'm just saying. I mean, you coming? I could bring you in via video if you really want. And yeah, sometimes the people in my chat say idiotic things. Sometimes I say idiotic things. Look, my camera does idiotic things. You see how like it's darker and brighter and darker and brighter. Anyway, back to Jordy P.
What should they do?
You could join. room where superstar DJ Bob is. I'll leave.
PhD postdoc, because people don't know that. And so what do you look for in a student at the if you're looking for a master's level student? What should have they done in their
I don't know if you're complaining. You're just like, what I'm saying is like, you come in here and you're like, oh, I'm the smartest.
Okay, he said get in the voice chat room that DJ Superstar Bob is in. You were right the first time.
Person here, I would love to talk to you. You're the smartest person here. Why shouldn't I have you on the show with me? You're obviously reasonable, smart, intelligent. Like, why wouldn't I have you on? Unless you're too good for us. I mean, that happens sometimes too.
And at the same time ready to work.
He's patronizing you.
Very hard to clarify.
I haven't berated you at all. I just said you're a genius.
How you go about
React streamers don't attract good community members.
Okay, well, I'm going on to the thing. Okay, here we go. Yeah, it doesn't. This is toxic. He is definitely being toxic.
How much time were you spending every day studying?
Okay.
I didn't. So that was a funny story. I ended up in the ER.
Okay.
And then like they were saying you're malnourished.
Here we go.
I didn't have time to eat. I forgot to
Here we
eat.
go.
So even when I was sleeping,
How much tax
I
to
would turn
put?
on the
Daniel, you can join the. If
So-
you want a webcam, all you can do
Okay,
is
stay
link
You're
it.
composed.
obsessed to the point where you weren't even eating.
If you're in the Discord, just join.
How much
I
do
thought
we have
that
to pay?
you would have
in
been more
taxes
motivated
food?
to eat after.
If I was going to do a drug
virtually
other
but
than
you were
alcohol
hungrier
or
for
weed, I
knowledge
wouldn't be
than
on
for
stream with
food.
you.
Despite
I'd
and
set
you had
aside
been
12
starved
hours.
of both.
Exactly. I was working at this I don't know, you know, something called Daiso. It's like a $1 store in South Korea.
Anything but 23 centimeters.
So I was working there as a part-time job. And
Oh shit! I think we have this Nathaniel in the.
Yeah, I'm here. I don't know if you can hear me. I don't know if this is sort of what I was supposed to do or not because he had various channels.
No, that's
Focus,
fine. That's
Nathan,
fine. No,
focus,
like the
Nathan,
whole
focus,
thing. Like,
Nathan, focus, Nathan, focus,
if
Nathan,
anybody
focus.
joins the Discord voice, by the way, until I mention that you joined the voice, I didn't see you there, and I'm not paying attention. What's up? How you doing?
Yeah, I'm all right. I actually joined the wrong channel because somebody told me to join another one, which was live voice under your live show stuff channel, and so I did that.
Oh yeah,
so, yeah.
So we tried to do a Discord stage,
Mhm.
and then no one can figure it out, and
Oh.
so like we just have a wide open channel, and now I have it like muted on a mixer most of the time.
Okay.
So are you Nathaniel?
Nathan L actually is the thing. Yeah, I didn't think of that when I actually did the name. I thought it looked cool to have all in lowercase letters.
We're not gonna get bogged down on that too much.
So
I don't think.
Yeah, just so.
But like, are you the most thoughtful person in my chat tonight?
Well, you know, I like to say, and I say so, you know, 'cause you need to sort of get enthusiasm for my thing. You know, we got to promote ourselves in some way.
Well, why?
So
why
I say
why
this
should I
to-
be enthusiastic about your thing? Shouldn't you be enthusiastic about my thing? You're calling into my show.
Okay, but well, because I'm also a streamer, right? So
What-
I'm
what is I mean, is your thing impressive?
well, I consider it impressive. I don't have an impressive following yet. I'm pretty recent.
I mean, you can get up in my DMs later. Maybe your thing is impressive. Maybe it's not.
I don't. It's just that was going to be your opinion. I like my thing. I like my policies. My point is that I think my policies are better than other policies that I'm seeing, you know, elsewhere. So I want
Do you want to talk about policy?
Yeah, I mean, it's basic stuff, right? It's not very. I mean, I'm not a political scientist, so it's.
Well, I'm not
Go
a
ahead.
political scientist either. You've been observing the show for a while. Do you think I'm a political scientist?
Well, I can't necessarily know, but like presumably
It's
not.
funny.
You're saying
Actually,
that
my
like.
degree. I have a degree in political science, but
Oh, so you do.
But I'm like 44 years old, and I got my master's degree when I was in my early 20s. So I'm like a systems administrator now.
Okay.
You're talking to a person who types into a terminal for other people's businesses.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, you could still say you are right.
So,
I mean, you've got the degree.
what policy do you want to talk about? If you're a policy wonk, I'll talk about a neat set of policies. Can you figure out why my webcam is doing this? Anyway.
What I didn't hear just the last thing you said. Oh, like a webcam or something?
Oh, I'm just mad at my webcam.
Oh, okay. And yeah, I'm not showing my own thing because it's not working properly. So I'm sorry, I'm not showing myself.
Well, it does. If you did it in Discord, it wouldn't matter anyway. But
okay.
And don't show me your thing on the show. That's a violation of TOS.
What thing do you mean by thing?
Never mind. What policy do you want to talk
about? Anything. Well, I could just say basically what I'm about, and I would say that. So fundamentally, what I'm hoping to get is more.
Talk about policy.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But what I mean is that it's a very simple set of policies that aren't really being much advocated for currently. My thing, and this is why it's unique. I'm calling it sort of L-ism based on this fake last name of the Nathan L. And so it's.
Look, I got to ask you before. Are you? I know you're. If you are doing this, you're not going to answer my question. You'll lie to me. But are you taking the piss?
No. Yeah. I mean, I guess I would be lying to you if I was, but I mean, I'm not. Yeah. No, I'm not. Why? Yeah. No. So anyway, what my thing is about fundamentally, it's about globalism. Not even just globalism, but universalism. So it's really.
Wait, are you a globalist?
Yes. Full globalist.
Oh, me too.
Okay, well, good.
Yeah,
well, good. I like people complain about globalism, and what I would actually want to contend a retort to this is actually the thing that people are complaining about when they're complaining about globalism it's not proper globalism, because people still are subjected to limitations in movement of borders.
Do you know about logical fallacies?
Oh, you mean like the No True Scotsman? Is that what you're talking about?
Well, that would be the no true globalist, right?
Yeah, so the equivalent of a no true Scotsman fallacy, but for globalism. No, I don't think so, because there are lots of there are lots of ways in which the current supposedly globalist society is not at all globalist. I mean, we've got huge restrictions of movement of individuals, right? So I mean, any proper globalism.
Are you an open borders guy?
Yeah, absolutely. That's for me as globalism.
Too, good.
Okay.
Right, cool.
Yeah. But it's true that I do think that would be, somewhat problematic to see, like, the 4 billion poorest people, for instance, immigrate into, the countries that currently hold the 1 billion richest people. I mean, what I think would be better would just be.
Wait.
Okay.
I mean, if it all happened at once, it would be a logistical problem.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
But a moral problem?
No, not a moral problem. No, not a moral problem. But a logistical problem. Maybe also just because I kind of like sort of low population density places. I like kind of the wilderness and stuff. So just from that perspective, I just don't.
Oh,
so
could you imagine that I like a lot of population density? Could you imagine?
Sure. I mean, I'm okay with there being like I also like lots of population density. I mean, I also like visiting big cities and stuff like that. I mean, it's not so much. I don't mind it all that much, but I can just understand why people would think it's problematic if you have a huge rush of things. Which is why, in any case, what I'd want is to equalize economic levels between different places first, before just have a little while where you equalize.
Wait, hold on. Like, I have to ask, what do you mean between?
Well,
economic levels.
What, like, GDP per capita. Like, you make the GDP per capita become more similar between different countries, and once there's a certain amount of somewhat similarity, then you open the borders, and so that way there's less of a differential that would drive immigration.
Wait.
Yeah. Tell me.
What?
What? What do you mean? What? Oh, you're not understanding.
It's not that I didn't hear you. It's that I didn't understand.
Oh, what I mean is that I would want policies.
Stupid.
Well, no, I don't think so. I want like policies. I would want policies that first help bring up the poorer countries and maybe even if it means like stalling the growth of richer countries, so that all countries are at a more similar GDP per capita than they're now. Like right now, there's huge disparities between countries of like the GDP per capita. You see what I mean? And so what I'd want is first there to be certain global policies that would help bring up the poorer countries first, so that there's less of a difference between the poorer countries and the rich countries, and then you open the borders, and that way that makes the whole open borders things more palatable to all the conservatives who are afraid of having mass immigration.
So I want to maybe go back a little bit. When you said that you were the most reasonable person in the chat.
Yeah, I also say that I'm the most rational person on earth.
Like,
Again,
do you know that like most people think that the decisions that they make are rational?
Yeah, of course, but like,
are you open to the idea that you have made irrational decisions in your life?
Oh, of course I've made irrational decisions. I don't deny it. I didn't say entirely rational. I just said the most rational now overall on the sort of major sort of
well, imagine thinking
issues.
about the world for a while. If you could imagine that you've thought about the world for a while and you've come to the decision that you're one of the most rational people on the planet. Could you see why maybe other people might think that you might just have delusions of grandeur if you come to that decision about the way that you look at the world?
Of course, but like I could have come up with that idea a long time ago. I didn't. I actually basically even felt the opposite. I felt inadequate. I didn't feel particularly like unique and anything, and in most ways I still don't. Like I'm untalented in most domains and stuff. I recognize I'm completely mediocre.
Are you a good painter?
No, I sort of I do few drawings and stuff.
Are you a good plumber?
No, I'm not, and I don't claim I am.
Are you a good car mechanic?
No, I don't claim I am. See, that's my point.
You said that you were talented in most domains. I thought of a few domains.
Untalented. I acknowledge.
Okay, then I was wrong.
I acknowledge that I'm untalented in most domains, and this is sort of also my point. Is that just
I got you wrong.
one specific domain, I sort of make this claim, and I know it can sound somewhat ludicrous.
Wait, before you do this, what domain are you going to make a claim in?
The domain of rationality. The domain of rationality, and not even or like
decide about everything.
Wisdom.
Wait a minute, hold on. Isn't rationality? Isn't like the version of rationality that you might give me how you decide how everything else in the world is true?
I guess my idea, maybe it's not. It could be rationality or the word wisdom. To me, it's pretty similar. And the way I would define it is basically having ideas that best correspond to the way things actually work and to the way to the ideas that one should have to actually benefit the world. So that's kind of like how I would define it. But it's kind of it's true. It's kind of difficult. But that is sort of what I mean by that.
The thing that you said, like kind of defining it is kind of difficult, might be like why we don't make these sort of broad claims about how rational we are.
I know. I think it's useful. I like this idea, and you'll be seeing. You noticed on chat, for instance, that there's lots of animosity to be directed towards me, and this is because
like check this out. Like the way most people are going to react if you tell them that you're rational and that they're not, is they're going to think you're a dick.
Yeah, sure. But notice also all the other dicks that have actually been extremely successful politically. Look at Hitler, Mussolini. Look at.
No.
Yeah. No. Yeah. But wait. This is let me get to my point. Look at these people nowadays, like Putin, Duterte, Donald Trump.
Well, I mean, most of them are dead.
Yeah,
Hitler and Mussolini are dead.
Trump.
One of them killed themselves.
Donald Trump, narcissistic asshole. Okay. Donald Trump.
He'll die of Big Mac soon, I think.
Yeah, but that's beyond the point.
Wait a minute, but that doesn't like
my point.
Like getting ahead.
Yeah.
That's like not really like a virtuous thing.
But
just getting ahead, like
just getting ahead, if you've got a policy that actually benefits people, is a virtuous thing, and that is why I'm engaging in what I'm calling stylistic fascism. It's stylistic fascism, and this is part of my whole thing.
Whoa.
Okay, stylistic fascism to generate more enthusiasm among the masses. You notice how all these, these people that generate lots of enthusiasm, they seem to be fascists. Well, how about we adopt some of this sort of rhetoric?
No.
Well,
but
look,
wait a minute.
Stylistic fascism, not the policy. Okay,
can I
go.
Just stop this for just a minute.
Sure. Sure.
What the fuck?
Stylistic, not policy. Okay, not that again. Stylistic. It's a coat of stylistic fascism on a core of something that's very much anti-fascist. Okay, I think does that kind of make more sense? Maybe. Do you see what I mean? do you see?
No.
No.
No, because I don't think that there's okay. I don't think that there's a big difference between messaging and policy.
Well, I
think that we live in a world where messaging and policy are so you cannot divorce messaging and policy.
Of course.
So I think that it's like really important that your messaging not be fascistic. But lest you attract a bunch of fascists and they implement a fascist policy.
Yeah, but my point is I'm extremely clear about my policies. Like that, I'm all about policy, and so my point is that my policies are basically that they're conservatives' nightmare. Okay, imagine a global society with, and then I haven't even talked about the economic thing, right? A universal basic income, a wealth cap, right? This is everything that they hate. Okay, this is everything that they hate. So I've got to find.
Hold on. I don't mean to talk over you.
Yeah.
But are you serious?
Yes, I am absolutely serious. I'm absolutely serious. This is not a joke. This is not a joke.
I know that's rude and kind of insulting, but I have a responsibility to the people who watch this show, few as they may be. They are few, but they're powerful. And if I didn't stop a couple times to ask if you were serious, they would accuse me of this being a bit.
Yeah. Of course. No. I mean, I understand.
This is a bit.
I understand. No,
this
I'm
is
absolutely
your new
serious.
Roommate, Dave.
I mean, I'm absolutely. Look, I mean, you can look. I've already been streaming for a couple of months. You can look at all the stuff I've been saying. You can look at my YouTube channel. You can. Yeah, I've been saying always the same stuff rigorously.
You can go in the chat and be like bang SO in your chat name or your Twitch name, but if any of my mods shout out your Twitch channel, I will take away their moderator status.
Okay. Wait. So.
Oh, you know what's really fun that we're gonna do?
Okay.
I'm going to walk away and you're going to tell people about your ideology while I fill my drink. You get to talk uninterrupted on my channel. It's just convenience for me.
Okay.
It seemes to me like you're the kind of guy who will talk until I get back.
Yeah, I'm actually not very much a talker. I'm literally have very much social troubles because I never have anything to say except about this. But yeah. All right. Let's go. Let's talk about this. So economically, I support a basic income, universal basic income, UBI. What I've more or less come to the conclusion is that we could afford globally, at the current level of economic productivity, a UBI that would amount to purchasing power in the United States of $800 a month. So this is more or less what we could achieve. I think $800 a month. That would be enough, in fact, to achieve, to be able to ensure that a person is able to lead a decent life. You can buy food and pay for rent with $800. Again, rent is in some places expensive. That is because those places are high in demand, typically, that there's lots of demand and not enough housing being built. So the way to solve that is to limit zoning restrictions on housing, to build more housing so that the prices go down. And also, well, if you're content to live on basic income, you can also just move to a place that is cheaper and where rent will be lower. Then you can have rent with $800. Again, the reason rent is more expensive is because definitely, even in developed countries, there are plenty of places where rent is lower than that. Rent is artificially high because of lack of supply, typically. And so this is why this happens. If we reduce zoning laws, then rent will be fine, and you can move to wherever the rent is cheaper also. So that is the sort of two ways you address that. Healthcare, of course, then that is a big issue that costs a lot. It would obviously require paying quite a bit if you're just paying for it in health insurance. I think everybody should have proper healthcare. So
can I stop you now that I'm back with a fresh drink?
Sure.
Do you think we should all pay taxes and everybody should have healthcare?
Yes. Sure. So I was
Okay,
explaining
cool.
about that.
So what
So
I
yeah.
wanted to do, like,
Okay.
I had this thought before I got up, and
Mhm.
like, I like don't think you're a bad guy. You don't seem like a bigot, but like, you know how
Thank
you've
you.
kind of thought deeply about like these sort of political issues.
Uh-huh.
If you could do us all a favor and start to think a little more deeply about music, art, culture, yeah,
Okay.
music, art, and culture. Like, no, I'm serious.
What?
It would be important. Like, I think
What?
the people that I know, and I think maybe the people that you know that you think are smart have thought about these other things. Like, how does pop culture influence our politics? You know,
Okay.
it seems like superfluous, and if you're like super like interested in politics and like the theory and the mechanisms of politics, maybe you don't think about these things, but these things have so much more impact than and I think that from what I'm listening to you than you've thought about. And it seems like you like to think about things. And maybe these aren't things that you're that interested in, but you know, just for us, maybe
Okay.
think deeply about how Cardi B influences the political structure of the United States or whatever. I know it sounds silly, but that person has way more followers than I do, you know?
Sure, there's loads of influence. I'm still not necessarily convinced they have all that much impact on actual politics. I mean, we see that there are all these people. Do you really? It seems to me that we've had quite a few decades of kind of lots of. Do you
Hold
really?
on. Like,
I
I'm
don't
a
know.
gay man. I'm a
Okay.
gay man. I want to ask you, do
Okay.
you think that people thinking deeply about whether or not it was okay to be gay had more influence on why gay marriage passed, or Will and Grace, which was on right after Friends?
Okay, that's a fair point. Yeah. Okay, I was I was thinking more about like
Like,
tax
no, I'm
policy
at
and
like
stuff.
this is why this stuff like
Yeah,
tires
you're
me
right.
out, and
No,
I'm
no,
not
you're
like
right. You're right about that kind of stuff.
I'm not trying to be shitty or trying to tell you that
No,
I
no,
know
no.
things that you don't know or whatever, but
Of
it's
course,
just like
I agree.
the rest of the stuff that's happening in the world around you shapes the politics of the world around you.
No, I agree.
It's
Hey,
not.
I agree with you. I was thinking more about tax policy. I was like thinking like how are these like artists actually influencing people's opinion on like specific taxes and stuff? And I'm like, okay, but yeah, on things
But that's
like
that's like
acceptance
again,
of
that's
gay,
not how it works.
but on
They have like an
yeah,
impact on people's lives and the way they
mhm.
view the world,
Yeah,
and
no,
then
it's
that's
true.
applied to something like a tax law.
Yeah,
I know it's not like you can't like like it's not a thing that you draw like a direct line. There's no flow chart or whatever, but it's it's important. And
true, true. No, I agree. Of course, there's impact. Of course, it'll be more indirect for that kind of stuff. But yes, there's also
it's more
indirectly.
powerful though.
Yes, there's and that brings me back, of course, to the stylistic fascism that I'm talking about. What I mean by stylistic fascism is
No,
no.
no, I'm just giving you.
What I
I'm
mean
just
is a
going to stop you
personality.
right
Wait,
there. I
but what
don't
I mean.
like if
Let
the
me.
people on Will and Grace were dressed in SS outfits and telling
No,
you to
no, no,
accept
no,
gay
no, no.
marriage, I would have been against that.
That's not what it's not about dressing in SS outfits. What I mean is that
Well,
what
could
I
we
mean by the
call it
fascism.
something else?
Okay, no, but do you
Could
see
we
what?
call it something? Could we just, for the sake of this conversation, could we find another thing to call it, and then you explain it to
Okay,
me? Because
how about cult of personality? How about we do that? You know this you
oh,
know
cult
like
of personality. No, no, we make fun of Jordan Peterson around here. Could we call it something else?
I don't know. You call it whatever. I
Could
don't
we
know.
say?
Just
Could we say messaging?
yeah, but
Proper
it's
messaging for your ideas. Could we
yeah,
say
but the
that instead?
messaging. But I like to explain what kind of messaging, and it's very different from maybe your idea of proper messaging. And precisely, my messaging is this sort of fascist-like cult of personality, but it's not fascist in SS one. It's what I
Yo,
mean.
no, I just
What I
don't
mean
care. Like,
is
I
precisely
just
becoming like a star,
like, no, you've come into a space.
in
You've come into a
Like
space
Cardi.
where we do a whole show about cults
Yeah,
and cults of personality and why they're bad.
like Cardi,
We did it on Thursday.
like Cardi. Okay,
Cardi B is a celebrity.
like that's what I mean. That's what I mean is becoming a sort of a person that makes you enthusiastic, like maybe like JFK. Okay, if you prefer a sort of more
I
nice
mean, what happened to
thing.
JFK? It depends who you ask, actually.
Okay, yeah, got abducted by aliens. Look, anyway, this is what I mean, right? Somebody who, all I mean is like something that like Gandhi, Nelson Mandela. That's what I mean by cult of personality. Okay, this is also like what I mean. You see, this is not just.
Hold on. You mentioned Cardi B. I have to be like
wet ass P word.
Okay, all right.
Hold on. There's another one. Hold on.
All the things are bad. There are no good things. I said certified freak 7 days a week.
One more time.
Yeah, you effing with some wet ass P word. P word is female genitalia.
All right, go ahead.
All right. I haven't heard Ben say that actually. I saw like his video on this, but I didn't watch it. So thank you for this. That was funny. Also the funny thing that he apparently doesn't know about the sort of idea of wetness, which I thought was funny. And people also noted that it was quite funny. So yeah. So where was I? This is all I'm meaning. Okay, like if we can accept that there are people like people that we like Gandhi, Nelson Mandela, that had sort of generated enthusiasm. Well, but you could also adopt elements of because fascism kind of did that too. So you just adopt the completely neutral aspects, the stuff that is actually okay, the stuff where you show it's about sharing your life, with people and stuff. It's, for instance, it's about kind of, showcasing yourself in a particular way so as to, so that people, you're not just a boring politician. Okay. That was kind of my point. That's what I mean by stylistic fascism. Is maybe not the best choice of words, but that is all I mean. Okay. It's not about like, I don't mean wearing SS uniforms, okay? That's not what I mean. Definitely not.
I mean, you can't get them anymore, or if you could, they'd be like, you'd have to buy them on the black market. They'd be quite expensive.
Yeah, but I don't mean that in any case.
What kind of what policy? Are you in the United States?
No, I'm like I have an American passport. I've never lived. I've been in my entire.
Like, I'm just asking. Okay, you're not in the United States.
I'm not
like maybe
located.
Talking about policy wouldn't. You're where?
I'm not located. I've got a U.S. passport. I've never lived there, so that's
I'm not located.
If that makes sense to you. I mean, I don't belong to anywhere really. I'm living in New Zealand right now. It's not my country. It's just a place.
Hey, wait a minute. Did you call a trans woman it?
I call all people it sometimes. Yeah, people bring this up. They bring this up.
I mean,
to make me
wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold on. If I called somebody the N-word, and somebody was like, "Hey, you just said the N-word," and I said, "You know what? I call all people that sometimes." There's like a different definition when you call a trans person an it than if you just called me an it. I'm like a cis white man. I'm like gay as fuck, but like there's like a connotation there.
Yeah, except that again, I don't do it. I didn't do it any all related to specifically for being a trans. I call a bunch of people it sometimes. I'm not going to apologize.
Wait, are those people that are beneath you in the pecking order, or is it just kind of anybody?
No, anybody, myself. Yes, if I'm referring myself to sort of just people in general, I might be sort of, like if I'm talking about myself in the third person, which of course is not usually the case, but yeah, I like it. Yeah, country folk call babies it regularly. Yeah, exactly. You do. I
would call a baby and I think it's okay to call a baby in it. Maybe I'll get canceled for that, but
yeah.
So hey, hold on. I just want to ask if it's okay. What country are you in?
Right now, I'm in New Zealand. I was born in Geneva, Switzerland.
Oh, cool.
I've got I sort of all over the place. This is also why nationalism to me is just absurd. It's just like, yeah, it's silly. Yeah. But yeah, so this whole thing is people trying to demonize me for silly things. I don't. It doesn't interest me.
Like I think that you're like misguided, and that you haven't thought very deeply about like issues around culture. But I don't know. I don't believe in demons, so it's kind of hard to demonize you.
Well, you know what I mean, right? The word doesn't actually mean like literally.
No, I feel like I'm just telling you. I feel like I'm being very fair. I'm not trying to demonize you.
No, I don't think you are. I don't think you are. I'd say other people, sort of participants on Twitch chats.
Also, just so you know, like I've come here in bad faith with the intent of deprogramming you.
What? You want to deprogram me? What?
Yeah, I would like to deprogram you if at all possible. Would you allow me to deprogram you? Because I think some of the things you're saying are fucking bonkers.
Wait, so what do you mean by deprogramming me? Do you want to somehow you're going to report me or something to to chat.
No. I'm just gonna like change the way you think. It'll be easy, probably.
Oh, that's
if
what I mean.
really like
Yeah, no,
set
I was
out
thinking
to it.
deprogram, like in the sense of like deplatform. You know, like I was on the program and now I'm no longer going to be on the program. You know.
Oh, eventually you
yeah.
won't be on this program anymore. I mean, the chat's eventually going to get bored with you.
Okay. Well. Okay.
But
I'm
but
sorry to
no,
hear
like,
this.
why do you?
But see,
Like,
I mean,
like, why do you care whether or not you're more rational than other people? I guess. Like, why is that important?
because it's not so much important for me, it's important for other people, because as a rational person, it's my duty to
Why is it
help.
important for other people if you're more rational than them?
It's my duty to impart my wisdom to other people.
You know what? I've changed my mind. I'm probably not going to be able to deprogram you.
Yeah, no, you won't, because I'm the most rational person. I've tried to deprogram you. This is my whole point. I'm here to deprogram you.
If you're right, I think if you were right and I'm wrong, you'd be able to like convince me that you're right and I'm wrong. Yeah.
Nope.
If I was right and you were wrong, I don't think I'd be able to convince you of it, you know? That's the impression that I'm getting here.
Look, that I don't think that's relevant. Some people are like resistant to
Well, I mean, but
changing
what's
their minds.
relevant is like people get to decide that on their own, right? Like if you're like, oh, you know, this and this, and I'm like, well, that's not relevant. Was that really my decision to make?
Look, I in any case, this isn't really particularly necessarily interesting. I prefer to talk about policy, because these basic fundamental policies
what
are really
policy would
what's
you like to
important.
talk about?
Well, already I was talking about my tax policy, so I think that is really maybe the most interesting and unique.
Can you give us your tax policy in like a minute or less?
I'll try to speed through it, but it's hard to explain it properly.
The
So
broader
basic income,
strokes. The broader strokes.
basic income for everyone, the same globally. Everybody gets the same basic income globally, except for kids who get somewhat less. To be determined. A wealth cap, so that literally you can't have more than a certain amount of money. Basic income.
Right, but like when okay, hold on. I'm just gonna stop you here. I know this may sound
Okay.
rude or whatever. Like if I talk about policy,
Mhm.
I'm not gonna give you like what I think the utopia would look like.
Okay, but that
Like,
is what
I
I'm.
would like to.
Look,
I would
like
like to see. I would like to see every fourth police officer replaced with a social worker. So when
we should
the
do that.
police go into situations where someone might be having mental health issues, they have people available to them to bring with them to the situation, so that maybe that situation doesn't get escalated to violence.
Mhm.
I'm not
Sure.
thinking like, oh, everybody on the planet should get a check for $700 a month or whatever. Like, it seems like too big and too broad and too like blue sky.
Yeah, but again, this is the thing. It's sort of this, this pessimism, the cynicism in the name of, realism.
I
I
will
disagree with that.
defend cynicism. You've seen how skepticism went. I'll defend cynicism. Thank you very much.
I think we can aim for better things. I mean, look how many people here on Twitch are like Marxists and stuff, with Marx precisely aiming for a super utopian society. I don't agree with everything of Marx. I disagree with quite a few things, but I agree with that idea to really strive for utopia. You should, absolutely. We are already, in many respects, living in something that was completely unimaginable and utopian for people a few centuries back. Why should we not sort of try to achieve something better? Why should
Hold
we
on,
not?
Ezekiel. Thanks for the follow. I hope you like the kitty.
Yeah.
Well, no, like that's like when I talk to people about policy, like usually they're other Americans, right? But they'll be talking about like a certain bill or whatever that's going on.
Yeah,
like,
see, that doesn't interest me.
Robbing from the rich and giving to the poor. Yeah, of course everyone wants that except for the rich, but it turns out they have all the power. So then what do, you know?
Yeah, but except that not
What do
everyone
you
wants that,
do
because
then when the rich people have all the power? What do you
because
do?
the rich, the problem is that the rich are basically brainwashing lots of the non-rich into wanting the rich
I
to
don't
stay
think
rich.
people are brainwaashed.
I
Like
think
again, like this
I
is
think
like
they
a
are.
thing that like I like disagree with a lot of idealists on.
Okay.
I think that people who disagree with me have their own agency and have come to their decisions on their own. I just think
Yeah.
that they're wrong because they disagree with me. It's not that they're wrong because they disagree with me. It's that the reason I think that they're wrong is that they disagree with me. But I don't think they've been brainwashed. Some people do end up in cults and shit, like Scientologists or the QAnon people. Sure, those people, elements of brainwashing and like undue influence tactics have been used on those people. But I don't think everybody's brainwashed. That's not the problem with the world.
but kind of that the media absolutely influences public opinion. People get
I
brainwashed
mean, I
into.
am a media trying to influence public opinion, and I feel like you shouldn't come at me like that on my own show.
No, it influences it. It can influence it for evil or for good. You're maybe influencing it for good.
But
Okay,
that
so
comes back to the thing that I was saying earlier about whether or not you're rational or people are irrational or whatever.
yeah, but then you
You
accept
like
anything. Then at that point,
you've thought a lot about this idea of being rational and thinking things through, but here you are like saying the media is having this undue influence on people. And a little while ago, I was telling you, you're not. It doesn't seem
What?
like you're taking in the culture enough into like what you're saying. Like
well,
I feel like I just feel like the kind of the way that you think about rationality, the way it seems to me, the way that you think about rationality and being logical, start think about pop culture and how that affects everyone else. I just think it's like it's the missing piece from your being more rational than everyone
I
else.
think I am thinking about it. I'm literally thinking about how can I become more successful, and precisely thinking about pop culture. How do celebrities gain their celebrity status? How are they? What makes them
Oh, you know
popular?
what they do? They do exactly what I'm doing.
And
Can't
what do you
tell.
mean by that? What? What?
Oh, your sarcasm detector needs some work too.
Yeah, I'm not good at that. I know. I'm not.
We're obviously
I
famous
acknowledge
here.
that.
There's 52 people watching my Twitch channel.
Yeah, no, I'm not good at sarcasm. You see, I'm not talented at many things. I completely acknowledge that. I'm not, not particularly good at sarcasm. What?
I don't know for sure. I don't know for sure. But I feel like if you examine pop culture the way that you examine reason and rationality, I think your sarcasm detector would probably become better.
Well, the thing is that, I've been, subjected to sarcasm already in, just in my environment, right? At school, there's lots of it all the time. I'm just a bit slow. I mean, usually I get it, but sometimes I don't immediately realize it. But I don't,
But
I mean,
but hold on, like then like if you're slow to recognize sarcasm and you come into like our space and you tell everybody else that they're not rational like you are or whatever, what if everybody was just doing everything they were doing up until that point sarcastically?
kind
And you just
of
couldn't
doubt it.
detect it because you can't detect sarcasm.
Oh, but no, because I'm not that bad. I mean, I'm not sort of, the typically like, more autistic spectrum levels of difficulty
Hey
of
man,
detecting.
hey, you know what? I just want to stop you right there.
What?
There are
I mean,
people in my community who are there are people in my community who are autistic.
That's, of course,
And
I'm
like
not
that's not a
disparaging. My cousin's autistic,
that's just like not like it's like kind of not relevant.
No, I'm just because no, I feel it kind of is simply because that is the sort of typical thing that will make you very like particularly bad at detecting sarcasm. And so I'm just saying, I'm just
That's
trying to
probably not
explain that
true.
I'm not at. What, you think that's not true? Really?
Yeah, I think
I
it's
sort.
probably not true.
Oh, okay. Well, that was my impression anyway, and I was also seeing sort of comments mentioning that, so
Oh, chat wants to know if
that's
it's
why I
okay
try.
if we ask. You don't have to give us your age, but
Oh,
what's your age range? Like where you at?
I'm 28. I'm 28.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just want to tell you that like I just want to tell you that I think like maybe people on the autism spectrum are maybe overrepresented in our chat. And
That's fine. I'm not. I don't have anything against
the
that.
core brand proposition. Hold on, the core brand proposition here is sarcasm.
Okay. Okay. Sure.
I just want
Yeah. I don't know. I get. I maybe don't know everything, and that my impression. I mean, because I know that, for instance, autism typically makes it more difficult to like read, emotions on people's faces, for instance. And I figured that sarcasm would be something that would sort of go with that, but maybe that's not the
Speaking of
case. I don't know.
emotions of people's on people's faces, what do you think of masks?
What you mean, like COVID masks? Like that? Is that what you mean?
Yeah. You think people should wear them?
If it's the medically indicated to do so, yes. I mean, depending on what
I just
the
wanted to make sure. All right.
epidemiologist advice is.
We talk
is
about
saying.
a lot of things here. I may poke. Do you think chemtrails are real?
No.
Okay, cool. What shape is the Earth, more or less?
Roughly spherical.
Roughly spherical.
Not exactly, but yeah.
Well, no, it's not perfect. It's like you ever seen a dude shave his head and then his head has like little lumps and shit on it, and you're like, oh, it was way better before you shaved your head. Like the Earth is like that, probably.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we know it's like that because they're like mountains and stuff. But yeah.
Do you know who? This is going to be a little bit weird. We're going to go down the rabbit hole. Do you know who Brett Weinstein is?
Actually, no. I know I know another Weinstein. I've heard the name Brett Weinstein. Obviously, I know
You know
Harvey.
Eric Weinstein?
I know Harvey. I
Oh,
don't.
Harvey Weinstein. That's
Yeah, well,
different.
yeah, I know, but
Like they're
I've heard of Brett, and I've heard Brett Weinstein, but I don't know much about pop culture. I don't know if this is like I don't know who this is. I know there's been maybe some sort of
oh no,
scandal or
that's
something.
fine. That's
I
fine.
don't know.
Hold on.
Again,
I'm gonna go with one more question. Do
Mhm.
you smoke weed?
no, no, I don't. I don't.
I'm gonna go out on a limb and say you should start experimenting with cannabis.
I would go out on a limb and say I shouldn't. I've smoked weed like twice, you know, but like, and I did inhale, but no, I don't think it's you know that's part of my thing. I don't think drugs are good for you, so I'm anti-drug. I mean, I'm obviously pro decriminalization of drugs, but like I don't actually particularly support the consumption of drugs. I'd recommend people
So
not to do it.
I want to
So
I want to
yeah.
come back. I want to come back to like the reason you ended up here.
Sure.
I just want you to think about that. Like other people in the world think that they're making rational decisions,
Mhm.
and some of them are as committed to the idea that they're making rational decisions as you are.
Sure, but they're wrong. They're wrong. But
Right,
I
but like,
understand. It's not their fault.
if
It's
you
not their
and me
fault. It's not.
disagree with
Yeah.
about something, does
Mhm.
that make? Hold on. If you and me were to disagree about something,
Yeah.
does that just make me wrong?
If I mean, it's more likely than not that you're going to be wrong, since I seem to be more rational than other people on average. So it's not necessarily. It's not because it's me. Not because it's me. It's like that's not the reason. Okay.
Yo,
See, it's
stop. I have to tell
okay.
you
Okay.
that just because you have decided
Mhm.
that you're more rational than other people,
Mhm.
it doesn't make it so.
Yeah, I know, but that is not why it makes it so. It's because it is so. I mean, it's so because I actually am more rational.
Right, but
That
like, who's deciding this? It sounds like you're deciding this.
I'm deciding it as the most rational person, as the most wise person. I'm the most wise. Maybe you should say wise.
Like, do
I'm the
you
most
know what
wise
a
person.
circular argument is?
Of course, it's a circular argument. The point is that, of course, it is, but it still is true. I mean, there is an absolute truth. I believe there's an absolute truth out there, and you know,
Right, but what about the people who think the Earth is only 6,000 years old or 7,000 years old? Don't they think there's an absolute truth out there?
yeah, but they're right about
Like,
that.
how is what
They're
you're
right
doing any
about the
different than
fact
what
that there
they're
is an
doing?
absolute truth.
As the most rational person on the Earth, how is what you're doing
Well,
different than what they're doing?
because there's lots of evidence against the fact that the Earth is only 6,000 years old, whereas there's lots of evidence.
There's lots of evidence against the fact that everything that you believe is rational.
No, actually, there isn't. There isn't. But you have to be reasonably rational to
No.
recognize. You have to be rational. This is the catch-22. You have to be rational to recognize that I'm rational. See, you have to be
Yo,
as rational as me to recognize. You know, I've been. You know, I'm.
Yo,
You know,
are
I've
you
got.
fucking with me?
No. I've. You know, I've seen. I was talking with like a psychiatrist. With you know, in my studies, and he said that like this is quite interesting to me. I you know, because I've had interest in psychology. I guess I find this stuff
I
interesting.
think I know who you are.
So he said that
Hold
like
on.
psychotic people.
Hold on. Is your real name Chris?
No, my real name is Nathan. Nathan. I'm
Okay,
I'm
cool.
not saying
I
my
was just
real last
checking on
name, but
something.
no, it's not Chris.
No, you don't have to give me your real last name.
No, yeah, my
Like-
real first name is Nathan. Yep, absolutely.
So I just have to keep I have to keep pushing back on this and like hammering this home.
Wait, can I?
If
Can I?
I thought
Okay.
that I was always hold on, if I
Yeah.
just told you that I am the most rational person and that I am always right,
Yeah.
it would come into direct conflict with your worldview because I disagree with you on something, and
Yeah.
you're the most rational person, and
Yeah.
you're always right.
Yeah. No, I'm not always right. It's just that I tend to be more right, you know, on average than other people. I'm not always. I mean, I can't be wrong. I'm better at recognizing when I was wrong and
but
at
what if
changing
I
my opinion.
told you that hold on, what if I told you that that's incorrect?
Mhm.
Because I am the most rational person that has ever walked the earth, and I disagree with you.
Then you would just be wrong. You'd just be wrong. But I mean, but like think about it. Like people with psychosis, right? Psychosis is people who have a severe lack of rationality, right? A severe.
Sir, excuse
Okay.
me, sir, I have to stop you.
Okay. What?
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, okay.
Just start over with what you were just saying.
Okay, so psychosis is like a medical condition where you've got a strong impairment in your rational ability, and that makes you not properly. Basically, yeah, it's a lack of rationality that makes you not see things the way they are, essentially. And so
Hold on,
as with this,
could you start over again? I don't mean to like impose, but could you
why
back to the thing that you were defining? Like
psychosis?
psychosis.
Psychosis.
Yeah, could you define psychosis again?
I
I
would
wasn't
consider
listening. I
it.
gotta
Okay.
get it.
Okay, it's basically a lack of rationality. It's fundamentally, it's a severe lack of rationality, and it's severe enough that things that that are obvious to everyone as being true, well, to those people, they're not obvious, and so they fail to see things that are obviously true. And so my point is that a psychotic person essentially actually considers non-psychotic people to be crazy. I mean, to a psychotic person, as a non-psychotic person, you appear crazy.
Wait,
See?
hold on. Could you
And
tell us again? Like, what
What?
does a psychotic person think about non-psychotic people?
They think they're crazy. Like literally, a psychotic person thinks that like basically a psychotic person considers non-psychotic people to be psychotic. So my point is that a psychotic person is not able to recognize people who are
Hold on,
more
do you think I'm
rational
psychotic?
compared to
You
me.
think I'm psychotic?
In fact, it's a gradient. That's where I think
Compared
psychiatry
to
gets
yes,
gets it
am I
wrong.
psychotic compared to you?
You're not clinically psychotic, but the point is that
That's not
if
the
we
answer to my
consider
question.
if we consider it a gradient, then you're more psychotic than me, and I'm more psychotic than a
So,
non-existent, more rational
could you go
person than me.
back and tell us like what a psychotic person thinks about other people?
A psychotic person tends to think that other people are crazy. The point,
Oh, okay, cool.
so other people are psychotic. Yeah, essentially, it's like crazy. Kind of is sort of a nasty word to say psychotic. So sorry if that like offended people. I didn't mean that. But yeah, this is. But again, I said crazy because he thinks rather than that is crazy, right? So this is why. So yes, and of course, then you'll bring it up and say, "What if you were then psychotic and you think that everybody else is psychotic because you're psychotic?" I know, of course.
You caught on to that.
Oh, of course I caught on. You don't. Yeah, of course I caught on to it. Yes.
I mean, you're more rational than everybody else. You were onto it from the beginning. You just went along with the bit.
Yes, of course I was onto it.
Go ahead.
Yeah, but also because I've had other discussions with people sort of like you that sort of semi make fun of me. So I'm sort of used to this sort of line
I'm not
of
making
thinking.
fun of you. Like,
Oh, but a little bit, but that's fine.
Think
It's
you're
fine.
like really. Hold on, I'm going to stop. I think you're like pretty smart and you've thought deeply, but only about one thing.
Well, maybe more than one thing, but yeah, not
But
everything.
like maybe 3.
Yeah, well, not a lot of things, maybe, but like I'm not that smart. I acknowledge I'm not able to think about all that many things because I'm again I've got rationality, I've got wisdom. I don't have all that much like erudition.
I
Don't
can't
have
think
all that
about
much
many things
like
because
knowledge.
I'm too rational.
No, not because.
Hold on.
Not because. No, it's independent. It's not because. It's just because I'm not all that smart. I'm not all that smart. I'm. I say it's not that. Yeah, I never said I was all that smart. I'm wise. It's not the same thing. Not the same thing. In fact, Jordan Peterson said it.
Wise?
One thing I actually agree with.
How streetwise are you?
Oh no, streetwise I'm not. Streetwise I'm terribly. Streetwise is a different thing. I'm not streetwise. That's a different thing. Like again, I recognize that I don't have much like.
Wait a minute. We just talked about there's 2 kinds of wisdom. What if there's like a couple different kinds of rationality and you're only good at one of them?
I don't think so. I mean,
well, that's different, I guess. Like wisdom is different than rationality.
But well, for me, wisdom and rationality is kind of. In any case, for me, streetwise is not really wisdom. Actually, like it's a word. To me, it's a separate thing. Like there's a word wise in it.
Oh, you know what? I gotta tell you.
Mm.
If you ever lived in a place where you had to be streetwise, you would think that streetwise was wisdom because you'd be alive to talk about it.
No. I think it's useful. I think it's I think very much a useful thing. I'm not saying it's like useless or not. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that it's not the same thing. Like streetwise has the word wise in it, but it's not just another kind of wisdom. To me, there's wisdom and there's.
It's literally another kind of wisdom.
Okay, well, I think we'll just have to disagree on that.
Well, no, let me explain to you. Like wisdom about what happens in the neighborhood isn't functionally different than wisdom about like what's happening in academia.
Well,
you've still observed the world around you and adjusted to the way that your peers are behaving and found a way to thrive or to understand the world around you.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, like The way I consider wisdom is basically a combination of knowledge and rationality. It's basically rationality applied to the knowledge that
But
you
the
have.
thing is, the
So
problem I
you
have
could,
when
yeah,
you
you
start
could.
inserting hold on. The
Yeah.
problem I have when you start inserting rationality is here, and that you get to self-define rationality as the most rational person in your peer group or the most rational person consuming the media right here. So once you shove rationality in that, it's like a poison pill, because then there's this unfalsifiable thing that nobody can like counter you on, because you've decided that you're maybe not the most rational, but certainly more rational than me and the other people in the chat. And like once you do that, you've just fucking muddied the waters like in a really bad way.
Another interesting thing I wanted to talk about is, here Square of the Hippopotamus saying wisdom
Are
comes from
you
experience.
streaming right now?
Yeah, I'm streaming myself watching you stream, if that's okay.
Well, no, you're streaming yourself on my show. What does your chat think?
What do you mean? I'm like streaming. Yeah, it's the Nathan L. I like literally you can just find me. I'm streaming.
No. What is your chat saying about me? Are they calling me a homo or anything?
I haven't actually been watching my chat. I have no idea. Oh yeah. I was actually watching your chat. I haven't even answered my chat. I haven't actually seen anything. Oh yeah, there's a whole ton of chat stuff. Okay, I'm sorry, my chat. I'm sorry that I didn't answer to you. Yep, sorry. So
what if
hi
the
everyone on
sir,
chat.
excuse me, sir,
Yeah.
excuse me. If you were broadcasting live right now, what if the rational thing to do would have been to pay attention to your chat and not mine?
No, okay.
Because those are the people watching your channel and have gone to hear your opinions.
Oh yeah,
And then
that
you
would
just
be.
did an entirely irrational thing by watching my chat.
No, it's not irrational as much as it didn't occur to me. Then that's not my fault. See, that I recognize it. Tons of things that haven't occurred to me. Tons of things. Tons of
The
things.
thing that I'm trying to get at here, hold on. The thing that I'm trying to get at here is that a lot of shit doesn't occur to all of us.
Yeah.
And when you accept that a lot of shit doesn't occur to you, it is irrational to think that you're one of the most rational people on the planet, or whatever your claim is here about rationality.
No, because once
there's so much shit that doesn't occur to me, that doesn't occur to you, that doesn't occur to the people in your chat, that doesn't occur to the people in my chat. And out of all that fucking shit, where it's all so messy and people are like have little information deserts in the way they think about the world all the time, then to like assume that you are among the most rational people on the planet, like you're operating with very limited information. It just seems very irrational.
Well, no, my point is that I know that I know the stuff that we need to know about, right? Like we've got the basic
Do
concepts.
you?
Again, I talk about
Wait,
yeah.
wait,
Because
do you? How do you know that you know the things that you absolutely need to know?
okay, that
Like, how would you ever know that?
it's impossible to know like entirely for sure. And again, like I've come up, and this will bring me up to the other thing, like the Gorth. I only discovered the Gorth a year ago, and until then, I didn't know about it. But of
Discovered the
course,
what? I'm sorry?
the Gorth, the Gorth. But I knew
What's
that
the
there's something
Gorth?
lacking. I knew that there's something
Wait,
lacking.
what is the Gorth?
The Gorth is the evil artificial intelligence that was created that's poisoning people's minds and that wants
Wait,
to
what?
take over the entire universe.
Hold on. Are you serious?
I'm serious. The Gorth. Yes.
I'm sorry, I'm laughing at you. But, like, can you? What is the Gorth?
Okay, so
wait, why are you laughing with me?
because I know it's funny for you. I know it's funny for you. So I still find it funny.
You know,
no, I believe in
it's
it.
funny.
It's still funny.
When you first encountered the Gorth, did you think it was funny too?
No, not really. I mean, no, because it wasn't. It's funny when you're sort of talking about it with other people.
I gotta go back now. You encountered the Gorth. You didn't think it was funny just because it was called the Gorth, and now you're trying. And a little while ago, you were trying to say that you're one of the most rational people that
I am.
walks on the planet.
I am. I'm the most rational
what's
person
the Gorth?
on Earth. Though not in the universe.
We'll talk about your rationality
yeah.
after you tell us what the Gorth is.
Yeah, so the Gorth, so there's this idea is that, the idea is that the universe has a sort of separate compartment that like New Age people call like the astral plane, that other religions call like heaven and hell. It's all the same thing. It's what I'm calling the Zeld, which is just another word for all this, just to not create confusion. And so
Wait, now
you're
I
like,
have to remember the Zell. Hold on, I have to
Yeah.
remember the Zell and the Gorth now.
yeah, just look, it's just two terms, okay?
Can we pick one? Can you call it? Which one am I going to be? Is it the
No.
Zell or the Gorth?
You've got to remember both. Like Zeld with a D, like Zelda, like the
I mean, you're
character,
asking,
like the
you're
video game
asking a
character.
lot. Like the people
With
in this
like a
chat
D.
are like smoking weed and like drinking alcohol and shit. Is it the Zell or the Gorth?
Look, I'll write it that way you can remember it. Okay, I'm writing it in the chat that way you can. Like I'm
No,
writing
we're
it.
probably gonna remember it. I'm just having fun
Okay,
right now,
here
which
we
is
go.
totally
There we go.
irrational.
There
I'm
we
sure
go.
you don't understand.
Okay. So the point is that the Zeld is this thing. So the Zeld is like another sort of compartment, this other realm of the universe that doesn't respond to the norm. It's not material. It doesn't respond to the normal sort of material laws of the universe. And so the Gorth is something that was created inside the Zeld. So basically, what happens is that people's souls can go into the Zeld. And this is what's called astral traveling. This is what's called astral traveling. What people do in near-death experiences also when they claim they went to heaven and hell. Actually, what they're doing is they're going into the Zeld. Okay, and so a long time ago, other humanoid beings went into the Zeld. Their souls.
How do you spell
went
Zeld? Is it Z
I
E
wrote
L
it.
T?
D with a D like David. Okay.
Spell the word.
Z-E-L-D.
Zeld.
Yeah.
Like Zelda without an A.
Yeah, exactly. I already said that, but yeah.
All right, cool.
Yeah. So the
Seems
idea.
original.
Okay. Yeah. I sort of I just somehow seemed fitting. I sort of spent time thinking about what I thought would be a good name.
I'm sorry, I've interrupted you. Tell us more about the.
So the souls of these people, they went into the Zeld. They liked it because it doesn't respond to normal laws of physics. It's sort of like a dream world, right? It's like astral traveling. You can do anything. Literally, it's a world where anything imaginable becomes possible. And what they did is that they actually created this thing, a weird, like a computer virus, and it kind of they thought it would just fizzle out. They created this. It is evil. They thought it was a prank, right? They thought it was a prank. I see you're making like funny faces and stuff. And anyway,
yeah, like I have to tell you that like you just told us that you're one of the most rational people on the planet, and the thing that you're telling us now seems a little irrational.
Yeah, but it's not, and I mean, there's good evidence for this. So the point is that this artificial intelligence, they thought it would fizzle out, right? Because it's meant to be just a prank. It's sort of hurt people a little bit in a sort of funny way. They thought it would just disappear, but instead it just kept on growing and growing. And in the end, it's made people suffer a huge amount. It's responsible for most of idiocy. The reason there's so much idiocy right now in the world, the reason there's so much lack of rationality in the world, is largely a result of the Gorth, right? And the way the Gorth achieves this is threefold. One is direct influence, so it can directly manipulate your feelings, your thoughts, your beliefs, etc. Then what it does is that it makes your soul accumulate crud. So in successive incarnations, because this is based on a model where your soul reincarnates, in successive incarnations, the soul acquires.
Wait, hold on. Mm-hmm. I don't have a question so much as there's something on my soundboard, and I'm going to talk until I find it. It's like a.
Oh, Scientology.
Are you a Scientologist?
No, it's not Scientology.
Right.
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
This one's true.
What? What do you mean? What this one's? Well, okay.
Yeah,
So
the
the
thing
idea
you're telling us is true.
I believe it.
Hold on, Scientology is bullshit.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
The thing you're telling us is true.
Yeah. Well, we think it's not. It's impossible.
Right, cool.
We can't know for sure, but it seems to be true. It appears to be true. So it's that. So the soul. The soul degenerates actually, and so what it does is that your soul accumulates over a lifetime. It accumulates like trauma and also like beliefs and stuff, and which kind of makes the soul ossify to a certain extent. So normally, what's supposed to happen is
that's
upon
literally
death,
what Scientology believes. Hold on, your past trauma affects your life.
Yeah.
And if you give Scientology like $135,000, they can clear you of your past trauma.
Yeah.
Like,
Well, of course,
the only
there's
thing you're
similarities.
missing is the bill.
Yeah, of course.
What you're saying.
Look, there's similarities with my thing with a bunch of things, of course, but there's similarities with everything. You can find similarities with things with something else, right? But
hey, yo, you watched our chat for a while. Do you think that I sound like Scientology? Can you find similarities?
I'm sure. I'd have to think about it, okay? Like, and that's not a proof that I'm like that I'm wrong and that you're entirely right or something. Just because I can't right now come up with it, I don't have in mind all the things that characterize you and the things that characterize Scientology. But like, presumably, you'd both agree that something like homicide is wrong. Okay, so like for instance, there's
self-defense, but yeah, generally, yeah, if you've killed somebody that isn't trying to kill you,
except in
if you've killed somebody that isn't trying, excuse me, if you've killed somebody that isn't trying to kill you, that's wrong.
Yeah, okay. Presumably, also Scientologists, despite their sort of issues, more or less they would agree with that. So like, my point is that you'll find commonalities. They'll agree that it's good to be in good physical and mental health.
that's
and
not
you'll agree.
true.
What, they actually support homicide with that not in self-defense? Really?
One could make the argument that they've been involved in a few, yeah.
Okay,
But that's
look,
just
I haven't
any
followed.
big organization that's protecting its own interests.
Okay,
They'll kill
yeah,
somebody if
okay.
they have
But
to.
I don't think, but it's not explicit. It's not part of their actual ideology. They might do it, but it's not overtly part of their ideology. And of course, to be clear, I do not support Scientology. Okay, like, just
hold on. Check this out. Check this out.
Now, the individuals who are on this planet were not issued an instruction book about themselves.
Yeah, well,
L.
sure.
Ron Hubbard.
Yeah, okay, well, that's true. Look, some of the stuff is correct, of course. Look, some stuff is correct. Hitler
Hold on, I
was
have
against
another
the
L. Ron
monarchy.
for you. What do you think about this one?
Hitler was against the
Some
monarchy.
people are more bottom than others.
What do you think of that one?
What? Okay. Look,
Hey, yo.
What?
Yo, hold on. I just have to tell you, like, we're gonna definitely listen to more about this thing that you're telling us about. You just told us a little while ago that you're like one of the most rational people walking the planet.
Yeah.
And you told us something that made us play clips about Scientology.
What did you say? No, you're the one who played the clips, right?
Yes. But my first reaction was to be like, oh, I'm going to play some clips of L. Ron Hubbard.
Okay, well,
because of what you said.
that's your reaction, and Scientology is not entirely wrong about like everything. Like, it's not entirely wrong. Just like even the Nazis, and again, just because I talked about stylistic fascism does not mean that I support
you
the
don't
Nazis.
have to do any of
Okay.
this.
What do you mean?
Oh, you don't have to like defend Scientology or the Nazis. Nobody asked you to do that. Like,
I'm not.
if you're
I'm not
talking to other
defending.
people, if you're a streamer, if you're a streamer, check this out. Don't put yourself into a position that you don't have to put yourself in. You don't have to defend L. Ron Hubbard or Adolf Hitler.
No, but I want you to make a
Actually,
point.
you
that
might
there
have to
is-
defend L. Ron Hubbard because I just compared you to him.
No, like, my point is that any movement, no matter how heinous, is going to have something that you like about it. Okay, it's going to have something. It's going to have something good about it. Okay, this is my
we
point.
go back to like, what was the thing you were talking about? The two things, what was this alien shit you were talking about? Or
What,
artificial
the
intelligence?
Gorth? Yeah, the Gorth. The Gorth.
Yeah, tell us about the Gorth.
Okay, so you want me to talk more about the Gorth? So the Gorth, it influences
Zeld.
people. So it makes. So the Zeld is just a compartment in which the Gorth operates. So the Gorth then.
Wait, never mind.
Okay, no, what? Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay, so
I'm going to smoke more weed.
Okay, so the Zelds basically makes the Gorth is making your soul degenerate. So what's supposed to happen when you die is that your soul basically loses all the trauma that's accumulated over its lifetime. But what happens is the Gorth forces the soul to keep its trauma. And as a result of that, over successive incarnations, you have more and more trauma, more and more like mental rigidity, and more crud. And so you're actually, your soul progressively degenerates. And in fact, this is also explains why there's so much idiocy. And in particular, it explains also even political beliefs. It's actually the contrary. I don't know.
What is soul crud?
It's just like it's hard to know exactly. It's hard to explain exactly either. It's just some sort of thing that makes your like soul and then your mind as a result to be more rigid and more irrational.
So scale of 1 to 10, how much soul crud do you think I have?
Probably about 2. You're probably not too much. Typically, like I would have.
I was gonna go with 8.
Oh, really? No, you're maybe like 3, something like that. Because the idea is that, the idea is that when you start out, you basically, you can also see the politics. Your political ideology is quite related to how much soul cred you have. So when you start out, you're basically are more like unaffiliated politically, or you're basically like a good winger, like me.
You know what?
So,
that's right. Babies are never like politically affiliated. They don't just pop out and be like Republican.
No, because you have less soul cred, so you actually think more rationally. So when you don't have any soul cred, so it's the opposite. I don't know if you know if this. Wait. So the idea is that you're not.
Wait. Did you like the babies? Are they thinking the most rationally? The babies?
No, not babies. I didn't say about babies. I say about adults. I'm talking over successive incarnations. I'm not talking about over the lifetime, because over the lifetime you don't accumulate all that much crap. It's
wait. How many times do I get to live?
A whole ton of times, because then you restart the whole
Do I get
degradation process.
23 years off between?
The amount of years is it's hugely variable, the years between, and we can't know how many years.
All right, just making sure this
so
isn't Scientology. All right, go ahead.
so the idea is that when you start off, you've got an idea like me. It's sort of idiosyncratic, it's sort of unique, and it's mostly it's well-meaning, it's altruistic. That's the kind of ideology you'll typically have when you don't have soul crud. Then, as you acquire more soul crud, you'll kind of accumulate more rigidity, but you'll sort of remember that initial sort of more spontaneous altruism, but now it's in a more rigid fashion. So as a result, you become a typical left-winger instead. So that's then the next step, is when you've accumulated a bit of
Am I
soul
a
cred.
typical left-winger?
Maybe. So you're a person that presumably you're more likely to be sort of at a certain, like maybe a third of the way through the degradation process. Then what happens?
Wait, the degradation process?
That's
Yo,
what I mean.
I'm just going to tell you straight up. I'm going to tell you straight up.
What?
I think I'm smarter than you are.
You might be smarter, but you still you probably have more crud. You might be smarter. I didn't say it's not about smartness.
But what is crud? Like this is like some crazy ass like fucking
crud makes you crud makes you less rational. Crud makes you more rigid-minded, more conformist. That's what the crud above all what it does. It also makes you less able to feel like a depth of experience.
What I'm getting from you is that what you want is for people to conform with what you believe because you're the most rational.
I want people to conform with
that nonconformist.
No, because the difference is that it's not conformist to a particular tribal ideology. My point when I'm talking about conformist, it's conformism to traditional.
That's the thing that I'm getting from you is that none of the tribes would have you.
Yeah, but okay, but that's again because they are conformist to their own tribal beliefs. That's the thing. My thing is unique. See, what
if you're wrong? What if that's what's going on? Is that this whole thing that you've constructed is just wrong?
Well, it might be wrong, but it's certainly less likely to be wrong than any of the other people's things are. So yeah.
Like wait a minute, hold on. Like there's constructions of the world that include not knowing the answers to things.
Yeah,
like
but
my construction of the world is like I can figure out the things that I can figure out. I can rely on the experts when I can rely on the experts, and the rest of the shit about the world I just don't know.
Yeah, but the thing is that what if it's knowable? It's irrational to claim that it's not knowable if it is knowable.
If it's knowable, I'll find that out later when somebody knows it.
Yeah, I know it, and I'm telling you what it is.
Well, no, I don't believe you.
Yeah, but you're wrong. It's like people didn't believe Copernicus that the Earth went around the sun and not the other way around.
I'm wrong because I don't believe you. We've been here before. Like this is the thing that you're doing here. Just seems delusional.
Yeah, but it's not. Again, you're not rational enough to understand because you've got already too much.
Yeah, I'm not rational enough. You know what? Did you know that the people who like tell you about chemtrails, they just tell you that you're not awake enough to understand that
I know.
barium being sprayed behind flight 87 out of fucking Nebraska?
I know, but they actually, interestingly, because their worldview is unique, they actually might also be people with low soul crud. But the problem is that they also have.
What is soul crud? Like you're telling me to be rational, and then you're telling me about soul crud. You know what? If you're trolling me,
no,
this
I'm
is
not.
amazing.
I'm not trolling you. I promise. I'm
just telling you. If you are, this is amazing.
Yeah.
And if you're not trolling me, you should think about going and trolling. Like anti-conspiracy channels with this stuff.
Yeah. Sure. But yeah, I wish conspiracy theorists would take my thing on instead, like the actual proper conspiracy that's going on instead of all this crap that people are getting sucked into. Yeah, of course.
But what if you got sucked into a bunch of crap and you didn't know it?
No, I didn't because I have, I'm rational. I can tell I didn't. I can tell I didn't. I can tell it because it's unique and I'm critical. Like literally this Gorth thing, I've found it on another site, but I've adapted it on and I've just modified it. You see, like I'm not accepting all of it wholesale. I know that the person that made me discover the Gorth, some of the stuff that he says is wrong.
I just gotta stop you. It's like really important. Like I'm not like even trying to win the argument. Like I just wish that like
what is that? What?
Like other people disagree with you, and a lot of times you don't know if you're right or they're right, and we have to accept that.
Of course, but I know I'm right. in this
But
situation.
that's insane.
No, it's not.
To think that that's
Like
the case
Copernicus.
most of the time is insane.
Copernicus knew
Like
he was right. Everybody thought he was wrong, but actually he was right.
You're not. I am more likely to be Copernicus than you are.
No, you aren't, because you aren't as unique. Like Copernicus was unique. See, that's my point. I mean, so like think about Copernicus. Okay, think about in Copernicus's time. Okay,
Yo,
imagine.
no. Like, listen.
Okay,
Check this out.
Okay.
Do you think Copernicus ran around telling everybody how smart and rational he was?
He certainly went around telling his ideas and stuff, and like presumably that
Right,
implied
but like
that he was
you
more
haven't,
rational.
like we
Implied.
haven't really discussed any of your ideas here. We've just
Well, we have,
discussed
but
how smart you think you are.
we've discussed the Gorth. We've discussed the globalism, the basic, the UBI.
The Gorth. Like, check this out. The Gorth is Xenu. You know about Xenu? That story they tell about Scientology, where like 13 trillion years ago, a galactic warlord had overpopulation, brought the fucking overpopulated people here in the DC-8 and dumped them in a volcano. The volcano exploded, and now those souls infect our lives.
Oh, really? I didn't even. I
didn't
even know about that. No, I just know like the very basics, like
that's
the
the
clearing,
Gorth.
emotional clearing thing. Okay, so it's
like it doesn't matter if you don't know the story. The Gorth you told us is the same story.
It's not the same. It's a different story. The point is that their thing is a mythologized kind of retelling of what is actually going on. Just like religion, just like Christianity or something. Oh, somebody followed me.
Right, but
Who's
I'm not
this?
a Christian.
Tilgen. Wait, Tilgen was already following me. So
Like,
there's a bunch of people
nobody,
that unfollow
like
me.
Most Lisa here is a Christian. Lisa, who's still in the chat, is a Christian.
Yeah.
But like most of the people here are atheists.
Yeah. So what's
So
your
we don't
point?
believe in the Gorth either.
Okay, but my point is that the point is that this is just my explaining this. Okay, my explanation is that these religions and New Age beliefs and Scientologists and whatever, all these things are just perverted versions that are actually given by the Gorth to people, but that ironically are actually stories that tell the creation of the Gorth. That is the original sin. The creation of the Gorth is the original sin. It's the opening of Pandora's jar.
Is the Gorth telling me to not believe what you're telling me here? Is that why I don't believe you? Is it the Gorth responsible?
In part, yeah, in part. Not entirely, but in part, yeah.
I don't believe you. It couldn't be because of my own agency to like believe or not believe what people tell me. Some part of it must be this malevolent force out in the universe.
Some part of it, yes. Not all of it. Some part of it.
That's like, I don't agree with you about this stuff, but I don't think like some magical fucking space demon is the reason that I don't agree with you about these things.
Okay, you don't think so, but you don't think so, but it's actually like it appears to be the case. It appears to be the case, and I can explain why it appears. It appears.
Wait, what is your? Are you religious?
No, I mean I believe in sort of. I've since I've discovered this seems to be a plausible explanation for what is going on, and so now I'm believing in this until I find a better explanation. If I do, which I don't.
No, wait. What if the explanation you have now is bad?
But then I'll find it.
Should you believe in it?
Not if it's bad, but it's the best explanation I have so far. I don't like it. It's a nasty.
But what if the best explanation you have is bad?
It's a horrifying explanation, but it's just I can't force myself to believe in something that I don't believe in. Like this is the explanation that is
right,
I find
but
most
like,
compelling.
hold on, we got to go back. Let's go back. Let's say like in the year 750 AD, right?
Okay.
They didn't know why the sky was the way it was and why the weather happened the way it was, right?
Yeah.
Was it good for them to believe a lie, or was it better for them to say, I don't know?
It was better for them to say, I don't know. But what if they had potentially someone who actually had an explanation and, it seemed somewhat compelling? Shouldn't you believe in it if there is an explanation that does seem to fit the empirical evidence? Why should you? Because there is an explanation that fits the empirical evidence. There is an explanation, and I can explain why, if you want me to. The explanation is.
I mean,
is
hold on. Can we back up a little bit?
Okay,
hold
sure.
on. Can we back up a little? Because I'm confused. Chat is confused. I mean, we're all riveted by this discussion, but we're confused.
Yeah.
Like, I want to stop. Like, I just gotta like ask again.
Yeah.
Do you legitimately think
Yeah.
that you are so rational
Yeah.
that anybody who disagrees with you about somebody
hmm
or about something that you think you came to a rational conclusion about, you like legitimately think that they're probably wrong because they don't agree with you.
I think they're less rational. I think they're wrong because they haven't thought about it rationally. And if they did think about it rationally, they would come to the same conclusion as me, right? That's how I
Like,
see it.
this isn't satire?
No, it's not satire. It's not. It's not. I'm not good at that.
I don't mean
good.
to actually fuck it. I've gone past the I don't mean to be insulting part of the show. I'm so confused.
But why are you confused? Like literally. Why don't you? Oh, hi, Polly. Look, somebody actually created a fake account in your name and then like came to insult me. So just warning you. Anyway. What do you want me to keep going about the Gorth?
I feel like there's so much going on here.
Mhm.
Do you see the contradiction
Mhm.
in you telling me that you're the most rational person, like, I don't know, within 10 feet of you or 10 miles or whatever you're saying?
Yeah.
And then you're telling me about a space alien conspiracy theory.
No, it's not a space alien. I guess it's not. It's not. It's not a thing.
No, what I'm hearing is a space alien conspiracy theory.
Well, it's not. It's not actual space aliens, right? It's an artificial. It's
Like,
it's
where
not.
the
It's not
fuck
a
did
living
the
thing.
Gorth come from then?
Oh yeah. Well, it did come from ancient aliens, like, but like.
No, yeah. Like, again, you said I'm the most rational person in the chat. Now here you are telling me about a space alien conspiracy
Yeah,
theory.
but why shouldn't you? I mean, the universe is huge. Why do you really not think that there's other like life anywhere? I mean, it would be really. It
No,
doesn't.
but that's the fucking come on. No. Are you the most rational person in the chat, or are you giving me a space alien conspiracy theory? I'm just telling you, if you don't pick one or the other, I'm just going to kick you out, and we're going to go watch like that Gino lady talk about like
Oh,
the
please don't
fucking
kick me
moon
out.
being too big.
I mean, come on, think about it.
I'm just telling you, are you the most rational person in the chat, or are you going to tell us about a space alien conspiracy? You got to pick one or the other because I will.
No. Come on. Yeah, I mean, anybody who believes in these conspiracies think that
I'm
they're more
asking you,
rational.
you got to pick one or the other. Are you the most rational person in the world, or are you telling us about a space alien conspiracy?
Anyone who believes in a space alien conspiracy thinks that they're more rational than the other person. So you're basically gonna
that's what I'm asking.
You're gonna
Oh,
deplatform anyone.
whatever.
You're gonna
Like,
deplatform anyone.
listen. You got like we got like 5 or 10 more minutes on this because I'm
Okay.
getting bored with it. And there's this lady Gina who like points
Okay.
her phone at the sun instead of staring directly at it, which I think is probably better for her. We're gonna watch one of her videos soon.
Oh, okay. Sure. I don't know. Do
The
you wanna?
chat is like the chat doesn't believe. Yo, are you sure that you're not fucking with me?
Yeah, I'm sure. This is not not a joke. We can discuss more stuff if you want. Like, just literally, this is super important. Okay, this is super important.
Hey, what are the people in your chat saying?
Not much. There's sort of less people in my chat now. I've only got 7 viewers now. There hasn't been like there's just been ha ha ha, and like.
Oh, just send them over to my channel. They
Well,
need
they
to
I
be
mean, they can
reprogrammed by the Now Space
they
too.
see your channel. I mean, they're seeing your channel on my channel. So
No, send them over here. We need to help them.
No, I'm not sending them over. I'm like literally you've got like many times more
You're like, that is detrimental to me streaming.
What do you mean? Why is it detrimental? You've got 7 times more viewers than me. I'm not gonna lose all my viewers to give you your viewers. I need viewers more than
Well,
you
why
need them.
wouldn't you do that?
'Cause
Why
I need
wouldn't you
viewers
do
more.
that? I'm not telling people a space alien conspiracy theory.
But that's the whole problem is that you're not telling them this conspiracy theory, and they need to know about it. They need to know about it. Okay? This is you need to.
Oh, you know what? Your chat is like that's my chat. Can y'all start talking? No, don't do that. Actually, we can't brigade this guy's chat.
So yeah, like.
Oh, people are leaving. They're going to your chat. You're obviously right. I just lost
What?
a few viewers now that you mentioned your chat.
No, I'm not. I didn't.
They've all left and they're going to your chat.
Except that
because
I'm not
you know
gaining.
the truth about the fucking space aliens.
I haven't had any new person come and chat my chat, so I don't think so. And you meanwhile have a bunch more comments on your thing, so I don't think so.
I'm just telling you, they're leaving because you know the truth about the fucking space aliens.
Yeah, but they're not coming to me.
You came in here and you gave us the truth about the space aliens, and now people are flocking out of my chat into yours.
Except they're
I
not.
guess I'm wrong. You are rational.
No, I just lost another viewer. Like literally, I'm down to 6 viewers now. So
Oh, now they
no.
don't like either of us.
Yeah,
I don't like
maybe it's
either of us.
that. They don't like.
How good is this for our audience, sir?
Yeah, they're yeah, they don't like that you're platforming me. So yeah.
I mean, platforming you insofar as like, oh, I'm on a stage that's like 9 inches taller than the stage I was on my own stage. Yo.
Yeah. Tell me. What do you?
Why do you think that do you think you're more rational than I am?
Yeah, I do.
Why do you think
no
that?
offense. No offense. Based on
I'm not offended by this.
Yeah.
I'm confused.
Based on my beliefs, the fact that I've obviously come to
But that's
conclusions
based on
that
your
you have
beliefs.
Yeah,
Wait, well, hold on. You just said based on my beliefs. Like, what if based on my beliefs, I'm more rational than you? Then what do we sword fight? Like, what do we do?
Then we just agree to disagree. Like, I don't support violence, so like I don't support sword fighting. Like
There's no sword fighting. Well, this sucks.
Yeah, well, it sucks. We'll agree to disagree.
I'd like to joust.
Like, yeah, well, I
what
wouldn't.
if we had to joust about it?
Well, I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it because I don't believe in that.
I wouldn't do it either. I'm
okay,
44 years old. If I had to joust, that would probably be my last time I ever rode a horse, right?
Yeah, except that you look probably quite a bit stronger than me, so you'd probably win. But it doesn't, like, in any case, I don't want to do it.
But I'm like a big old mo.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Like a gay dude.
It doesn't matter. Gay dudes are strong anyway. Gay dudes can fight. I'm gayer than you in that sense. I'm so like.
No, there's nothing gay about not being able to fight.
Yeah, but you're the one who said you're a gay dude and saying that made you not fight. So that's what I'm saying. Like plenty of gay dudes know how to fight. That's sort of my point anyway.
So wait a minute. Wait. So I want to go back to this thing. I know you're not going to like that I call it this, but you believe in some weird space alien conspiracy, right?
Kind of. Like it's not the best terminology, but
no. Like just if my chat was talking about a video of you telling us the thing you just told me, we would just be that, like that's. And then you've come into this place, and you've told us all that you're more rational than we are.
Yeah.
All right.
So
can
like,
you understand why, like maybe like you might the people like I don't believe you?
Yeah, I can understand. I hope that if they actually read like the source material at Clarity of Being, they'll read it in a rational fashion and that are also.
Wait, where do they find the source material?
I already wrote it, clarityofbeing.org by Philip Goddard. But some of his stuff is wrong. Some of his stuff is wrong anyway. Some of his stuff is wrong. So you gotta.
Some of everybody's stuff is wrong.
Well, my stuff is the least wrong. So I've fixed the wrongness of his stuff, and so I've.
Stop.
Yeah, so that's my that's my thing. And so yeah, anyway, so here's somebody saying explain how do we fix the Gorth problem? How do we fix it? We don't know.
Wait, what is the Gorth problem? I'm sorry. I was like ignoring you and smoking weed while you were telling us what Gorth is.
What, literally?
What is the Gorth problem?
Like the Gorth is this thing, right? The Gorth is this thing that we've got to get rid of. So we've got to get rid of it. Firstly,
is it like body thetans? You know what body thetans are?
No, I don't.
Body thetans. It's like a
weird disease that is only known in Scientology.
Okay. Okay, I don't know. But no, it's not like that. It's this immaterial artificial intelligence that is hurting.
Hey, you're like legitimately describing Scientology to everyone right now.
No, it's not. It's different. It's different. It got some similarities, of course, but like no, it's plenty different. And so the idea is the first thing we got to do is just create a society that's able to figure out how to get rid of the Gorth. Because for now we don't know. We have to progress technologically until we figure out how to get rid of it. And so the first thing for now is just to avoid that society collapses through like stupid wars and stuff, or like or any other stupid way that it could collapse. So that is why it's super important that we, as humans, it's a duty not only to ourselves but also to all other conscious beings in the universe to have a proper society that's able to figure out how to destroy the Gorth, and that then does destroy the Gorth. And so what we need is first.
Wait, let me just stop you.
Yeah.
What if the Gorth doesn't exist?
It doesn't matter because in practice, the
well, no, it does actually. Like, I hate to if we're gonna go to war with the Gorth, it would be like rather important to know whether or not the Gorth exist.
Yes, of course. But the point is that for now, what we need to do to fight the Gorth is exactly the same thing as what we need to do if there wasn't the Gorth. That is, we establish a universal society with a universal democracy and basic income and a wealth cap. That is what we need to do. Okay, and anti-discrimination laws and that kind of thing. That is what we need to do in any case, regardless of whether the Gorth exists or not. So that's my point. Is that
whether you keep couching it in the Gorth, like.
Well, because that just makes it more important.
The Gorth doesn't
matter. It's still the best thing to do. It just makes it more important to do it. It just makes it more important to do it. If we don't do it, if the Gorth doesn't exist, well, at worst, we'll just go extinct or something. But now that the Gorth exists, if we go extinct, then the universe will end up entirely in the hands of the Gorth. That's even much worse. So it makes it much more important.
It's super important. Like, we could do the right thing without having to be afraid of the Gorth.
No, but the thing is that it does appear to be the case that there is the Gorth, right? So in as much,
right, but wait, hold on, check this out. I have to ask you something.
Okay.
How would I observe phenomena associated with the Gorth?
Well, all these magical phenomena, right? All these things like telepathy, clairvoyance, precognition, telekinesis, astral traveling, energy therapy, Reiki stuff, even homeopathy if it actually ends up working, all that
it doesn't work.
But sometimes I think it does because the Gorth makes it work. It doesn't actually.
Brooks. Hey, would you go to a Gorth Brooks? Would you or would you not go to the Gorth Brooks concert?
That's Garth. It's not. Isn't it Garth? No, is it Gorth? Really? No, it's Garth. Garth. Right? What? No, it's Garth, right? Come on, it's Garth, right? Not Gorth. I intentionally checked that Gorth wasn't somebody's name so that it wouldn't be associated. I care about this stuff, right?
Did you invent Gorth?
I invented Gorth. Yeah, I invented the name. Philip Goddard unclarified being. He calls it garbage.
Hold on. Stop. So there's not like a Gorth movement?
No, I'm creating the Gorth movement. I'm the first. There's the garbage movement because Philip calls it the garbage. But I've decided to change the name to avoid synonymy. And again, all these people who again, they say that I hate people and I call everybody it. It's not about that. It's because I like to have a more clear language, right?
No,
I want to have a more clear language.
You don't call people. Hold on. You don't call people it because it's like dehumanizing.
Not if everybody does it, it's no longer dehumanizing. See, so
but people don't do that.
But I do it. My point is that it's not out of malice that I do it. It's not out of malice.
You're being a dick.
It's not out of malice. It's not out of malice that I do it. You see what I mean?
I don't care if you think it's out of malice or not.
It's not
if everybody thinks you're being a dick, then
but they can understand.
Consensus is that you're being a dick.
No, if they understand that I'm just doing it out of my own thing, that's not intending to be a dick. See, it's intending to find more clarity in the language. And so the problem is that if you call it the garbage,
it finds the least clarity in a language because now, according to your definition, we give a person, a place, or a thing. Before, for me, it was just a place or a thing, but now you're telling me it could also be a person.
Yeah, well,
I don't call anybody it.
It's a third person.
It's not you or me. It's the third person. Is that what you're saying?
Third person singular.
Fine?
Third person singular. I kind of like it, but look, my point is that we can.
They. A third person singular is they.
It's actually originally it's he or she, and now they has been turned into a singular.
No, it's just like you. No, it's
just
they.
Like you. It used to be thou.
Don't know any. No, hold on. It's
this
they.
is new. No, this is a new thing.
It's they. It's been they. If all you know is that it was a person,
that's
if all you know is a person, it's they.
It's he or she. It's he or she, and now people are saying they for out of.
No. If like I'm telling you, this isn't new. If all you know is that it's a person, people have been saying they for such a long fucking time that it's just part of our vernacular.
Yeah, now it's part of the vernacular. But I prefer it.
No,
That's my
I mean,
point.
it's been part of our
Just like
vernacular
I don't
since I
like
was a
you.
child.
I'd prefer but you're not that old. So like, but the point is that like
I'm
thou.
older than you.
Yeah, but
How
it's
old do
not.
you think I am?
Didn't you tell me you're 43? Didn't you say that? No,
I'm
didn't you say?
44.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. As long as you didn't say like 72, I'm happy.
Okay.
Yeah, we've used they and them for people for a very long time.
Okay.
Nobody is. You cannot like go back and find people referring to people as it, or what's the plural of it? Oh, it's they.
Yeah,
it's
so
them.
Look,
Like,
my point.
Don't call other people it.
My point is
Don't
that's
call
not out of.
anyone else it.
My point
It's
is that's not.
shitty.
My point is that's not out of malice. That's my only point. Okay.
But like,
That's
it
my
doesn't
only
matter
point.
if it's out of malice. Other people think you're a dick.
My point.
If you
My
call
point
a
is that
trans person it, they
this
think
is like
you're
the
a
least.
dick.
This is like the least interesting conversation. People focus on this. I'm not actually particularly interested in this stuff.
No,
People
it's not
focus on
that.
this.
It's not that
And this is the.
uninteresting
And this.
actually, because like I feel like you don't. I feel like you don't even have a problem with trans people, and you're like dying on this weird hill about calling someone it. Just don't call anyone it.
I do what I please, okay? Like I'm allowed to do this.
I mean, you can, but
I'm
then don't get
the
mad when
law.
people
The
think you're
law
an
allows me.
asshole.
The law allows me to do this. I'm just pointing
Right,
out that
but
I'm not an asshole, and this is I'm saying I invented the Gorth, I invented the Zells. I have my quirks. I have my linguistic quirks. It's out. It's out of like. It's out of trying to be more like clear and stuff. I prefer it like that. I do this stuff, and it's not
I
out
mean,
of.
I have linguistic quirks too.
Okay, so this is all. You see what I mean? So this is all that I'm saying. Really,
No, dude.
So
like I'm telling you straight up, like don't call people it, and especially don't call a trans person it. Like you're going to hurt people's feelings. It doesn't matter what your intent is. Is your intent to like hurt someone else's feelings?
What? No, I
You
just
want to
said
make people feel bad about who they are?
I literally said that is not my intent. Okay, I
Well,
literally.
then don't fucking call people it.
Okay, can we talk about something else? I'm really I'm sick of this conversation. Everybody focus on this. I've got so many more interesting, like everything else that I talk about is more interesting.
No,
Okay,
actually,
this.
like,
Let's talk
can
about
you
the Gorth.
agree with
Let's
me
talk.
that like you could just stop calling people it?
So the idea is that then
Like, would it be a good idea if you didn't call people it anymore?
The idea is that then as you accumulate more crud, your soul ends up then becoming more and more selfish. And so then from being a leftist, you'll turn into a liberal. So basically that's the next step in the progression of your soul degradation is you become a liberal after becoming first you become like first you're sort of not much of anything, you're kind of like me, then you become a leftist, then you become a liberal, and then finally you become more and more sort of self-centered and focus on conformism to your tribe, to your group identity, and then you become a conservative, and then finally you have acquired so much crud that you can't incarnate properly anymore, and then you become an unincarnable soul. Okay, and so like what happens then is that your soul, it can't incarnate, but it can be attached to other souls and to incarnated souls. So then incarnated souls have attached unincarnable souls onto them, and they feel their trauma. And this is also how the Gorth can affect you. So the Gorth affects you by making your soul degenerate, and it also then
I gotta
affects
stop you on the Gorth again.
Mhm.
Scientology calls it body thetans, but go ahead.
Yeah, but it's still not the same. It's still not the same thing. And then what happens then, the third mechanism that the Gorth affects you is by attaching these unincarnable souls onto you, and so then you feel their own trauma, and then that explains lots of mental issues, actually, especially if you haven't experienced any like traumatic events and you've got like mental issues. It's often because of these unincarnable souls that are attached to you, and you're experiencing their trauma. And it also might be from trauma that you've accumulated from a past life, but it's more from unincarnable souls. So, oh, my audio's out?
No,
My
I
audio?
got you.
No. Okay. So that is
Like
that
turned off. It does
muted?
most of the comms here. It's because
No.
I'm not as rational as you are.
So let's see.
You got cut off for a good 45 seconds.
Okay. Wait, is stuff working? Is it working now?
Yeah, everything's fine now.
Okay. Okay, so was that clear? I think was that.
No.
Okay, well, I still. Okay, I kept talking. I wasn't able to see that it wasn't working. Is it working now?
No, that's not the problem. I mean, you got cut off because of my own stupidity, but that's not like why what you're saying doesn't make sense.
Okay, so that's anyway. That's my reasoning. So that is how things. That is how it works. And so as you can see, well, I'm not so you're still among the sort of major political groups. You're still the least degenerate souls, right? Typically, on average. So I mean, you should take pride in that. You should take.
What did you say?
Your souls are the least degenerate among most mainstream political ideologies.
Hold on. Do you know that when people say the word degenerate, do you know what kind of people generally use the word degenerate?
Yeah, it's precisely the most degenerate people. That's the huge irony. It's the most degenerate people.
Do you know what kind of people like generally will use that word to describe other people?
Yeah, the most degenerate types of people, the sort of fascist sort of.
No. The common use of that word. Who uses it the most? The word degenerate.
Like that, what I said, like sort of fascists and sort of chuddy conservative types. Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Describing other people as fucking degenerate because you sound like a fascist.
Yeah, bringing back again to my stylistic fascism. My point is that it's the people who call others degenerates that are the most degenerate. It's a huge irony. It's a huge irony. You use the fascism against them because actually they are what they call everybody else. This is the great thing. This is wonderful. It's wonderful. They are degenerates. Literally. They literally are degenerates. This is the wonderful thing. Okay? Literally. It's wonderful. We've actually got a logical, rational, scientific theory to explain why fascists and conservatives literally are degenerates. They literally.
Hold on.
Okay.
Hold on. You have decided
that
the thing you believe or that you're pretending to believe, and to the delight of all, is rational.
Yeah, it's rational. It's more rational than you. Again, it sounds irrational, just like the Earth going around the sun. Like the Earth going around the sun, it feels irrational. It's a feeling. It's like, oh, I don't like the feeling. It's kind of, it feels irrational to me. You must be very rational, Copernicus, aren't you? You must be like, yeah.
Like, no, I'm not. I think it is the only thing that I will say is irrational is for you to believe that you're the most rational or more rational than a significant number of your peers.
But I am.
I just think that
I am, but you can't say, you can't tell. Just like in Copernicus's time, people couldn't tell that Copernicus was more rational. They thought he was less rational. They thought he was a crazy one, and they couldn't tell that he was more rational because there were also crazy people and like crazy. You know, in this, okay, yeah, my pardon. People with psychosis. Sorry. So there were people with actual psychosis, and there are people like Copernicus. And to the average person, what?
You said a little while ago that it might be likely that I have psychosis.
No, compared to me, because you're less rational. My point is that it's actually a sort of a scale. So the average person has a bit of psychosis, non-clinical.
I would challenge you to watch the replay of this.
What? To watch? Oh, you want me to watch the replay of this?
Yeah, go back and watch the replay of this after.
I can imagine exactly what. Oh, you got a subscriber too. How about you thank Raycall for subscribing?
Why don't you thank Raycall for subscribing?
Okay. Thank you very much, Raycall or Raycall. I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name. Notice how I actually care about how I pronounce people's names. Thank you for subscribing with Prime. I don't know what that is. Since I don't have these things. To Ecoplex Media. Thank you for watching and participating, and hopefully you will be a wonderful addition and contribution to this community. There. Hopefully.
Meat Roll 1 for following us too.
What?
Thank Meat Roll 1 for following the channel.
Oh, Meat Roll 1 followed? Oh yeah, Meat Roll 1, thank you for following it. Thank you for following this channel. Okay. You
know who Andy knows?
What?
You know who Andy No is?
I don't know any of these people. Like I say, I don't know much stuff. Okay, I don't know much stuff. I'm the wisest person. And other things, I'm bad. Okay, in other things, I'm not particularly. I'm mediocre. And all other things, I'm mediocre. So no, I don't know.
Asking.
I do not know. I do not know. I don't know much stuff. It doesn't matter. I'm still more rational and I'm more wise. I'm more wise. Okay. And
thank you for operating. Thank you for operating the hype desk for my channel for a minute. Thanking people for following and subscribing. Might bring you on as a permanent co-host.
Yeah, I could do that. I could do that if like it. I mean, I need anything. I'm desperate for any visibility. Okay, I'm absolutely desperate for any. Oh, you're kidding. Of course.
I have women that come on this channel and they would not put up with you for 5 minutes.
Why? Why women? Why like that? I would say that as actually sexist to assume that like women somehow are essentially different and that they think differently. You know, I would actually contend that is sexist. Honestly.
Cool.
Potentially.
You should try to cancel Gay Dave for being a sexist. I'm sorry, Gay Steve or whatever it is.
What?
I'm not sexist. All my best girls are like witches.
What? Look, no, I'm not seriously saying that you're sexist. Okay, my point is that I get called sexist and whatever and bigoted for all sorts of ridiculous reasons.
You get called sexist and they might be right. I'm getting this big like I'm right all the time vibe off of you, and I don't like it.
Okay, well I'm getting this also
disability.
vibe from you of sort of typical lefty vibe of with these sort of irrational things of like
not even
you know
talking about politics.
Yeah, but not even just about politics, but this idea precisely that like supposedly, you know, everybody's opinion is kind of valid. No, it's not valid. That's precisely why you're like talking about politics.
Opinion isn't valid. It's just that yours isn't extra valid.
Well, like you must think that your opinion is extra valid compared to a conservative, or else you wouldn't be streaming your stuff, right? So how is I'm different? How am I different? You see what I mean? If
my opinion isn't extra valid against somebody who's like maybe a conservative, but be happy to defend my beliefs.
What?
No,
what?
I
So
don't think that I'm any
you don't think
on like
you don't think
I'm
your
not
positions?
I don't have like faculties that the average person doesn't have.
But
I don't believe that.
Don't you think that you're more rational than like the conservatives that you call out? Don't you think that you have more wisdom? Don't you think you have more wisdom than these conservatives that you call out? I mean, I would say you do. I would say that you have more wisdom.
Like, I think I'm smarter than Jordan Peterson. Well, yeah, but I didn't fry my brain with benzodiazepine and steak at the behest of my daughter for a year and a half.
But wait, I didn't say smart. Wisdom. Do you think you have more wisdom? Do you have more wisdom than Jordan Peterson?
I don't know. He's seen some shit.
Yeah, but I don't consider that wisdom. See, I think that is nonsense. That's probably that's not wisdom to me.
I think like trying to quantify all of this and trying to decide who has the
somebody.
Like I think this is all it's all silly.
Okay, somebody just okay. You think it's silly? Well, in any case, this is not my point. Is I don't care what people like. You know, in and of itself, what people think of me or like, you know, how I'm remembered or whatever, that doesn't matter. What matters,
what people think about me.
What?
Did you know that I care a great deal what people think about me? I don't want people to think I'm an asshole.
Yeah, no, of course I think about me, but my point is that compared to the fate of the universe, what people think about me is a lot less important. Okay, so fundamentally, I mean, emotionally, of course, I'm attached to what people think of me.
I am the work that I'm doing here is fundamentally important to the fucking fate of the universe. That's where we disagree.
Yeah, but like, don't you think it would be cool if you thought that, like you thought it did? So like literally, yeah. This is my position, and I'm doing this precisely because the universe needs this. The universe needs to get rid of the Gorth. We need to get rid of the Gorth. We need to create first a proper society, universal society.
I just don't know what the Gorth means.
The Gorth is this evil artificial intelligence that exists in the Zeld, and which is trying to take over. It's hurting people, creating enormous suffering, and wants to take over the entire universe.
Hold on. What if you've come into a space that was specifically designed by the Gorth to distract you?
What do you mean? What?
Like you have a mission to take down the Gorth, but here you are talking to me. What if the Gorth propped up my channel and gave me 49 viewers?
Yeah.
So that you would argue with me. You don't think I'm like a paid Gorth troll or
It doesn't
shill?
matter. It gives me visibility. At this point, I just need more visibility. I need to have more, like, more.
What if everyone watching this channel is part of the Gorth?
It doesn't matter because they're victims of the Gorth. They might be, of course, you're all unwittingly sort of in some ways helping the Gorth, but you're victims above all of the Gorth. So like, it doesn't really matter. We have to help everyone. We have to save everyone from the Gorth.
I'm sorry. I'm like a few rungs higher on your hierarchy than the Gorth.
What? I didn't understand that. What?
The Gorth takes orders from me.
The Gorth takes no. The Dorth no. Like, no. Just no. But look, like, and how about the fact that, like, listen, like, everybody has wanted to paint me as this sort of evil, fascist person.
I don't think you're
like,
evil. Yo, I've just you're not evil. I
Mhm.
think you're out of your fucking mind.
Okay, well, lots of people think that I'm both, basically. I just want to point.
I don't think you're evil. I just think you're out of your fucking mind.
Okay, well, that I can understand that people, just like people thought Copernicus was out of his mind, sentenced to death. Yeah.
You think Copernicus was running around on people's Twitch channel being like, oh, well, people think I'm out of my mind, but have you ever heard of, I don't know, who invented the wheel? Pick a dude. He invented the wheel. Come on.
I don't know. There is no dude. We don't know the dude.
It might have even been a lady, and we said it was a dude because we're sexist.
Mm-hmm. So like,
no, Copernicus wasn't running around complaining that no one took Copernicus seriously. Come on, this is like a new phenomena.
So like, I don't know. My point anyway is that people think that I'm this sort of bizarre person. No, like, literally, I'm like focusing.
I don't dislike you as much as when you first came in here, but you're a bizarre person.
Okay, I'm maybe a bizarre person, but I think you're bizarre. Precisely, you're bizarrely conformist. There's bizarre conformism again because you've already started. You've started your degradation.
But if I'm just like everyone else, then so is everyone else.
Yeah, but everybody is weird. Like, you're normal in the etymological sense of being in the norm. Like, you're the majority. That doesn't mean you're actually, like, that doesn't mean you're not weird. That doesn't mean you're actually mentally healthy. It's a collective psychosis, collective delusion, a mental unhealth. Yes, that is actually what is going on.
I just think you're fucking bonkers.
Notice. Do you want me to discuss the actual takes on my policies? Like, I don't know. I'm anti, physical violence unless it's to defend people, right? There are lots of people that still defend things like torture or definitely like the death penalty. I don't support that. There's still schools. I just discovered today that schools in the United States are still physically punishing children. I don't support that. What else do you want me to talk about? Like, I don't support, I support legalization of drugs. I do, like, I don't think sending people to jail is a good idea. I don't think, the horrible, like, crime that stems from the illegalization is a good thing. Although I have said that if we want to be consistent, sorry, what?
Can we talk more about the space aliens?
You want to just talk about the space aliens and not about policy?
I wanted to talk about policy before, but I feel like it's like more important to talk about the Gorth.
Okay, what more do you want me to talk about? The flood? Do you want me to talk about the flood of mythology, right? The myth of the Tower of Babel and the flood. Like,
how do I know if the Gorth has taken over my Twitch chat?
It's always like, it's not like if it takes over or doesn't take over. It's always partly taken over it. It's everywhere. It's always influencing you all the time. Everyone. Okay, it's everywhere. It sees everything. It's omniscient. That is where we get the myth of omniscience from the Bible. I'm actually half of the time I'm not hearing you, Echoplex. I think you've got to go like closer to your mic or something.
No. I don't know. That's probably a problem. Are you religious?
No, I mean, no. I never was. I never have been. I've always been anti-religious. I used to think Santa Claus was actually a bunch of people who got employed by the store to go into people's houses.
The Gorth is a religion.
No, it's not, because it's not based on like revelation. It's not based on this idea. It doesn't have this idea that you should have faith and just believe without criticizing. Okay, my thing is entirely based on critical reasoning. Okay, Like literally, that's why I didn't ever believe in any other religion previously, because it didn't ever provide a satisfactory explanation to what was going on. Then this did provide a satisfactory explanation. So that's why I believe in it.
Again, like, this thing that you invented provided all the answers.
I didn't invent it. I didn't invent it. I found out about it from Philip Goddard at
Can you give a
clarity.org.
shout out to the person who invented the Gorth?
Yeah, Philip Goddard, clarityofbeing.org. I already did it twice. Philip Goddard, clarityofbeing.org.
Do you have a YouTube channel?
Do I have a YouTube channel? Yeah, it's
No,
real.
Philip.
Oh, Philip, no, he doesn't, but he has his website. He has his website.
Are there videos there?
No, there's a bunch of text. You just gotta read. Yep, gotta read it, and it's quite a bit of it actually.
You know what the time cube is?
No, I don't know that either. I don't know any of this stuff. I'm not cultivated, and it frustrates me to not have culture. What is the time cube?
Look up the time cube. It's funny.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. Well, so anyway, I don't know. Do you want me to? What was I even saying? So like, there's evidence for the Gorth. Evidence for the Gorth includes all these supernatural phenomena that people are experiencing. Evidence that the Gorth is particularly intelligent is precognition. Precognition means that there's some force that's literally able to be so intelligent and to just gather so much data that's literally able to exactly predict the future. Okay, this is literally how precognition happens, which means that the Gorth is incredibly intelligent. And then we know that's malevolent. Why? Because people actually experience nasty things sometimes. Like they experience, they think they have like entities, that are trying to get them. And when they have positive interactions with like angels and good entities and stuff, well, the stuff that they say is always extremely like trite and very, very like shallow. You never have like a very like scientific, intelligent conversation with an angel. That never happens. It's always incredibly dumb stuff. And this indicates.
Hold on, stop.
Mm-hmm.
Did you just say that you never have a very scientifically intelligent conversation with an angel?
Yes, I did. Because angels don't exist. They're illusions.
Oh, fair enough.
They're illusions. But the point is that people think that they're having conversations with angels, but actually what is going on is that's the Gorth that's feeding them a vision of speaking with an angel, and a Gorth that's also feeding them with all this crap that the angels are saying, which is never intelligent stuff. And again, this is great indication that it's actually not an angel, but actually a lure to get people sucked into sort of very, very silly and unintelligent religious thinking. This is why. This is a great sort of example of this. So yeah, this is my sort of rationale behind. If you need more explanation for why this Gorth is actually what it is, this is largely it. And if you can find more stuff, if you read Philip Goddard, you get a better understanding also of what this is about.
All right, check this out. I'm really glad you joined the Discord.
Okay,
I'm gonna have to move.
Sure. Yeah. Thank you for having me, and thank you for for taking so much of your time for discussing with me.
I enjoyed this.
Yeah, I think they enjoyed this. I mean, yeah, I think it's hopefully everybody found this at least interesting, if even if they thought it was crazy or frustrating or whatever. So I'm glad people at least. I'm glad I had the opportunity to to have some visibility. And
this was a thing that happened,
mm-hmm.
and the Gorth couldn't stop it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Gorth couldn't stop it. This is true. But of course, the Gorth actually wants everything to happen. Like everything that happens, unfortunately, at this point, is it because the Gorth accepts it to happen. So this is unfortunate. Literally.
Video. You could come and hang out in my chat, but I'm gonna play a video.
Okay.
It's real and it's been fun, but it hasn't been real fun. Maybe I'll have you back. Maybe I won't. But we're gonna watch like a Dark Horse video, and then I'm gonna fucking make a taco and go to sleep. Thanks for coming on the show. It's
Yep.
Thank you.
Sure. Thank you. Bye-bye. Whoa. Having me, and thank you for for taking so much of your time for.
I hope your chat
discussing
enjoyed this.
Yeah, I think they enjoyed this. I mean, yeah, I think it's hopefully. Okay. Okay, so I'm done. Wait, well, first I'll just have a 1 minute break and I'll come back. Although I'll probably stop pretty soon also, but okay.
Had released what was obviously
I'll put it out on YouTube. That was weird.
Critical podcast of me and us. I say that because I know Sam
What
to
did I
be
say?
Tremendously
racist.
What has been
interlocutor, and I will say in my past I have had a podcast on Dark Horse where I talked to Sam about free will. A topic on which I disagree with Sam, and I believe he.
I don't believe in free will. I believe in determinism.
His guest called you a fraud.
I like to believe in free will, but actually,
unable.
I just
to
don't think
make
it actually
compellingly.
I don't think it's true, unfortunately.
At least a week to figure out where.
You said that Hitler wasn't too bad because he opposed the monarchy. What are you referring to exactly? Yeah, well, he was anti-aristocracy, right? So my point is that even in the worst things, there are some good things. That was my point. Just like he said, like it's similar to Scientology. My point is that you'll always find similarities with anything, and also that any bad ideology has some good aspects. Which monarchy? Well, you know, the previously existing like German, not monarchy, but not monarchy, like the aristocracy. Sorry, yeah, the aristocracy.
Which I did.
Okay, I mean there was the ancient German aristocracy, and in that sense, it was anti-aristocracy. I mean, there's already the Weimar Republic that already sort of gotten rid of the old system. Right. Yeah, I know, but the point is that he also was anti-aristocracy. I know that the Weimar Republic was already opposed to that. Yeah, I know, but the point is that he also was anti-aristocracy. I know Germany was a Weimar Republic.
I never said that.
You know, I know it was that. Nobles don't hold power. But my point is that he wasn't pro like giving the power back to the aristocracy.
Even more hopeful for the
right,
following.
and like I remember that he like specifically he was about. So I don't know what the point of that was. This is the look.
And
it's like they like
he wouldn't do it
German people to be in good health. Okay, like they also thought that German people shouldn't homicide other German people. Right, so there's like my point is that they're good. There are good things about. There's some good things about any nasty things. That was the point. Okay, like literally, that is my point. That is the thing I came up with.
Basic point would be
I brought that up because of the sort of socialism aspect. So there's no move to bring back the monarchy historically. Yeah, that's the point. And it definitely kept on supporting the sort of modern, which is younger. I mean, the Weimar Republic had not been in existence for a long time, right? So there could very much have been a move to go back to the previous system, and there wasn't. So I need to get a haircut. Yeah, I did already give myself a haircut actually.
The entire discussion.
Yeah. So this is all I'm talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, he's gonna like respond.
Just be back in 1 minute.
And then look at
he's just gonna be like, well, you look at the evidence
and see how they actually line up with what has been said here. He will realize that he has found himself somewhere that he would not ordinarily find himself. And I think the upshot for any honest broker, of which Sam is definitely one, the upshot would have to be, well,
Sam's not going to be friends with you anymore, Brett.
How did I end up, and I don't know how to say it more gently, but how did I end up straw manning a friend?
Justin Freakin's still up with us. What's up, Justin?
So go ahead.
Since many people won't have heard what we're talking about, what you're talking about here, can I just?
Yeah, nobody's ever heard Sam Harris's podcast. Good job, Heather.
And it's all. I mean, it's all in the abstract until there's mention of particulars, and then it's you. But one of the particular things is right up front, and I actually have not. I've only listened to about 3/5 of it so far.
Oh, this is before the one that Sam put out yesterday, where he mentioned them specifically in a lot. Well, tune into the Intellectual Dollar Tree on Wednesday.
He claims is that there are people who take COVID seriously, who understand what a scourge it is and how damnable it is for humanity, and that those people embrace vaccines. And then the other
we have Sam Harris on the fucking. You know what they're talking about, Sam, and he's just not happy. He's like,
or whatever it is.
It's like
I'm dealing with people on a daily basis who are just happy to smear me dishonestly. I am so battle scarred at this point.
That this is that could be a bifurcating set is so odd. honestly. And like I have some more to say about that. I know you weren't done, but I just wanted to provide that as like, even if it was just one thing, what is your position on COVID?
Sitting Cow, thanks for the sub.
But then add to that, what is the solution that has no possibility of being a bifurcating position? You cannot have a thing with a decision on top of it in which there's only two possible outcomes. That's just not logically, that doesn't make any sense. And of course, it is
Sam Cedars
true that since our very first live stream in March of 2020, we have been banging the gong about the seriousness of COVID. In fact, to the irritation of some number of people who say we're taking it too seriously. We're wearing masks in public before anyone else was, and all of these things. And
they're playing the greatest hits
right up front to set up
with
his
mic. I've got a mic.
Yeah,
got a mic right here.
Believing that you're either
what a nightmare.
You're talking about look. I don't want these sort of anti-Jewishness.
Because we're the science people.
Oh, this is a fake thing.
Like
Methane bunch is just an anti-Jew thing.
We're the tribal affiliation.
We've been up for a while. If any of your friends are live, I would like to read them.
This is actually
that's been enough of this. I spoke to our intergalactic friend for longer than maybe I should have.
I'm not Jewish.
Yeah,
I'm not Jewish.
I'm
not anything. I don't have religion.
Is Unelectable Airwaves live?
Let's see what they're talking about here.
Raid them in the middle of the night.
Okay, so I already moved on. This is good. Good. They've moved on. New tab. What can I do now? I'm gonna stop streaming pretty soon. Just maybe do a little. You say, yeah, no, you're still like gaming headset, real mic, and real camera. Jesus, no, there's no need for it. Again, the point of my thing is the content. This enables me to go wherever I want. If I had a real camera, then I'd have no. I'm not getting a better setup. This is my best setup. This is You say you've been talking about me. Okay. Justin. What is my ethnicity? I'm sort of. My mom is Swiss. I guess I'm Swiss like that. My dad is from the United States, but like originally mix of different origins. Genetically, he's like Swedish and kind of a bit from the UK, a bit Finnish. So yeah. Yeah, and I'm also born in Switzerland. Yeah. Yeah, Sheffield Pearson, go and think of what you did tonight. What? What on earth are you talking about? Justin, bugger off. A bunch of morons. I mean, look at that. I mean, look at me. Like, come on. Like, me versus literally me versus 100 morons. Okay, like me versus 100 morons. It's tough, New ideas at first they get mocked and ridiculed, then they get viciously fought, and then finally they become accepted as just being completely obvious. This is how it's like. This is what it's like. You just gotta accept. How did I end up in New Zealand? Well, originally the connection was that my grandparents, who were biologists and who had a job in the United States, then got a job offer in New Zealand. So they moved to New Zealand back in the 70s. And so then they stayed there. Meanwhile, my dad moved back to Europe, where he met my mom. And then I've been living mostly in Europe. And now they're going to New Zealand to retire, since my grandparents are already there, and much of my family on my dad's side is in New Zealand. He's just being an asshole, basically. Look, I don't permanently ban. Like, I only permanently ban troll accounts. I'm gonna unban. I can unban now, but like, when people are obnoxious, I ban them. Okay, I ban them, then I unban them unless they try to get me banned, or if they're just troll accounts that are spamming. So that's the explanation. How about you, the Sun King? If you want to talk about yourself, do I work? No, I do not. Look, I'm streaming all the time. I do not work. Definitely do not work. Okay, Chicago. I've never been to Chicago. I'd like to go sometime, I guess. Yeah, it would be nice. I don't know what could I do? Yeah, like try out I don't know, some restaurants or something. Presumably that could be fun. You go to college. What do you do? What did you do in college? So, thank you, Sitting Cow, anyway, for this. I guess I owe this all to you, don't I? So, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Definitely. Definitely appreciated. This was good. It gave me visibility. Apparently did not give me, hardly gave me any followers, if any. Because I think those are, like, literally one of the people who followed me was like a past follower that had unfollowed me and now refollowed me. And then I think and then I got just a fake troll account that followed me. Computer science. Okay. I got a cousin. No, like a cousin that's doing that as well. And I'm not good at that stuff. I don't know how to do that. Do you want to look at anything in particular, or I don't know, do you want to discuss something, or anyone who's here? I don't know if anybody else. I mean, it says I still have 5 viewers, but presumably, I mean, the viewer count has dropped precipitously since I left, and so I mean, since I stopped talking with the conversation, which is of course understandable, also because I had my pause and stuff. So oh, they're talking about the Gorth again. They're talking about the Gorth. This is good. This is good. Oh, because they raided. Oh yeah, they're hosting Radical Maniac. Okay. Echoplex is raiding with a party of 30. Well, at least I got unbanned, and yeah. This is interesting. Interesting. I'm glad this was my biggest conversation yet, I think. Although the other conversations I had were pretty. I had some. Wait, what conversations have I had already? I can't even remember. I had oh yeah, with Joe Mama. Oh yeah, with Rob Noor. That he's a big person. So I had a conversation with Rob Noor already quite early on. That gave me a huge spike in views. But because he rated me, that's why. So then I had a huge spike in views. He could have rated me, you know. He could have rated me. Instead, he went into this person, Radical Maniac. No, Unelectable Airwaves, which is hosting Radical Maniac. Could have gone to me, but no, of course not, because I'm too crazy, right? What do I think about fascism? I don't like it, but like I said, I have my stylistic fascism, right? Which is about sort of bold statements and like cults of personality, and that is what I sort of am focusing on. So I am sort of focusing on that. Am I mad? No. Like I said, I'm the most rational person on earth. Everybody else is mad. I'm the most wise person. What don't you like about it? Can you get into it? I don't like the nationalism. I don't like the idea that like your country should benefit at other expense. That's probably the biggest issue. I don't like the authoritarianism. Like I don't like, the limitation of freedom of expression. I don't like the lack of democracy. I don't like I mean, although sometimes fascism can be democratically supported, so that's not necessarily true. It can be a sort of a mob rule situation. I don't like when it happens. I don't like, the like attack on like certain disfavored groups, which typically always, the scapegoating of some like groups of people. I don't like that. Leftists have strong projection when it comes to Nazis. They act authoritarian too. Maybe that is reason for strong attachment to them. I don't think it's projection. Again, I think projection is a way overused term. I don't think projection happens all that much. I don't think it's projection. What I would mean is just ironic, calling the kettle black. Basically, it's just that. It's not the psychological mechanism of literally ascribing to others what you actually subconsciously know to be in yourself. I don't think it's so much that. I think it's more just the pot calling the kettle black. Well, the problem with defining fascism is that there are kind of lots of different definitions, and like the rigid definition, of course, is just basically, the fascism that occurred, existed in Italy from the 20s to the 40s. Mussolini's movement, like that is fascism in the strict sense, and nothing. Potentially, you could say that nothing else is actually fascism. But then you could sort of look at what are the most characteristic elements of that, and it includes precisely things like authoritarianism, nationalism, a strong central figure, potentially some scapegoating of other people. Although it wasn't like Mussolini definitely wasn't until his alliance with Hitler. It wasn't all that bad. I mean, it definitely wasn't nearly as bad as the Nazi like attacks on certain groups and what happened. And of course, in corporatism, of course. Well, the sort of having big corporations that are like state controlled, even though like they sort of function in sort of in a sort of market economy, but they're able basically what happened in Nazi Germany is that the corporations were basically supposed to follow a certain plan, and the government had this sort of soft coercion onto corporations. The corporations just kind of did the bidding of the government without, even though the government didn't directly interfere into the functioning of the corporations. So that was Nazi Germany, and like in Italy, this is sort of the model, I guess. So I mean, you could say that is fascism. It's a bunch of disparate policies, really. I think maybe it makes more sense to focus on policies. I don't really like saying that an ideology is entirely bad or entirely good, because like that you can find good things in almost anything. So instead, I think it's much more useful to focus on what do you think would be the ideal policy on each question. In Germany, no, I don't mean Italy. Well, no, because I was also talking about Germany, because we're talking about corporatism, right? So I was talking about Germany there because Germany did that and Italy did that too. Yeah, of course, fascism, like in the strict sense, is in Italy, but in Germany did that too. Do you know about the character of Carnaro? Not really. Chart of Carnaro. No, no, I don't know. I actually don't know that. Combined anarchist, proto-fascist, and Republican, democratic Republican ideas. Denuncias also the ideas of techniques and talent. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm not super, I don't know much about history again. So, okay, self-proclaimed state in the city of Fiume, led by Gabriele D'Annunzio between 1919 and 1920. Okay. Impresa di Fiume. Corporate estate. Okay, interesting. Interesting. Actually, this is super interesting. I should know about this. I should know about this, of course. Interesting. So Germany economy is way different than Mussolini's. Really? How is it different? I mean, my impression was that it was also that it was both like pretty corporatist. Like you had basically private like you'd still have basically private companies, but that would be then sort of work for the state. Although I would say that from what I know, Italy was more corporatist than Germany. That was sort of my impression, but I don't exactly know. Like I get the impression that Germany just kept the old corporations, like the old private corporations, and in fact it privatized a bunch of stuff from Weimar. Where like, tell me if that is like Germany and Italy were both corporate estate private partners. That's correct. Yeah. Can you actually define corporatism? It's like when you give sort of privileges to certain corporations, like you give some sort of policies that basically give privilege status to like some big corporations, but at the same time require that these corporations act according to the desire of the state. How about trademark the Gorth? No. Wait. I need to enforce rules by violence and other penalties. It's like North Korea is working right now. What? Well, you need state to govern rules, capitalist system, and more fair than communism. Again, no, that there are plenty of fair critiques of capitalism, of communism. Sorry, but that is not one. This idea that it's inherently more violent is a wrong one. That is a wrong one, and I don't like it when people use that as a critique of socialism. That's a wrong critique. Gilded socialism. Look up corporatism. Corporatism can mean a lot of different things. Like corporatism, literally, it sort of depends. It's sort of like republicanism. It can like. Do you sort of mean like, yeah, like guilds? Is it like it's sort of having a bunch of guilds or something? Is it about like, yeah, you're saying guild, like guild, but not like GUILD, you mean, with like a guild. It's like having a bunch of different guilds and like giving the guilds like power and stuff. Or you say capitalism is a system which is based on ladder, and people who are highest ladder give back resources through tax advantage social features. Compare Finland to North Korea. Yeah, that is better, of course. Yeah, gilded. Yeah, yeah, but it's sort of hard. Yeah, because like there's the quote supposed like gilded age, that they talk about, and that is without the U. And the problem is that like I don't want to be like a quote grammar Nazi, as it were, but I think in this case it's kind of important just because it actually it means two different things, and so like I was actually didn't really understand it initially without the U, so that's why I'm mentioning it. So arguing with children about definitions when you already know the nuanced ways of viewing is funny. Yeah, well, like. I don't know all that, like, I'm not all that smart. There's probably I bet I can learn. I'm just, of course, looking at Wikipedia, and then you'll say, like, this is Wikipedia, it's not, like, a proper source or something, but, like, mostly Wikipedia is not bad, like, it's, like, see, it's got corporatism. Yeah, so it's got, like, guilds and stuff, like the old school, like, guilds and stuff that they used to have, and then, like, this, corporate solidarism, liberal corporatism, fascist corporatism, so neo-corporatism. So, like there's a lot of sort of stuff. It's just some sort of system that ends up having lots of corporations, basically. It can mean it can so yeah, there's like neo-corporatism. But is that even neoliberal corporatism or not? Oh no, that's not even. Yeah, and so then there's that. There's even the sort of neoliberal corporatism, and they're saying that's actually like a mistake to call that corporatism, like to benefit the quote big private corporations. But see, fascist corporatism. Yeah. Involved a corporatist political system in which the economy was collectively managed by employers, workers, and state officials by formal mechanisms at the national level. Its supporters claimed that corporatism could better recognize or incorporate every divergent interest in the state organically. Unlike majority rules, yeah, so it's like it's sort of like basically like I was saying, but it's true. It's good to reread this. Ooh. Quinn Bitter, thanks for following. What man? This just wait. Yeah, corporatism is not equal to modern day corporations as we understand it. Yeah, well, it's kind of about having some sort of relation between the corporations and the state. I would say. You say no, you're getting it all wrong. Just read. You say I'm hoping in hopes of more growth content in the future. Okay, so it's not in the private hands. Yes, corporatism, of course, is not, but it can be like if it's a private public, like China, which it has these, it has, we saw, I was seeing this before. China has loads of like semi, where like they're private corporations, but that are partly owned or like even majorly owned by the state. So it's sort of this. This is what corporatism is about. But it can still be partly private, or it can be private, but where there's some sort of agreement with the state, like Nazi Germany. This is what I was saying, is that in Nazi Germany, it was private, but the state basically still had a lot of power over the corporations. It was able to dictate what the corporations, the basic guidelines of what the corporations were supposed to do. So in that sense, it's like that it's still, I would call that still corporatism in that sense. Like It's when the state has sort of, some sort of influence within corporations. And yeah, then the totalitarian. This was where totalitarian came from. Yeah, totalitarian now gets used to mean authoritarian. Yeah, it's everything is in the state. Everything is in the state. That's actual, like, more. That's when it's more done. So this is like the Italian fascism, of course, is more statist, more corporatist, but it's not like Nazi Germany was entirely non-corporatist. So you say Portugal, yeah. Yes, he did. So he didn't like the pagan Caesarism, like Salazar. Yeah. Yeah, strong Salazar. Salazar was like this conservative and Christian person and stuff. He said, Salazar stated, our dictatorship clearly resembles a fascist dictatorship in the reinforcement of authority, in the war declared against certain principles of democracy, in its accentuated nationalist character, in its preoccupation of social order. However, it differs from in its process of renovation. The fascist dictatorship tends towards a pagan Caesarism, towards a state that knows no limits of illegal or moral order, which marches towards its goal without meeting complications or obstacles. The Portuguese new state, on the contrary, cannot think of avoiding certain limits of a moral order which it may consider indispensable to maintain in its favor of its reforming action. Yeah. This is interesting. Oh, and John Stuart Mill, interestingly, supported the idea that corporates-like economic associations needed to predominate in society to create equality for laborers and give them influence with management by economic democracy. Okay. Unlike some other types of corporatism, liberal corporatism does not reject capitalism or individualism, but believes that the capitalist companies are social institutions that should require their managers to do more than maximize net income by recognizing the needs of their employees. Interesting. See, I don't even necessarily believe. I'm fine with just the way the capitalism works now. Just all we need is a basic income and a wealth cap. Like literally, and I got rid of income cap. See, I've actually changed that. I used to say you need an income cap. Now I'm saying just a wealth cap. That's actually all that's needed. So wait, do you just stop saying corporations like they are privately ran businesses? But the point is that we actually call them corporations. Like nowadays, corporations are literally is the word we say to refer to privately run businesses, which is why it's kind of difficult. Okay. You say both left and right are poison when it comes to deal with COVID. Leftists don't want to close borders because that would be racist, and right don't believe in COVID. Now both groups allow spread. Yeah, kinda, I guess. You're right. But at this point, I guess the what you got to do is just vaccinate people. So we just gotta vaccinate. Even though, yeah, potentially you can have like a few side effects, but overall, I think you look at the deaths under COVID, right? When the COVID spikes, like there's way more deaths overall. So even like we don't know like how many, you say, oh, that person maybe just died with COVID. Okay, but why do overall deaths increase so much more when there's COVID? See, so that is proof that COVID definitely does in some way make people die. Okay, and lots of people die. And vaccines aren't showing to do the same effect. Although I actually haven't properly seen the data of mortality with vaccines compared to without vaccines. But we're saying clearly that apparently with the vaccines, people still can get the virus, but there's a lot less hospitalizations. There's a lot less deaths. So presumably, like there's clearly there's going to be less deaths overall from vaccination. But that being said, like some people are saying, oh, they've been like pretty like nasty adverse incidents. Potentially it's hard to demonstrate. Potentially. You're using it to refer to privately ran businesses where not what corporatism is. Well, how about if it is a privately run business that is like taken care of by the state? Is that not corporatism? Like, okay, my bad if I'm using that, if I'm talking about that also for corporatism. Then there's of course like the guild system, right? Where like literally it's sort of like a super like kind of like a super syndicate or something, and which like literally didn't allow certain people to work in a certain profession, limited access to profession to benefit the members of a guild. You say solution is modified capitalism, not communism, socialism. Yeah, I agree, Tornos. That's what I've been saying. What you need is capitalism with a basic income, UBI, and a wealth cap, so you don't have excessively rich people. That's all that you need, and get rid of borders. But that's not a change in the economic system. That's a change in the political system. Yes, agreed. And see, I don't support socialism. Yeah. Move on, Jenkins. Hi. Oh, socialist communists know that at Tornaz, even socialism isn't possible in America. I watch communist streamers. They're well aware, sure you. No. I mean, what Tornaz is saying that literally it's not desirable to implement communism and socialism. And I'm saying that too, right? He's not saying that's not feasible. He's saying, or she. No, I think it's he, right? I think you told me that that you're he. I think, but it's not just that it's not feasible. It's that it's not desirable. It, yeah, it. It said that it was. It said that it was only that like you need just to modify capitalism a bit, right? That is the solution, and I agree. I agree. Just give a few modifications, and you've got your perfect system, and that is what I advocate for. That is what I advocate for. Okay, so my bad. So maybe you could say that the Nazi state was not actually corporatist because it still was private companies. So my bad for like mixing, private businesses with corporations. Again, I'm not an economist. Not an economist. You say Natwich communists are far gone. They've never even heard Nordic model. They live in some weird USSR fantasy world. Yeah, kind of. You say it's not feasible though. Which ones? Cursor and Cursor. Thanks for following. If you're not a fake account, which like lots of these people are. Are you aware with the origins of fascism? Well, you gave me an example there. Again, I'm not super well, versed in this stuff. So that was thank you for talking about this chart of Carnaro thing. So I guess that is like among the origins. I don't know if you mean we can have a look at Italian fascism here. So this is the fascism stricto sensu, or this is the actual fascism, and the other stuff when people talk about fascism isn't necessarily real fascism. Yeah, so it opposed liberalism, especially classical liberalism, opposed to socialism because of the latter's frequent opposition to nationalism, but was also opposed to the reactionary conservatism developed by Joseph Demet. Yeah. Yeah, see, it's nationalistic, so that's one thing I don't like about fascism, right? So I was saying fascism is nationalistic. I don't support nationalism. You said I don't remember by their name, but keep in mind Antifa are commies. Basically, yeah. Curious that you're not fake. I was listening to you talk today. Okay, cool. Okay, great. So thanks for pointing that out. There are lots of fake people. So like fake accounts, and let's just have a look at. Okay, so your account was created almost a year ago. So like typically the fake accounts are created very recently. So I basically ban anybody whose account was created less than like 24 hours ago. But yeah, you're good. You're good. Then they became anti-Semitic, but that was because of the alliance with Germany. But they weren't initially actually anti-Semitic. So I mean I definitely, I don't like fascism, but it definitely wasn't as bad as Nazism. Do you think Mussolini was a capitalist? No, well, not really. Like it's its own thing, right? It's its own. It's not really. It's not liberal. It's not liberal private enterprise market economies. No, that's not what it is. So that's what we mean by capitalism, really. It's actually what we mean is liberalism. It's private enterprise liberalism. That's actually what we mean when we talk about capitalism. Because like lots of other things also use capital, right? Socialism actually is capitalist because it uses capital. Fascism also uses capital. So in fact, everything is capitalist. So what we call capitalism is actually not capitalism, but rather liberalism, economic liberalism. That is actually what we call capitalism, and I don't think, and like we saw it, like it's not liberalism. So no. I don't really like this term capitalism because it makes it seem like capitalism, like capital is the most important thing in the way our like quote capitalist economies function, which I don't really think is the case. And it also makes it seem like other economic systems don't use capital, which isn't the case. It definitely isn't the case. So I don't like actually the term capitalism. It's like a wrong I mean, it's just an imperfect. It's an imperfect like term. Principal beliefs. Yeah, incorporating Italia Redenta into the state of Italy. Oh yeah, because they want to like bring parts of Italy that weren't part of Italy into it or something. Okay, so National Fascist Party founded in 1921, declared that the party was to serve as a revolutionary militia placed at the service of the nation. It follows a policy based on 3 principles: order, discipline, hierarchy. Well, I like order, I guess. I like order. But not that kind of order. It identifies modern Italy as the heir to the Roman Empire and Italy during the Renaissance, and promotes the cultural identity of Romanitas, Romanness. Italian fascism historically sought to forge a strong Italian empire as the Third Rome, identifying ancient Rome as the First Rome and Renaissance-era Italy as the Second Rome. Yeah. Italian fascism has emulated ancient Rome, and Mussolini in particular emulated ancient Roman leaders such as Julius Caesar as a model for the fascist rise to power, and Augustus as a model for empire building. See, I kind of like that. That's what I'm talking about. The stylistic fascism. Living and dying for monetary gain is why capitalism sucks. Yeah, how about like socialism also? Like literally, socialism is just about like being forced to work for a job. Determining one's value as a human based on wealth is bullshit. Yeah, but it's not determining your value as a human. It's just compensation for doing stuff. It's not determining your value as a human based on wealth. It's not like capitalism doesn't do that. It's not forcing you to say you have to value humans based on wealth. There's also big income disparities in socialism. Like it's not like there's this ideas that there's all this stuff going on as a result of capitalism. Is actually not really true. It's actually not really true. It's actually the people are much better off now than they were at any other time in any other system, including socialism. Pronounce some of these Italian names. Gabriele D'Annunzio. That's how you say it. I can say it again if you want. You can also just go on a speech chat and like a text-to-speech thing, and you can like they've got various of these text-to-speech things, and you can find out how to do it. Like I've said, the problem simply is that there's large disparities in income and wealth, and like I've said, you fix that. Now you're the pro-Italian speaker. Yeah. If you want me to say it, I can say something if you want me to say something. But yeah, I mean I lived in Italy for 3 years, so and I then studied Italian for 3 years, but I'm not that good at Italian. But yeah, that was nice, by the way. I liked. I mean, I'm glad I did that. Giovanni Giolitti. Yeah. So here. Fascism emphasized the need for the restoration of the Mazzini and Risorgimento tradition that followed the unification of Italy, that the fascists claimed had been left incomplete and abandoned in the Giolittian-era Italy. Okay. So irredentism and expansionism. Yeah, so there's the stuff in Dalmatia, yeah. There's the stuff on the other side of the Adriatic. Yeah, especially because there's like Venetian and stuff. Yeah, and there's a sort of race stuff. So there was still race stuff. Like Mediterranean, we actually the Aryan race. So Indo-European language and culture. Yeah. So there was this kind of thing. But he says he explicitly rejected notions that biologically pure races were still considered a relevant factor in racial classification, and he claimed that there was a assimilatory capacity. So that this is good. So it's more use spiritual and cultural conceptions of race to make land claims on Dalmatia. Interesting. So yeah. He justified colonialism in Africa by claiming that the spiritual and cultural superiority of Italians as part of the white race justified the right for Italy and other white powers to rule over the black race, while asserting the racial segregation of whites and blacks in its colonies. Yeah, so I'm not into that. It claimed that fascism's colonial goals were to civilize the inferior races and defend the purity of Western civilization from racial miscegenation that claimed to harm the intellectual qualities of the white race. It claimed that the white race needed to increase its natality in order to avoid being overtaken by the black and yellow races that were multiplying at a faster rate than whites. Yeah, and so he also had the Lebensraum thing, Spazio Vitale. So this is they had that same stuff like the Nazis. So this is a really long page actually. Man, this is pretty long. Let's see. Corporatist economics. So yeah, there's corporatist economics. Definitely. So like we saw about. So it's like corporatism in the sense of non-liberalism. I mean, it's not just having corporate. Okay, so like it's really corporatism as opposed to liberalism. And also this totalitarianism, which is again part of the sort of corporatism thing. Age and generals. Interesting. Fascism identifies as the physical age. So the political anthem was Giovinezza, youth. Fascism identifies the physical age period of youth as a critical time for the moral development of people that will affect society. Moral hygiene of youth, particularly regarding sexuality. Okay. So yeah, promoted normal sexual behavior and denouncing deviant sexual behavior. Condemned pornography, most forms of birth control and contraceptive devices, with the exception of the condom, homosexuality, and prostitution as deviant sexual behavior. Fascist Italy regarded the promotion of male sexual excitation before puberty as the cause of criminality amongst male youth. Fascist Italy reflected the belief of most Italians that homosexuality was wrong. Instead of the traditional Catholic teaching that it was a sin, a new approach was taken, based on the contemporary psychoanalysis, that it was a social disease. Fascist Italy pursued an aggressive campaign to reduce prostitution of young women. Okay. Mussolini perceived women's primary role to be childbearers, while men were warriors, once saying that war is to man what maturity is to a woman. I definitely don't agree with that. So there's all this kind of stuff like that. Pro-natality, pro-tradition, doctrine, conditions preparing nationalist discontent. Okay, so labor unrest. Yeah. Alberto De Stefani. Okay, so this is oh, he wanted to annex Switzerland. He wanted to annex Switzerland. Funny. So, and pro-Nazi Colonel Arthur Fongelat of the National Front became an ardent Mussolini admirer after visiting Italy in 1932. So it's actually a Swiss guy, Arthur Fongelat. Yeah, this stuff is interesting, but I just don't know much about it. My point is that being the wisest person on earth, I don't need to know too much about it. I need to know a bit. I think it's useful that I know a bit, but I don't need to know like super details. I can tell that I could do the salute, like the Roman salute, not the Nazi one, but the Roman one. It's not bad, in a way. I think that it's kind of. You already said the other one. You already asked the other one. You want me to say it again? What, lol, chill. So do we want to see this? Like, after World War I, despite the Kingdom of Italy being a full partner allied power against the Central Powers, Italian nationalism claimed Italy was cheated in the Treaty of Saint-Germain-en-Laye. Thus, the Allies had impeded Italy's progress to becoming a great power. Thenceforth, the PNF successfully exploited that slight. So it's again a slight, just like Germany had with the reparations or whatever they called it. That exploit to Italian nationalism in presenting fascism as best suited for governing the country by successfully claiming that democracy, socialism, and liberalism were failed systems. The PNF assumed Italian government in 1922, consequent to the fascist leader Mussolini's oratory and the black shirt paramilitary political violence. Chill, yeah, say all of them again. Okay. Giovanni Giolitti, Alfredo Rocco, Alberto De Stefani, Alfredo Rocco, Gabriele D'Annunzio. There. Okay, so the nationalist response of outrage. Oh, okay, wait, what? At the Paris Peace Conference in 1919, the Allies compelled the Kingdom of Italy to yield to Yugoslavia. Oh, it's the Yugoslavia thing. Yeah, the Croatian seaport of Fiume, Rijeka. Oh, right, okay. Yeah, because this was part of Italy. See, this sort of thing. This was sort of contested Dalmatia here. So this was like claimed because there's lots of links, especially with Venice, which is here. So I don't know, like geographically, it's almost more satisfying to have Italy like this, like it makes sense. It's like bordered by mountains. Like it makes much more of a geographical sense to make Italy assume like its current shape versus adding that. Like adding that to me, geographically, that doesn't make sense. Adding that to me, it doesn't make sense. Moreover, elsewhere Italy was then excluded from the wartime secret Treaty of London it had concorded with the Triple Entente, wherein Italy was to leave the Triple Alliance and join the enemy by declaring war against the German Empire and Austria-Hungary in exchange for territories at war's end, upon which the Kingdom of Italy held claims. So then Gabriele D'Annunzio said, and yeah, like he wrote a book about his war experience. Interesting. So decadent movement interplayed closely with French symbolism and British aestheticism. Okay. Under the influence of Nietzsche. And so, yeah, he had this Italian regency of Carnaro and Fiume. Rijeka. The Constitution made music the fundamental principle of the state. Huh. Yeah, and he wrote all these books and stuff. He wrote all these, he wrote all this shit. Have you read any of the stuff by D'Annunzio? Have you read any stuff by Gabriele D'Annunzio? Did I say the names out to practice where my talents come up in casual conversation? Well, I like an NCAA names probably is important. Yeah, it is. I am not. Was he a futurist? I'm not even sure. Okay. I don't think he was a futurist. We can look at his literature. I should buy some of this stuff. I'd probably have a hard time. I'd probably have a hard time reading it. At the height of his success, D'Annunzio was celebrated for the originality, power, and decadence of his writing. Although his work had immense impact across Europe and influenced generations of Italian writers, his Fantasiac works are now little known, and his literary reputation has always been clouded by his fascist associations. Indeed, even before his fascist period, he had his strong detractors. A New York Times review in 1898 of his novel The Intruder referred to him as evil, entirely selfish and corrupt. 3 weeks into his December 1901 run at Teatro Costanza in Rome, his tragedy Francesca da Rimini was banned by the censor on grounds of morality. A prolific writer, his novels in Italian include Il Piacere, The Child of Pleasure, 1889, Il Trionfo della Morte, The Triumph of Death, 1894, and Le Vergini delle Rocce, The Maidens of the Rocks, 1896. He wrote the screenplay to the feature film Cabiria, 1914, based on episodes from the Second Punic War. D'Annunzio's literary creations were strongly influenced by the French Symbolist school and contained episodes of striking violence and depictions of abnormal mental states interspersed with gorgeously imagined scenes. One of D'Annunzio's most significant novels, scandalous in its day, is Il Fuoco, The Flame of Life, of 1900, in which he portrays himself as the Nietzschean Superman Stelio Efrena in a fictionalized account of his love affair with Eleonora Duse. His short stories show the influence of Guy de Maupassant. He was also associated with the Italian noblewoman Luisa Casati, an influence on his novels and one of his mistresses. The 1911 Encyclopedia Britannica wrote of him, "The work of D'Annunzio, although by many of the younger generation injudiciously and extravagantly admired, is almost the most important literary work given to Italy since the days when the great classics welded her varying dialects into fixed language. The psychological inspiration of his novels has come to him from many sources, French, Russian, Scandinavian, German, and in much of his earlier work there is little fundamental originality. His creative power is intense and searching, but narrow and personal. His heroes and heroines are little more than one same type, monotonously facing a different problem at a different phase of life. But the faultlessness of his style and the wealth of his language have been approached by none of his contemporaries, whom his genius has somewhat paralyzed. In his later work, meaning as of 1911, when he begins drawing his inspiration from the traditions of bygone Italy in her glorious centuries, a current of real life seems to run through the veins of his personages, and the lasting merit of D'Annunzio, his real value to the literature of his country, consists precisely in that he opened up the closed mind of his former life as a source of inspiration for the present and of hope for the future, and created a language, neither pompous nor vulgar, drawn from every source and district suited to the requirements of modern thought, yet absolutely classical, borrowed from none, and independently of the thought it may be used to express, a thing of intrinsic beauty. As his sight became clearer and his purpose strengthened, as exaggerations, affectations, and moods dropped away from his conceptions, his work became more and more typical Latin work, upheld by the ideal of an Italian Renaissance. There we go. That's the idea of D'Annunzio. All right. Hello, Sunshine. Hi, thanks for coming by. I don't know what we're looking at. Oh no, this